Chapter 101, Evil Long Yi. That is legendary two-elemental magical beast with wind and water magic. It's as fast as wind, and legend says that when it grows up, Snowstorm Divine Marten can easily use even the combined forbidden magic spell of both element. Long Yi solemnly said. He didn't know whether this Snowstorm Divine Marten was grown up or not, but merely with its current level of strength, he knew that even if it was not adult, it was very hard to deal with. Ah! Yu Feng exclaimed. Originally she believed that she was very experienced and knowledgeable regarding everything in Divine Wind Continent, but by the side of Long Yi, she always heard about the things that she had never heard before or see things that would dumbstruck her. For instance, Long Yi's all-attributed magic physique, magic gi and so on. All of these made her feel as if she was dreaming, and hearing his narration of what he had experienced in Huangming Plain made her unable to close her mouth for a long period of time. Furthermore, today she saw Long Yi's SS rank super magical beast pet, and now she was seeing this Snowstorm Divine Marten which could cast combined forbidden magic spell, so now she couldn't even imagine what she would encounter next. Snowstorm Divine Marten went around in circles and never got anywhere near Violent Lightning Beast, and it would frequently give out zizi sound. This made Violent Lightning Beast fly into rage, but was powerless to do anything. This little fellow was very clever, as it seemed to know that it was in disadvantage in frontal confrontation. Suddenly, Long Yi saw the silver horn of Violent Lightning Beast flashing with lightning. So he immediately pulled Yu Feng and impatiently retreated. After that, suddenly dark clouds densely covered the sky, and thunderclap rumbled, changing this snow-falling season into lightning and thunder. This change could be accomplished only by magic. The denser the dark clouds got, the lower the pressure became. Ear-splitting thunderclap and lightning wander around within these dark clouds, and it had might that seemed to be capable of destroying heaven and exterminating earth. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to tremble, and more than 10 lightnings suddenly strike down from this dense dark cloud, shrouding the Snowstorm Divine Marten. Snowstorm Divine Marten panicked, and changing its small body into a white light, it moved around the crowded together lightning. But Violent Lightning Beast was really enraged with this little thing, and again let another tens of lightning strike towards it, wanting to burn it into carbon. Zizi. Snowstorm Divine Marten, who had changed into white light, suddenly stopped. After that thick lightning struck it head-on. Zizi, it cried out in pain while lying down on the snow ground. But would Violent Lightning Beast let this chance slip by? Violent Lightning Beast immediately let another lightning strike towards the body of Snowstorm Divine Marten. Yu Feng cried out in alarm and reveal unable to bear expression on her face. She believed that this cute Snowstorm Divine Marten was already screwed. Not only had she thought so, even Long Yi also thought like that. It was impossible for anyone to survive the strike of these more than 10 lightning. Perhaps he himself might survive, as he originally had survived the water bucket-wide lightning strike and arrived to another world. After the final lightning strike, the dense dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, and snow began to fall again. Zizi. The Snowstorm Divine Marten, whom Long Yi had thought would certainly die, unexpectedly jumped out from the ground. But the pure white fur on its body was burnt black. Now its body was emitting cyan mist, and was wrathfully looking at Violent Lightning Beast. And strong magic fluctuation began to spread from its body. Cyan-colored rays of light flashed around the body of Snowstorm Divine Marten, and countless huge ice chunks flew up from the ground, and began to rotate rapidly. Soon 5 huge ice tornadoes were formed, and these tornadoes advanced towards Violent Lightning Beast from different direction. All along the path these tornadoes passed, they didn't leave even the blade of grass, and the loosened layer of snowflakes on the ground were absorbed by it. If people were absorbed into it, then those ice chunks which are rotating in high speed inside them would definitely tear them into pieces. Violent Lightning Beast gave out a heaven-shaking roar, then its huge body again rose a bit, and lightning flickered all around its body, and these thick lightning network formed an oval-shaped shield. After that, those 5 huge tornadoes violently rammed against lightning network, then sound similar to teeth grinding which would make people who heard it to directly spit blood resounded. The huge body of violent lightning beast suddenly shook, and its eyes revealed a suffering looks. Ought to have eaten a small loss. Long Yi with Yu Feng descend slowly and lightly at a distant place. Seeing these ice tornadoes casted by Snowstorm Divine Martin, Long Yi seems to be lost in thought. This obviously was water and wind combination magic, and that might was definitely at the level of forbidden magic spell. Now he understood that magic could be mixed together with each other, and after doing so, its might would be very great. Right now, two super magical beasts had entered the most difficult period in their fight, so both of them were consuming their magical power rapidly. At this time, Long Yi take a quick look at Snowstorm Divine Martin, then couldn't help but laughed sinisterly. "Why are you laughing?" Yu Feng asked curiously. "Didn't you say you wanted to catch this small rat to make your pet?" Long Yi chuckled. "How can we catch it?" Yu Feng's elegant eyes showed expectation. If she could had such cute and powerful pet, then she would feel blessed by fortune. "You just watch, I will go and catch it," Long Yi confidently said. Now two super magical beasts were at crucial moment of their magic battle, so if he gave a heavy blow from behind, then wouldn't it be very easy to grab it? Long Yi estimated the distance between him and Snowstorm Divine Martin. Approximately in about 2 breath of time, he could cover that distance. If he had out Abju a 5th layer of before, then half breath of time would have been more than sufficient. He took a deep breath, circulated out Yanju in his legs, then leaving behind after images in the sky, he rushed towards the back of Snowstorm Divine Martin. Snowstorm Divine Martin detected the movement of Long Yi, but it didn't dare to withdraw its magic and flee, because currently it was barely trapping Violent Lightning Beast, so if it cancelled the magic then it would be definitely trampled by Violent Lightning Beast. Its small body merely flashed avoiding the grab of Long Yi's big hand, then Zizi cried out anxiously. Long Yi was not able to grab even after trying few times, and Long Yi didn't feel like exerting great effort, so he used his powerful spirit power on Snowstorm Divine Martin. Then the body of Snowstorm Divine Martin stiffened and fell down. After that Long Yi caught it with his big hand. This moment, ice tornadoes suddenly stopped revolving. Ice chunks and ice powders dropped down from the sky, nearly burying Violent Lightning Beast alive. Snowstorm Divine Martin cried Zizi in Long Yi's hands, as if it was protesting for his such sinister move to catch it. "Not convinced, ah? Who told you to be so stupid?" Long Yi said with a smile while pointing its head. Seeing Long Yi had caught Snowstorm Divine Martin, Yu Feng picked up little 3 and impatiently came over, then happily looked at this little fellow. Although its fur were burnt by the lightning of Violent Lightning Beast, but those clever eyes and human-like character and sentiment however were still quite attractive. "Little fellow, henceforth she is your master, so listen to her words, okay?" Long Yi pinched the head of Snowstorm Divine Martin and turned it towards Yu Feng, then said regardless of whether it understand or not, "Zizi." Snowstorm Divine Martin desperately shook its head as if it would definitely not submit. Yu Feng said feeling somewhat disappointed, "Since it is unwilling, I can't make it my pet as it is so powerful." This is a problem, Long Yi thought inwardly. This moment, Violent Lightning Beast who had shrunk into puppy form came over to Long Yi's side. It had tired appearance. Long Yi suddenly recalled how Violent Lightning Beast had used ancient blood pact to become his pet, and the rank of Snowstorm Divine Martin ought to be similar to Violent Lightning Beast, so couldn't this Snowstorm Divine Martin also use this blood pact? Super magical beasts ought to be able to communicate with each other. Long Yi though this and told Violent Lightning Beast to tell this Snowstorm Divine Martin to recognize Yu Feng as its master. Violent Lightning Beast could understand the words of Long Yi, but Long Yi however couldn't under the words of Violent Lightning Beast. He could at most only sense its feeling. Sure enough, Violent Lightning Beast roared few times towards Snowstorm Divine Martin, and Snowstorm Divine Martin desperately shook its head as before, clearly was unwilling to become servant. "Tell this little thing, if it don't agree, then I will castrate it, cut its little thing into pieces, and feed it to itself." Long Yi strangely smiled and used his thought to notify Violent Lightning Beast. But Snowstorm Divine Martin cried Zizi, and shook its small head as before. Long Yi immediately got very angry. This little thing would rather become eunuch than submitting, or could it be that its little thing can regenerate it similar to the tail of lizard? He angrily turned around Snowstorm Divine Martin and searched within its white fur, resulting the painful discovery of it being female. No wonder it was not afraid to be castrated. Tell it again. If it doesn't agree, then I will pull out all of its fur, look for several hundred mouse and let them eat. Long Yi evilly laughed, suddenly feeling he was quite evil. Sure enough, Snowstorm Divine Martin began to tremble after hearing the Violent Lightning Beast's transmission. This was no laughing matter. It, as a noble graceful princess of Martin clan, how could she let those filthy low and degrading mouse sully itself? It angrily called out towards Long Yi, finally willing to submit. After that, taking a drop of Yu Feng's blood, Snowstorm Divine Martin's azure eyes flashed with strange light. Then this drop of blood slowly floated, suddenly split into two and entered the area between the eyebrows of Yu Feng and Snowstorm Divine Martin. Seeing blood pact was completed, Long Yi removed spirit power bind of Snowstorm Divine Martin. After that, this little fellow immediately, as if running away from God of Plague, jumped into the bosom of Yu Feng. It seems Long Yi had left behind a never-erasing shadow in its young heart. At this time, the burnt black fur on the body of Snowstorm Divine Martin began to fall off, and very quickly grew another layer of new snow-white tender fur, and those azure eyes suddenly changed into lake green color. And only now its body's life fluctuation could be sensed clearly. But Long Yi, however, felt this fluctuation was very weak, as if its rank had suddenly reduced by a lot. Yu Feng, use your thought to ask it to use its strongest attack move. To confirm his guess, Long Yi said to Yu Feng. Yu Feng nodded her head, and used her thought to command Snowstorm Divine Martin. Cyan rays of light flashed around the body of Snowstorm Divine Martin. Then a gale mixed up with nearly liquid state ice chi attacked towards Long Yi. Long Yi cursed inwardly, never thought the grudge in the heart of this little fellow was unexpectedly this strong. He didn't dodge, just slashed out with his palm, and the internal force whirlpool collided against it. Then that ice-cold chi was unexpectedly bounced back by Long Yi's slash, successfully freezing complacent Snowstorm Divine Martin into icicle. Caca sound resounded. Snowstorm Divine Martin freed itself and hastily ducked into the bosom of Yu Feng. Long Yi, how come its attack power had become so weak? Yu Feng asked confusedly. The ice tornado this little fellow had sent out just a moment ago was high-level magic, so how come now it could only fire merely advanced magic? I also don't know. After Violent Lightning Beast made a blood pact with me, it didn't become weaker. Don't tell me that it is breed problem? Long Yi frowned. It doesn't matter, even like this I am very satisfied. Yu Feng said with a smile, while lightly caressing the newly grown fur of Snowstorm Divine Martin. Chapter 102, Ice Palace. Seeing the content smile of Yu Feng, Long Yi also smiled. A contented women were very cute. Yu Feng, give it a name. Long Yi smiled. Yu Feng thought for a short while, then said, it is white like this, and also a girl, so I will call her Little Snow. Girl? Long Yi couldn't help but smiled, then teasingly said, didn't you see its ferociousness? How does it resemble a girl? Ah, it is just a tomboy, that's all. It's not. Look, our house's Little Snow is very beautiful. Ah. Yu Feng refuted. Now she had a feeling of blood connection with this little thing, so she was naturally able to differentiate its sex. Long Yi looked at Little Snow in the bosom of Yu Feng, and his eyes suddenly shone. This little thing lived in origin ice all the year around. Perhaps it might know the whereabouts of Ruai ice silkworm, or perhaps they might even be good neighbor. So letting it go to communicate with it might let him obtain the blood of Ruai ice silkworm without fighting. Thinking this, Long Yi impatiently said, Yu Feng, Little Snow might know the whereabouts of Ruai ice silkworm, so use your thoughts to ask it to lead us there. Hearing this possibility, Yu Feng immediately transmitted her thoughts to Little Snow. Little Snow blinked its small intelligent eyes, Then it suddenly jumped out from the bosom of Yu Feng. After that it began to run along a path. Then turning around its head it let out Zizi sound. It want us to follow it. Looking at its appearance, it seems to know the whereabouts of Ruai's silkworm. Long Yi somewhat agitatedly said. Hence, both people sat on the sledge of violent lightning beast, and began to follow Little Snow. In just this way, they ran for a full 7-8 days. Right now Long Yi and Yu Feng were confused and disoriented. Now even if they wanted to return back, they would definitely not find the exit of Origin Ice. Is this fellow playing with us? I suspect it is intentionally toying with us by making circles around the Origin Ice. Long Yi furiously said. He was honestly feeling too anxious inside his heart, seeing days passing by one after another, and Wash Wang getting weaker and weaker. In midway, she had woken up once, but she was able to stay awake for only 2 minutes before falling asleep again. This shows her life was in the process of running off little by little, but he however was powerless to do anything. No, I feel Little Snow is earnestly helping us to look for Ruai's silkworm. Perhaps we will quickly find it. Seeing Long Yi was angry, Yu Feng hurriedly stepped forward and said. She clearly understood that because he was worried about Wash Wang, these past few days his temper was very bad. I hope so. We can wait, but Wash Wang however doesn't have time to wait. Looking at Wash Wang firmly wrapped in velvet quilt in his bosom, Long Yi lightly sighed. Then we should continue to search. Yu Feng concealed her tiredness, and said vigorously. Long Yi looked at somewhat haggard complexion of Yu Feng, and thought of her manner of these past few days. Then he couldn't help but felt guilty in his heart. In order to find Ruai's silkworm as quickly as possible, they had not rested for 3 days. And these past few days, Yu Feng had accommodated herself to him. Sometimes when he was not able to control his temper, she didn't take offense. On the contrary, she consoled him gently. He kept all of these within his mind. Forget it, today we'll camp here and take a rest. Long Yi pulled Yu Feng and said. These days, when they camped every time to rest, Yu Feng would use too cold as an excuse to get on the big soft bed of Long Yi without letting it go. As a result, every time she would fall asleep in the bosom of Long Yi. This time, she get into the bed and directly lied on the bosom of Long Yi. Perhaps because she was really too tired, she entered into dreamland merely after a very short time, leaving behind Long Yi with 2 women in his bosom in days. But at this time, Little Snow, who was lying on one corner of tent, suddenly got up. Then Zizi called to Yu Feng, and its lake green colored eyes moved without stopping. Currently sleeping Yu Feng woke up with a start. Then she impatiently jumped off the bed, and said to Long Yi. Little Snow seemed to have sensed the aura of Ruai's silkworm. We should set out at once. With the lead of Little Snow, Long Yi and Yu Feng again ran wildly in Origin Ice. Suddenly, Little Snow stopped, then circled around non-stop at the same place and frequently called out to Yu Feng. Looking at its expression, it seems it was somewhat proud of itself. Long Yi and Yu Feng were puzzled. There was not even the shadow of Ruai's silkworm nearby. Furthermore, other than their own life fluctuation, there was nothing in this place. Long Yi frowned, and his complexion sank. He grabbed Little Snow, then flickering its head with his finger, he angrily said, Little fellow, are you deliberately retaliating? Believe or not, I will immediately kill you and make a soup out of you to drink. Long Yi. Yu Feng pulled the sleeve of Long Yi's garment, and miserably looked at him, fearing greatly that he would really kill Little Snow. Little Snow was frightened, sensing the killing intent emitted by Long Yi, and shivered in the palm of Long Yi. Hearing the earnest voice of Yu Feng, Long Yi lightly sighed and threw out Little Snow. After that, tightly hugging Wash Wang in his bosom, his expression looked rather painful. More than half the deadline of 3 months had already passed. If he still couldn't find Ruai's silkworm, then Wash Wang would die, which was unacceptable result for him. Long Yi himself could also be counted as dead once, so he greatly treasured this life bestowed by heaven. And on the other hand, he also couldn't accept his friends leaving him forever. Seeing Long Yi's bleak and dreary appearance, Yu Feng felt sad. Then she couldn't help but reproach Little Snow. reproach it that it shouldn't fool them for no reason. But Little Snow only spoke Zizi towards its master with wronged expression. But how could human understand beast language? Yu Feng was basically unable to make sense of what it was saying, merely knew that it was feeling extremely wronged. Just then, Little Snow suddenly jumped out from the bosom of Yu Feng, then sent out a dozen or more wind blade attack towards the front's empty snow ground. Don't tell me that Ruai Ice Silkworm is below this, Yu Feng said. Long Yi calmed down his rather chaotic state of mind. He also felt somewhat uncertain feeling towards this strange movement of Little Snow. Can it be that Ruai Ice Silkworm was really here? But how come he don't sense any aura? But he again recalled that in Origin Ice, even SSS rank ultra-magical beasts were unable to resist Ruai Ice Silkworm's valiant strength. Moreover, it must have its own special place. As a result, him being unable to perceive its life fluctuation ought to also be relatively normal matter. Furthermore, Little Snow was magical beast of Origin Ice just like Ruai Ice Silkworm, so they might have some different way to sense each other. I will trust you for the time being, Long Yi wholeheartedly said. After that, with internal force rapidly circulating in his right hand, he attacked at the place where Little Snow was attacking just now. Hong sound resounded. Ice and snow as if fireworks rose up. With one attack of Long Yi, a crater appeared in that place. But where was Ruai Ice Silkworm? Even its hair couldn't be seen. At this time, Long Yi suddenly noticed a sparkling and translucent light flashing inside the ice crater. If it was daytime, then it was possible it might be ice reflecting the rays of light, but the thing shining in the middle of night was definitely not an ice cube. Long Yi hurriedly rushed over, and gingerly swept the ice crumbs. Then he saw a fingernail-sized, sparkling and translucent ice silkworm laid on the ice without any motion, and it seemed a white-colored liquid was circulating all over its body. This is the legendary strongest life form of Origin Ice, Ruai Ice Silkworm, Long Yi said in disbelief. Yu Feng also came over, then looking at this very beautiful small worm, she said, so small, don't tell me that it is a baby silkworm. Long Yi thought about a great possibility, and immediately became excited. Didn't expect my fortune is so good. This little ice silkworm clearly don't have any attack power. It seems Wush Wang could be cured now. Long Yi stretched out his big hand towards this small ice silkworm, but who would have thought that just when he made a contact with its skin, he felt a bone-piercing cold, and his big hand unexpectedly began to freeze. Freezing began from his finger rapidly reaching his wrist, next his arms, then Long Yi and Wush Wang in his bosom. Finally was completely frozen into ice sculpture. This instant, Long Yi felt as if even his bloods were frozen solid. While still in shock, he spared no effort and circulated out Yanju, wanting to break free as soon as possible. He might be able to withstand this, but how could Wush Wang in his bosom, who was already too weak, withstand this bone-piercing cold chi? But Long Yi discovered that his effort however was futile, as the last-ditch defense internal force inside his Danshan was also frozen, so he was unexpectedly unable to circulate his internal force. Without the protection of internal force, the consciousness of Long Yi quickly became fuzzy. Seeing Long Yi was frozen solid and didn't make any movement for a long time, under her anxiousness, Yu Feng thought to smash the ice on the body of Long Yi into pieces with her phoenix key. But just when she made a contact with the ice on the body of Long Yi, unexpectedly a same situation that happened with Long Yi repeated, and she along with her sword were also frozen into ice sculpture. As for Violent Lightning Beast and Little Snow, both of them cried and circled around their master, but didn't dare to approach them. At this time, that motionless small ice silkworm suddenly wriggled up, and began to crawl up from the big hand of Long Yi, which had made a contact with its body. After that, from his elbow, it tuned and climbed to the head of frozen Wush Wang. Then it became excited all of a sudden. After that, with rays of lights flashing from its body, its small body effortlessly cut open the ice, and entered into the space between the eyebrows of Wush Wang. In this way, three frozen people motionlessly maintained their original action. Very quickly, the fluttering about snowflakes nearly covered all of them. If one didn't pay close attention, then no one would be able to determine that this pile of snow was 3 people. Don't know after how long, but the large snowfall had already stopped, and a gray dawn had unexpectedly appeared at the horizon. This means it was going to be bright in near future, and the polar night phenomenon had already ended. The sun came out, and a blazing sunlight shone in this vast pure white world, and the layer of ice reflecting the sunlight formed a dazzling white light, but some place nevertheless was dazzlingly beautiful as if rainbow, making this dull origin ice more magnificent. Suddenly the ice surface began to shake, as if something was slowly rising from the depth of the layer of ice. The faraway ice surface began to crack open, and a crystal clear, beautiful bright-colored palace slowly rose. Under the sunlight, it emitted bright rays of light. This palace was built using only pure ice, and the entire construct didn't have any trace of impurity, simply was just like the crystal palace of fairy tale world. No one would have thought that there unexpectedly was such a beautiful and unusual palace in origin ice. The shaking of ice surface stopped, and became calm as it was before. Without any sign, the ice palace's that door with elegant pattern carved in it quietly opened, and in the midst of hazy ice fog, a woman garbed in pure white magnificent palace attire gracefully stepped out. Her figure was very graceful with nice curves in the right place, but her face nevertheless was hazy and unclear, and with her snow-white long hair hanging down to her waist, which was particularly spectacular, not only it not impair her temperament, instead gave rise to an unusual sense of beauty. This woman in palace attire let out a surprised sound, and as if a ripple, her body flashed and instantly appeared in front of 2 icicles. She attentively looked at those icicles for a long time, then softly murmured, "God's will, can it be that this is God's will?" That voice was extremely crisp and pleasing to the ear. Unknown time later, the eyelashes of Long Yi suddenly flickered, and somewhat arduously opened his eyes. After looking all around, he was surprised to find himself inside a crystal clear room, but he didn't feel any cold, instead felt warm. "How can I be here?" Long Yi raised his hand and support his head, and after a good while, he recalled that he was frozen solid by that small ice silkworm, then had lost his consciousness. Wash Wang, Wash Wang? Long Yi suddenly felt his bosom was empty, and noticed that Wash Wang, whom he had continuously held in his bosom, had unexpectedly disappeared. And again recalling the circumstance of that time, he was suddenly horrified. After that he immediately got up, jumped off and ran outside. At that time, a refreshing fragrant wind blew over, and simultaneously white-haired, hazy-faced palace-attired woman blocked Long Yi's path. Long Yi subconsciously palm-chopped her. But this woman however was motionless, and the palm-chops wind of Long Yi on her body as if like a stone dropped into the sea didn't even give rise to any waves. "Are you searching for the girl with the evil curse? You can rest assured, she is fine," this woman said in a pleasing to the ear voice, which unexpectedly dissolved the ruthless chi of Long Yi. Long Yi relaxed, and thought that this woman ought to have rescued them. After that he couldn't help but feel ashamed for his rude action, so he apologized. "Just now my rash behavior might have offended you, still many thanks for your kindness of saving our life, Miss. This palace-attire woman mulled over this word, and her beautiful eyes involuntarily showed a smile. "May I ask where this place is?" Long Yi sized up this building built with ice cubes, and asked. This place was just like a fantasy world rather than a real world. "This is Ice Palace." Palace-attired woman answered and didn't explain any further. "Ice Palace? Really too marvelous. Don't tell me that this is the palace of Ice Queen?" Long Yi sighed. As for Ice Queen, in the children books of previous incarnation, Ice Queen however was solitude figure and also seemed to be rather evil figure. The eyes of palace-attired woman shone with unusual light, but didn't speak. "Oh, that's right, where are my 2 companions right now?" Seeing this palace-attired woman didn't intend to answer, Long Yi didn't take offense. Now he was more concerned about where Yufeng and Wash Wang were, and how they were right now. "That girl with evil curse is in a special place that can suppress the curse in her body. As for that girl in red clothing, She is inside the room next door. As her physique was weaker compared to yours, she is still unconscious." Palace-attired woman gently answered. From the start, her manner of speaking had not changed even once. Long Yi nodded his head, suddenly fixedly stared at this palace-attired woman, then eagerly said, "When you rescued us, did you see a small ice silkworm? Wash Wang needs its blood to remove her curse." Palace-attired woman shook her head and said, "No." Long Yi suddenly felt frustration. He had finally discovered Ruai ice silkworm with great difficulty, but it had ran away. Now what should he do? Wash Wang wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. "But I have a way to remove her curse," Palace-attired woman suddenly said. "What? You have a way?" Long Yi excitedly stepped forward and grabbed this palace-attired woman's jade hand and asked. This palace-attired woman didn't have any big reaction. She merely took her hand out. "I'm sorry for lacking in manners. I beg you to save Wash Wang." Long Yi again moved back and apologized. This was the second time he had asked someone for help for the sake of Wash Wang. First time was Long Linger, whom he had asked for her ice gem bracelet. "I can save her, but there is one condition." This palace-attired woman said. "I will accept any condition as long as that evil curse is removed from her body." Long Yi hurriedly said. "As a matter of fact, the condition is not difficult. I just want her to enter my ice palace as a disciple, and this is only beneficial to her." This palace-attired woman said with her eyes flashing with cunningness. She wouldn't tell Long Yi that Ruai ice silkworm had already entered into the body of Wash Wang and was currently in the process of absorbing that evil curse power. "Is this the only condition?" Long Yi was dumbfounded. This mysterious woman was unfathomable, and he was even unable to see through whether she cultivates magic or ki. But Wash Wang herself was master archmage. So was there anything worthwhile this woman could teach Washong? But this condition was truly not difficult to accomplish. "Yes, this is the only condition," Palace-attired woman indifferently said. "I agree, but will Wash Wang agrees too?" Long Yi said, "As long as you agree, she will definitely not refuse." This palace-attired woman confidently said. "Wait a minute, if Wash Wang enters I's palace, will she stays here forever?" Long Yi suddenly recalled this problem. This was not a good thing, as he naturally wanted his woman to stay by his side. "Rest assured, at most 2 years, 2 years later I will let her go," Palace-attired woman said. 2 years? Isn't that way too long? How about half a year? Long Yi argued. He really didn't want to separate with Wash Wang for 2 years. Palace-attired woman resolutely shook her head and said, "No, must be 2 years." Seeing that there was no leeway, Long Yi had no choice but to accept the fate. 2 years or 2 years, even though he couldn't meet her, at least her life would be saved. And afterward there was still long time left. "Can I come to visit Ice Palace once in a while?" Long Yi asked. Palace-attired woman nodded her head. "Won't someone stop me? It would be better to give me a command token or so thing as an identification." Long Yi said. "No need, there is no one in Ice Palace except me, so you can visit without any concern." Finished speaking, this palace-attired woman disappeared. Long Yi was dumbfounded. It seems in this big ice palace, she was a general without an army. No wonder she urgently wanted to accept people. Chapter 103, Goddess Statue. Yu Feng was quietly lying on the bed, and her complexion was somewhat pale. Right now she was tightly knitting her eyebrows as if she was very anxious. Long Yi sat on edge of the ice bed, then holding her hand, he softly said, "Fenger, now Wu Zhuai can be saved. Thank you for your company and encouragement of these past few days." Sleeping Yu Feng gradually loosened her eyebrows as if she heard Long Yi, and her expression also become calm and poised. Long Yi couldn't bear but lightly caressed Yu Feng's sleek cheeks. Softly stroking, he tenderly kissed her forehead. Idiotically looking at the lovely face of Yu Feng, the scene before his eyes began to blur, and in a haze, faces of Si Bai, Leng Yuiu, and Luzia appeared before his eyes. They were either displeased or angry or embarrassed or happy. Truly were enchanting like beautiful flowers. "Am I very fickle in love?" Long Yi asked himself honestly. In 1 year of time, All kinds of girls came into his life and passed by. Some were brief encounter, while some however took root in his heart and germinated. After arriving to this world, he had changed. Perhaps because of fusion of this body's gene and certain characteristics, his character had changed, becoming rather full of affection towards female, however was absolutely not fickle in love. See by Leng Yuiu, Luzia, and Wash Wang, with which girl he hadn't gone through many things together. Yu Feng, this silly girl didn't care for her life and came to Origin Ice with him. Not only did she suffered many hardships, she nearly accompanied him to become buried corpse in Origin Ice. This kind of girl couldn't be found by searching but could only be encountered with heaven-sent chance. Seeing Yu Feng wouldn't be waking up any time soon, Long Yi determined to take a short walk all around this ice palace. He wanted to see whether he could uncover some secrets or not, because everything was too mysterious, including mysterious ice palace and mysterious woman. Long Yi very much wanted to uncover this mysterious veil and take a look at what was hiding behind this mysteriousness. As that woman had stated, this ice palace was completely empty without any other people. As far as the eyes could see, other than ice, there was nothing else. Even the trees, flowers and plants outside palace were made by ice carvings. Long Yi dared to determine that this mysterious ice palace once definitely had brilliant days. After going across one corridor after another, a wide and open flat ice surface appeared before Long Yi's eyes, which ought to be called a square. Other than that one human-size ice sculpture in the middle, there was nothing else in that square. Very beautiful beauty. Can it be that she is the legendary ice goddess? Looking at this ice sculpture, Long Yi gasped in admiration. This was a statue of woman dressed in robe and wearing an imperial crown in her head. Her right hand was holding a gorgeous magic wand. Although the facial features carved was rather vague, but her noble and elegant temperament however was clearly visible. Long walked over to the side of this statue, and thought to use his hand to feel this statue. However, to his surprise, just when he had raised his hand, he instinctively felt danger, so he immediately withdrew his hand. Then an ice arrow just like lightning brushed past beside his hand. Turning around his head, Long Yi saw that mysterious woman garbed in palace attire had unknowingly already appeared behind him. Right now her eyes were flashing with rage. "What are you doing? Didn't you see a person?" Long Yi said with dissatisfaction. If he was even a little bit slower in withdrawing his hand, then his hand would have pierced through by that ice arrow. "How daring of you to try to defile the statue of New Yi, merely on this basis, you dying 10,000 times is also not enough," palace-attired woman coldly said, as if she was extremely discontented with the action of Long Yi just now. The complexion of Long Yi sunk. He was utterly annoyed with the current speaking manner of this palace-attired woman. Wasn't this merely a broken statue? Touching once, you want me to die 10,000 times? Then what about the person that had originally carved this statue? He ought to have touched everywhere countless times. Just take a look at this curvy figure. Carving such lifelike, wasn't it tailor-made? Long Yi evilly laughed. "You dare." This palace-attired woman couldn't help but get gloomy. Then her beautiful eyes emitted dense ice-cold killing intent. Long Yi completely ignored the anger of this palace-attired woman, then looking at her, he taunted, "Big eggs? How do you know my eggs is very big? Can it be that you peeped me?" T.L. Palace-attired woman had said, "Didn't," meaning you dare, and Long Yi said, "Didn't," meaning big egg. Just the pronunciation is a little different. And this, Dan, can be used to denote oval-shaped things which Long Yi had used to denote his balls. Seeing Long Yi babbling nonsense, this palace-attired woman madly emitted flames of fury. Then waving her hand, she sent out hailstones towards Long Yi. Long Yi laughed mischievously, then dodging, he went behind the statue while thinking, since this woman is this intimate with this statue, she should not dare to attack me now. As a matter of fact, he was very grateful to this mysterious woman for saving their life, but the manner of speaking of just now however annoyed him. Why must he, Long Yi, hear someone speak to him like that? Sure enough, seeing Long Yi hid behind the statue, this palace-attired woman didn't dare to attack, simply glared angrily at him, as if she wished to eat him in a single bite. "Hey, did no one tell you? In fact, your virgin soil appearance is rather appetizing." Long Yi suddenly chuckled. Palace-attired woman was dumbfounded. This sudden sentence spat out by Long Yi baffled her, and her flames of fury unconsciously disappeared without a trace. When her reaction came up, she wanted to get angry, but anger didn't rose. "You can come out, other than queen statue, you can touch all other things," palace-attired woman said to Long Yi. Long Yi noticed that, when this palace-attired woman looked towards this ice sculpture, she seemed very respectful, even to the extent of somewhat humble, just like the expression of servant at the time of seeing their master. It might be assumed that this palace-attired woman should not be real master of this ice palace. The real master ought to be this ice sculpture, merely don't know where she was, or had she died? Long Yi nodded his head. "Fine, in consideration of your face, I will not touch." Palace-attired woman shook her head. Just when Long Yi walked towards this palace-attired woman, suddenly the roar of violent lightning beast came from behind the reception room. Long Yi couldn't help but pause his step and look behind him. Just when he turned around his head, Long Yi saw white shadow flashing before his eyes, and violent lightning beast was wrathfully chasing after it. It seems little Snow, this little thing, had again provoked violent lightning beast. At this time, palace-attired woman panicked, and cried out in trembling voice, "Beast, get away!" Long Yi noticed little Snow had unexpectedly fled towards this statue and climbed on it, and currently is easy taunting towards violent lightning beast chasing behind it. Seeing this palace-attired woman panicked. She angrily wanted to attack but feared to damage the statue, and was at a loss to what to do. What a bad luck! Seeing violent lightning beast furiously running straight towards the statue under the provocation of little Snow, Long Yi couldn't help but cried in his heart. If this statue got broken, then wouldn't she fight against him, risking her life? Moreover, he was depending on her to save the life of Washwang. Long Yi discovered that using his thought to stop it was already too late. Fortunately, using his great cosmos shift to its limit, he was instantly able to appear in front of statue. Now he can stop violent lightning beast from colliding against this statue. Seeing its master in front, violent lightning beast came to a screeching halt. "Ah, don't!" At this moment, the panic-stricken voice of palace-attired woman resounded. Long Yi felt a burst of fierce wind behind him, so looking behind, he unexpectedly discovered that the statue of Nu Yi was falling towards him. Long Yi instinctively used his hands to support the falling statue. He was successful in supporting this statue, merely the supporting place was statues, those big breasts. Chapter 104, Again Seeing Crystal Coffin. Long Yi supported the queen statue and set it upright, then looked at her those big and erect jade humps. After that he couldn't help but thought happily, if these breasts were real, then the feeling would have definitely been awesome. Don't know whether real-life queens that place was really great like this. This slave servant should die. This slave servant should die. Palace-attired woman immediately knelt down in great horror in front of this statue, then laid prone on the ground and didn't dare to move at all. Long Yi looked at this palace-attired woman in shock, then again looked towards this ice-cold statue, while continuously muttering inwardly, "Isn't his too exaggerating? This is not the real queen." Seeing the appearance of this palace-attired woman asking for forgiveness in terror towards this statue, Long Yi felt too abnormal. It seems this queen was indeed not a person of good character, making a person so terrified towards even her statue. It seems she was not much better compared to a witch, Long Yi inwardly thought, and for no reason he began to detest this so-called queen. This palace-attired woman knelt on the ground for a long time, only after that she got up. After that she showed courtesy towards this statue very reverently, then fiercely glared towards Long Yi and walked away. "Hey, big sis, weren't you too exaggerating just now? You were talking about what queen and not have." Long Yi followed behind enraged palace-attired woman, and said, "What do you know?" Palace-attired woman abruptly stopped her steps and turning around, she interrupted, nearly causing Long Yi, who was closely following behind her, to collide with her. Your ice palace is so mysterious, so I naturally don't know your matters, but I can guess that that queen had frequently mistreated you, otherwise why on earth were you so afraid of her? Long Yi said while shrugging his shoulders. If you keep on talking nonsense, I will cut your tongue. This palace-attired woman coldly said. Cut my tongue? That's too unkind of you. Even if I agree, my wives will not agree to it. Long Yi said with a mischievous smile. He didn't care about the threat of this palace-attired woman. From her appearance of just now, it seems she was fierce of mien but faint of heart. Having heard what was said, palace-attired woman was dumbfounded, and asked, "Why? I don't know how to explain to you this old lady." Long Yi chuckled, although he was unable to tell the age of this woman, but relying on his experience, she absolutely was virgin a maiden. Palace-attired woman nodded her head, then softly sighing she said, "Now your other companion is already awake. Both of you go and see Hua Shuang. After seeing her, you two should quickly leave, as the closing time is almost there." "So fast? Can't we stay here for few more days? We are guests. Moreover, isn't my wife going to enter Ice Palace as a disciple? This would make us relative. It would be better too." Long Yi said towards palace-attired woman. "No, you have to leave, and you don't have to worry about your wife. After 2 years, I will let her go out." This palace-attired woman interrupted Long Yi, and resolutely said, 2 years, fine. This will be so-called small separation before newlyweds. I fear my darling Hua Shuang will miss me very much, and the serious lovesickness of that time will not be good. Long Yi chuckled. Palace-attired woman's eyes also couldn't help but reveal a smile. This fellow really knows how to comfort himself. When palace-attired woman and Long Yi returned back, Yu Feng really had already woken up. Right now don't know when. Little Snow and Violent Lightning Beast had also already returned to her side. After seeing Long Yi, Yu Feng happily rushed over, then threw herself into his bosom. After that she sobbed while firmly holding him. "It's alright, we are fine, so don't cry." Long Yi consoled while patting her back. These women no matter how strong they were, when their heart has someone to rely upon, they would change and become frail, and their tears would easily flow out. Yu Feng raised her head, stretched her jade hand and caressed Long Yi's handsome face, then suddenly said tenderly, "Long Yi, thank you." Long Yi blankly looked at Yu Feng, and didn't understand why she was thanking him. "Thank you for being alive, thank you for not leaving me. Truly thank you." Yu Feng looked at Long Yi with her misty eyes which were filled with unconcealable love and gratefulness. This silly girl, how could she say such emotion-stirring words? His heart, which was full of grief and sorrow, was touched. He placed his hands on the fragrant shoulders of Yu Feng, and said, "I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for accompanying me to Origin Ice, risking your life. Thank you for bearing my bad temper and never leaving me. Also, thank you for loving me." Both of them looked amongst themselves and laughed. In this brief moment, they truly accepted each other, becoming real lovers. Watching Long Yi and Yu Feng, the eyes of palace-attired woman had probing and doubts, as she muttered, "Two people speaking sickening words to each other, is this love?" But, it seems rather beautiful. Just then, Long Yi suddenly noticed that he had not seen that gluttonous little three since he had woken up, so he asked, "Did you see little three? That half-black and half-white tiger?" Yu Feng shook her head, and said, "Is it missing? After waking up, I have only seen Little Snow and Violent Lightning Beast." "Half-black half-white tiger? I found only this Snowstorm Divine Marten and this Violent Lightning Beast beside you all at that time, didn't see any other magical beast." Palace-attired woman answered. Long Yi frowned, and said, "Forget it. It ought to be nearby. First let's go and see Hua Shuang." Two people with palace-attired woman arrived at the center of the palace, and after this palace-attired woman muttered several sentences of incantation, white light flashed, then suddenly a six-edged star magic formation appeared in that place. Long Yi was dumbfounded. Magic formation? This lost thing, he had once seen inside the dark space of Lost City last time, but he had never expected this mysterious ice palace would also possess it. Long Yi and Yu Feng followed this palace-attired woman and entered into this magic formation. Immediately after instant darkness before their eyes, 3 people had already arrived inside the sealed airtight ice room, and there was a transparent crystal coffin in the middle of this ice room, and Washwang lied within it. Long Yi became dazed, recalling how Washwang was also lying in this kind of crystal coffin when he had first found her inside the secret chamber of Lost City's City Lord Mansion, merely he didn't know why this place also had it. It seems, this crystal coffin was a treasure capable of suppressing the evil curse within the body of Washwang. As if she had seen Long Yi's confused eyes, palace-attired woman explained. This crystal coffin is made from the ice ore which is formed 1,000 kai deep inside origin ice after 100 million years. Person lying inside can have their physical functions stopped and it also have innate restraint effect on evil power. If I didn't judge mistakenly, then she possessed 10,000 years ice soul inside her body which suppressed her evil curse. Otherwise she would not have been able to keep up until now. But this ice soul is only 10,000 years old, so can suppress the evil curse for at most only 2 or 3 more months. Long Yi looked at this palace-attired woman with admiration. This mysterious woman indeed had some ability. Big sister, does only Ice Palace have this kind of crystal? Long Yi asked. Of course, other than our Ice Palace, no one have the ability to find this ice ore in origin ice, let alone refine into ice soul. This palace-attired woman proudly said. Really? As far as I know, this lost city also had one exactly the same crystal coffin. Long Yi chuckled. Lost city? Never heard of it, but that is impossible. In this Blue Waves continent, other than origin ice, this ice ore is found nowhere else. This palace-attired woman confidently said, but as if recalling something, she began to think deeply. Several minutes later, she said, I remember Ice Palace having a record of giving this kind of crystal coffin to a city lord of Holy City as a present 2,000 years ago. So were you talking about Holy City? Holy City? Perhaps it is, but legend states that that place was cursed by Dark God very long time ago, and changed into Ghost Town long ago. Now we call it Lost City. Long Yi said. Dark God? Palace-attired woman muttered. She looked at Washwang inside the crystal coffin and seemed lost in thought, then suddenly said, Washwang was woken up from inside the crystal coffin by you, no wonder, this evil curse also only. Long Yi was astounded watching palace-attired woman. This woman was very clever, so quickly associating to Washwang. Long Yi said, yes, Washwang previously lied inside this kind of crystal coffin. Only at that time I really didn't know. Big sister, do you think this evil curse within the body of Washwang is really casted by Dark God? Is there really Light God and Dark God in this world? Palace-attired woman shook her head, and said while laughing, that is merely a legend, nothing else. No one really knows whether they existed or not. Then just now didn't you mean to say the evil curse within the body of Washwang was casted by Dark God? Long Yi confusedly looked at palace-attired woman. I just meant to say the curse of Dark God's believer. Several thousand years ago, for the most part, Dark God's believer can all use a number of curse magic. Palace-attired woman explained. Long Yi nodded his head. This reason was justifiable, so he didn't ask any more question. He and Yu Feng walked to the front of crystal coffin, then looking at that sleeping soundly appearance of Washwang, he couldn't help but sigh with myriads of emotions inwardly. At that time, he had woken her up from inside the crystal coffin of Lost City to save her, but who would have thought that after half an year, she would again lay back inside exactly same crystal coffin. Listening to the words of palace-attired woman just now, in those years, the relationship between City Lord of Lost City and Ice Palace seemed not swallow. Otherwise Ice Palace wouldn't have sent such precious treasure to him as a gift. It seems the unseen world possessed the will of heaven. He don't know after 2 years, in what kind of circumstance will he meet with Washwang again. Big sister, can you open crystal coffin's lid? I want to properly bid her farewell. Long Yi said to palace-attired woman. You can, if you don't take long, then there is no problem. Palace-attired woman said, then waving her hand, She opened the lid of crystal coffin. After that, palace-attired woman walked to one side ice wall, then tapped it. Then a door appeared soundlessly on that ice wall. There actually was another room. Then while entering that door, she said, "After you have finished bidding farewell, come over here. Remember to not take too long, Long Yi. I will also go first too. Talk with Washong by yourself." Yu Feng gently said to Long Yi, then followed after palace-attired woman to another room. Chapter 105, Teaching Arrogant Maids. Long Yi sat on the edge of crystal coffin, and his big hand habitually reached to the beautiful hair of Wash Wang and caressed it, while recalling every aspects of matters happened between them. He recalled from the time seeing her inside the crystal coffin inside the bottom of that secret room's pool, as well as afterwards marvelous telepathy. Thinking of telepathy, Long Yi couldn't help but recall when he and Yui or Luzia were having intimate time, how Wash Wang would also feel as if it was happening to her. At those time, she ought to have ruthlessly cursed him. Thinking this inwardly, Long Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. "Wash Wang, my little darling, we are about to separate for 2 years. After 2 years, you must come back to me. Be sure to not forget me. I will be missing you greatly." Long Yi mumbled while gently stroking the face of Wash Wang. In just this fashion, blankly looking at Wash Wang for a long time, Long Yi bent down and lightly kissed her pink lips. After that, softly sighing, he got up. Then hesitating for a little while, he fished out a pendant from inside his clothing. This was something the mother of this body had hung on the body of Simon Yu from childhood. It was forged from a kind of unknown metal. On the back it was smooth as a jade, and in the front, a fiery sun slowly rising from the east was carved. It might be assumed that it was a keepsake of Dongfei clan, serving as the meaning of sunrise from the east. T.L. Dongfei meaning the east. Long Yi took out this pendant, and wore it on the jade neck of Wash Wang, then softly said, "This is a keepsake of my love to you, make sure to never lose it." Once again deeply looking at Wash Wang, Long Yi turned around and strode away. Palace-attired woman sent Long Yi and Yu Feng to outside the ice palace, then said, "This snowstorm Divine Martin will lead you out of Origin Ice, so you don't need to worry about losing your way. Hope we will meet again." Long Yi said while waving his right hand, "Big sister, I believe we will definitely meet again. Also, I will miss you." This dumb idiot. Palace-attired woman slightly smiled. She suddenly felt somewhat lost, perhaps because she was lonely in Ice Palace for too long. The noisiness of Long Yi, however, gave rise to a little bit of humane in this ice-cold Ice Palace. She turned around and entered inside the Ice Palace. Then the 2 entrance doors slowly closed. After that, the Ice Palace suddenly began to sink, and in a short while, it completely sunk inside the layer of ice. But the surface of the ice was smooth as before, as if everything was merely an illusion. Basically seemed Ice Palace didn't exist in this world. Long Yi and Yu Feng blankly looked at everything that had happened in front of their eyes, and for a long time they were in daze. This unparalleled structure built with a cold ice disappeared before their eyes just like that. "Long Yi, were we dreaming just a moment ago?" Yu Feng foolishly asked Long Yi. "I am also having this feeling, but I think we are not dreaming because there is no Wash Wang in my bosom." Long Yi sighed, looking lonely. Yu Feng caught the big hand of Long Yi, and affectionately looking at him, she softly said, 2 years will pass very quickly. At that time, Wash Hunag will definitely be very happy to see you." Long Yi rubbed Yu Feng's golden-colored beautiful hair and said with a smile, "Let's return. This Origin Ice is truly not a good place for people to stay." Yu Feng nodded her head, then used her thought to notify Little Snow to lead them outside of Origin Ice. Just then, a tiger roar resounded. Little 3, that half-black half-white tiger was running towards Long Yi at full speed. It was holding 2 snow-white fruits on its mouth. Little 3 placed these strange fruits beside the legs of Long Yi and shook its tail, fawning on Long Yi. As it turned out, Little 3 had ran away to look for something to eat. This gluttonous ghost, Long Yi chuckled inwardly. He picked up these fruits from the ground, and immediately felt these were absolutely not ordinary things. Something that was grown in such harsh environment of origin ice, how could it be ordinary things? He truly couldn't imagine form where little three had dug it out. Fanger, do you know what this is? Long Yi asked. Yu Feng shook her head, and said, I don't know. I have never heard that this kind of fruits could be found in origin ice. Looking at that round belly of little three, Long Yi knew that it had already eaten a lot of these fruits. Now, in addition to its fur becoming more smooth, its one black and one white eyes had also become even more bizarre. Long Yi threw these two snow-white fruits inside his space ring, intending to ask Elf Queen what exactly were these things. Although little three seemed to have eaten these fruits and also seemed to have not any problem, still no one could guarantee that these things wouldn't cause any consequences to people after eating it. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's return back. Long Yi waved his big hand. After resolving the matter of Wush Wang, his entire body felt several jin lighter. After 10 days, Long Yi and Yu Feng arrived at the nearest town from origin ice. This place was far away from common customs, and its local traits were very simple. Usually it was very rare to have any guest throughout the year in this town, and at that time when Long Yi and others had previously arrived here, all the inhabitants had unexpectedly came out. After that, all of them paid a visit to Long Yi and gave them best thing they had as a gift, expressing their welcome. And especially when they had heard that Wush Wang was seriously ill, all of them gave various advices. Although those advices didn't have any practical effect, but this group of hardworking and kind-hearted people, however, had left an extremely deep impression in Long Yi's heart. Compared to outside's fighting and scheming against each other everywhere, this place was a paradise. Seeing the arrival of Long Yi and Yu Feng, the people of this small town enthusiastically greeted them, then surrounded Long Yi and Yu Feng, and began to make detailed inquiries. When they heard that the woman with serious illness could be saved, their face lit up with pleasure one after another, while feeling heartfelt happiness for her, as if their own relative was healed from serious illness. Little brother, did you offend someone? These past few days, two fierce women were searching for you all over the place. At this moment, an old man asked Long Yi. Yes, those two women were really beautiful, merely were also as fierce as two tigresses. A thin and small youngster added. Zia, not looking at your home's beautiful girl and looking at somebody else. Another youngster teasingly said. This youngster called Zia immediately turned red and anxiously said, I did not. Besides, they were so ferocious, how could they compare with my wife? Yu Feng and Long Yi looked at each other, and asked, what do they look like? Where are they now? They were very tall, tied a lot of braid and wore beautiful dresses. Several people answered, outdoing one another. What about their face? After hearing their descriptions, Yu Feng carefully asked again. Very beautiful, but not comparable to you. Zi foolishly said. In his eyes, other than beautiful and not beautiful to describe the appearance, he didn't have other words and phrases. Long Yi smiled and asked, then did they say anything, such as where did they came from? Why were they looking for us? That old man thought for a bit, and loudly shouted, oh, that's right, I remembered what they had said. They were saying Miss, something Phoenix something clan. Hearing these words, both Long Yi and Yu Feng immediately understood those two women searching for them were maids of Yu Feng. They must be searching for you. You have left without saying a single word of farewell, so your mother must be anxious to death. Long Yi said to Yu Feng. Yu Feng looked at Long Yi for a little while and said, after meeting them, I will let them bring my letter to mother. I don't want to leave you. At this time, people in the crowd shouted, little brother, those two ferocious women have come again. Do you want to hide? If you want, then we'll help you stall them for a little while. People added one after another. This moved Long Yi. Thank you everyone for your kind intention. But they are not searching for us to cause trouble, so everyone don't need to worry. Yu Feng said. After that, those two women who were maids of Phoenix clan noticed their miss, so they rushed towards her. Miss, how can you be so reckless? Hearing you have gone to origin ice, clan mistress was worried sick, and she immediately rushed for here. Now she ought to be about to arrive Kafeng City. One of the maid respectfully said to Yu Feng in dissatisfaction. I got it, I will clearly explain to mother myself. Yu Feng indifferently said. From Light City, Long Yi had perceived that these two maids by the side of Yu Feng seemed to not truly respect Yu Feng, but now he saw not only they spoke to her without any respect, they were even arrogant and bossy. Before he didn't care about it, but now Yu Feng was his woman, so this made him very uncomfortable. After that, frowning his brows, he coldly stared at these two maids. The complexion of these two maids simultaneously changed, and they were forced to retreat 2 steps by Long Yi's murderous intent. But these two were characters who could behave wildly even within the Phoenix clan, so how could they let this matter drop? With a wave of their hands, a huge sword appeared on the hand of one, and a magic wand appeared on the hand of another. What on earth are you two doing? He is my husband, your son-in-law, but you actually dare to raise your hand to strike him. Yu Feng angrily yelled. Without the consent of clan mistress, we will never recognize him. The maid holding huge sword refuted. Then pointing her huge sword towards Long Yi, light blue-colored ghee wrapped up the fiery phoenix raging flames, and maid holding magic wand began to chant incantation. It seems they absolutely didn't want to drop the matter unless they teach Long Yi lesson. Long Yi had a smile on his face, but the murderous intent in his eyes were getting increasingly dense. Since these two small maids actually dared to be arrogant like this, now I will properly disciple them, taking the place of Phoenix clan, letting them know what kind of appearance a maid should have, and also let them know what kind of miserable fate they would have when they dared to ride their master's head. One swords master and another master magician, Long Yi didn't even care about them. He evilly smiled. Then suddenly he disappeared out in thin air, and instantly appeared in front of maid possessing strength of master magician. This maid was startled, and she immediately used sealed barrier magic, and as for other maid, she too also raised her huge sword intending to attack. One should know that ordinary barrier was useless against Long Yi. In the first place, he had easily broken through the holy light barrier casted by Sibai, let alone this rank 8 earth barrier of this maid. Long Yi evilly smiled, as his big hand easily brake through the barrier and caught the pure white neck of this maid, immediately muting the chanting voice of this maid. And at this time, other maid's huge sword had already slashed out, alternating red and blue-colored swords slashed towards Long Yi. If average person was hit by this, then he or she would definitely change into pile of mincemeat, but if this level could knock down Long Yi, then he should simply look for a tofu to hit himself to death. Long Yi didn't even turn around, and as if nothing, passing through that sword slash, he pinched the wrist of this maid. After that, exerting a little bit of strength, he caused this maid to groan, and the huge sword on her hand fell down to the ground. After that, Long Yi used spirit power to restrict both of these maids, then coldly said with a smile, "Now let me teach you how to become the model maid of Blue Waves Continent. Wait until I report this to clan mistress. Clan mistress will definitely not let you off." Two maids threatened. Long Yi smiled even more evilly. Then his big hands shoot from both sides. Papa sound resounded. He had ruthlessly given these two women 2 burning fired dumplings. In that snow-white skin of these two women, suddenly 5 red fingerprints appeared, and blood spilled out from the corner of their mouth. Generally he would not hit women, but under special circumstance he would never be soft-hearted, such as when he was doing the mission of previous incarnations dragon organization. "You miss." Two maids had never expected that Long Yi would really dare to hit them. After that, with water mist appearing in their eyes, they turned around and looked towards Yu Feng. Long Yi. Forget it, they are the maids of my mother, and they had always listened to the words of my mother only. Yu Feng said to Long Yi. Long Yi said while waving his hand, "That won't do, my heart has always been relatively small, if I don't teach them a lesson, I won't be satisfied." Yu Feng nodded her head looking at Long Yi, and without speaking anymore, she cleverly stood beside him. Long Yi then said to two maids with a smile, "Now you know, miss, but just now how come you didn't listen to your miss? What do you want to do?" One of the two maids asked in alarm, "What do I want to do?" "I want to teach you how maids should perform their duty. Even if you complain about me to future mother-in-law, you will not escape from this lesson. This lesson I will still teach." Long Yi said with a smile, Say, are these two girls beautiful or not?" Long Yi suddenly turned towards a youngster and asked, "Beautiful, beautiful, they are definitely very beautiful," he said while laughing. "How about I send them to you as your wife?" Long Yi chuckled, "You dare, you." "Shut up, make a sound again and I will strip you two naked in public," Long Yi coldly said. Both of them were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound again. This man was audacious to the extreme. Perhaps he would really do so if they make him angry. Their current tearful appearance was charming and delicate, but if he didn't teach them a good lesson, then they would definitely not learn their lesson. "Little brother, I cannot have them, else wouldn't my wife kill me?" he said with a fear on his face, causing everyone to laugh. "Little brother, I don't want them, but my house is currently lacking 2 women to warm a bed and to do household duties." At this moment, a coarse sound came from the middle of the crowd. Both of these maids looked towards the source of the voice, then immediately passed out. Chapter 106, Phoenix Clan, 1. The looks of this old chap was truly too intriguing. At that time, when Long Yi and Yu Feng had seen him for the first time, they had nearly fallen down from their chair. Listening to his coarse voice, one would definitely believe that he was a giant man with lofty stature, but in fact he was merely a child who was not past 10 years old, with long hairs grown from head to foot. His face was thickly covered with pimples, and one could only see white in his eyes without any black. His nose was looking skyward, big mouth was crooked, and teeth were coming out from his lips. This person growing up like this could be considered as a masterpiece of heaven. No wonder these two maids immediately fainted upon seeing him. Of course, Long Yi would not truly force these two maids to become the wife of other people. He merely wanted to frighten them, nothing more, otherwise the mother of Yu Feng would definitely get noisy, which would not be good thing for him. When these two maids woke up, they saw dim light of a lamp, and they were in a very simple and crude room. Furthermore, to their horror, they discovered that now they were actually wearing bright red clothing for happy event. Moreover, they could hear indistinct bustling sound coming through from outside, seemingly in the process of entertaining guests. Could it be that that bastard really wanted them to marry that ugly to the extreme monster? Both maids immediately exclaimed in shock. If this was for real, then they would rather die. The bustling noise outside was truly the sound of feast, but it was not the wedding feast. Rather, Long Yi felt grateful towards these kind-hearted and hospitable people of small town, so he had specially sent money and asked everyone to gorge oneself. Hearing the screaming voice of two maids, Long Yi laughed in his heart. Daring to be arrogant before this young master, see how I will scare you two to death? After thinking this, Long Yi pushed open the door and walked inside. He saw those two maids were currently trembling and curling up on the edge of the bed, presumably were frightened to the utmost. Today is your wedding day. After tonight you will be the wives of other people. You two have already seen the appearance of your husband, and his temperament is not very good, so if you are not obedient, then your fate will be very miserable, Long Yi said while laughing with a look of evil. These two maids trembled simultaneously, and tried to conceal their body even more intensely. Even if we die, we will never let you humiliate us, one of the maids said in trembling voice while her eyes showed her determination. Die? Do as you please, but after your death I will strip naked both of you, then parade your naked body through the streets, starting from this small town all the way to Light City. I think many people will be willing to gaze upon your elegant demeanor, Long Yi indifferently said, but his eyes however were evilly sizing up the charming body of these two maids. You are not human. Looking at Long Yi, who looked like a devil, the spirit of these two maids collapsed. You are flattering me. Compared to you two who don't attach any importance to even your family, miss, there is just a small difference. How is it? Are you choosing to get married or committing suicide? Long Yi leisurely said. These two maids immediately become silent, and after a good while, one of the maid lifted her head, and softly said, "We understand our mistake, so please let us go." "Oh, do you know where your mistake is?" Long Yi asked with a smile. He had never expected that they would admit their mistake this quickly. He had believed that they would be able to hold out for little longer. "We should not have not respected Miss and son-in-law. We really understand our mistake, so Your Excellency, please be magnanimous and let us go." That maid bowed and said, "Really understood your mistakes? Then how come the expression of your eyes seems wanting to eat someone? This is rather frightening my heart." Long Yi said while laughing. He just noticed the hatred flashing in the eyes of this maid. "In the end, what the hell do you want?" This maid couldn't bear any longer, so she roared loudly. Long Yi immediately stood up and looked towards outside of window, then turned around walking towards outside, while seemingly talking to himself. "It's about time for bridegroom to enter the bridal chamber." "Don't go, wait a minute." Another maid called out loudly, immediately jumping off the bed and ran in front of Long Yi, blocking his way. Her spirit seems to be on the brink of collapse. "Please let us go, I will do whatever you want." This maid softly knelt down and said, "Let you go? I can consider it, but your sister over there doesn't seem to be willing." Long Yi looked towards the maid who had pleaded first. "Black Bamboo, Zaizu, quickly apologized to son-in-law. Could it be that you are willing to marry that person?" The maid kneeling on the ground looked towards that maid called Black Bamboo and earnestly pleaded. Black Bamboo gritted her teeth, and walking over, she knelt down in front of Long Yi, and said, "Son-in-law, as long as we don't need to marry that person, Black Bamboo is willing to do anything." "Anything?" Long Yi laughed in amusement, then gently lifting the chin of both maids with his hands, he asked with a smile. The face of both maids became red, and nodded their head with eyes full of tears. They thought that even if Long Yi had them, that was better compared to marrying that person. Long Yi laughed mischievously, then lightly patting the faces of these two maids, he said, "Do you see your son-in-law to be a too tasteless person? You two are not qualified enough to warm up my bed." These words were truly hurting words. The beautiful faces of these two maids instantly became pale, and they nearly fainted. Strong humiliation feeling welled up in their heart. These words were even more hurting than the knife stabbing their heart. "Well, now that you have acknowledged your mistake, this time I will let you off, but I hope there is no next time, otherwise you will truly taste the meaning of death is better than life." Long Yi coldly said with great hostility, making these two maids tremble and their eyes showed hatred and fear. Early in the morning of next day, Long Yi and Yu Feng together with those two maids set out under the farewell of all the people of this small town. Their destination was precisely that Kaifeng city where Long Yi and Yu Feng had met. Right now snowflakes began to flutter down from the sky again. Previously, because of the illness of Wush Wang, he was not in the mood for happily looking at this beautiful snowscape. He had even complained why God had caused such heavy snowfall. But this moment, the heart of Long Yi was relaxed, and his mood was different from before. All along the way, he happily played with Yu Feng and three pets while traveling. Since they were playing while traveling, their speed was naturally a lot slower than before. Only after 15 full days, they arrived at Kaifeng City. In the lobby of Phoenix Inn, Long Yi lazily sat on a big chair. Right now his eyes were sizing up the dignified and noble beautiful woman opposite to him. This beautiful woman appeared only 27 or 28 in age, and wore embroidered fur coat. The figure of this beautiful woman was not inferior in any aspect compared to Yu Feng. That perfect S-shaped curvy body made Long Yi to praise inwardly, and her face instead was rather similar to Yu Feng. But right now she was coldly looking at Long Yi, and indistinct anger could be seen in those cold eyes. No one had ever dared to stare at her so unscrupulously. "Aren't you Long Yi?" this beautiful woman coldly said. Seeing his future mother-in-law was opening her mouth to him for the first time, Long Yi immediately stopped his careless and sloppy smile. After that he stood up from the chair and showing elegant noble courtesy, he said, "Yes madam, still may I ask for madam's good name?" This beautiful woman didn't show any surprise. As a Phoenix Clan's clan mistress, She had already seen a kind of natural noble aura on the body of this lazily smiling youngster. This kind of noble aura was not something that a small clan could cultivate. She ignored the question of Long Yi, rather directly asked her question. Long. This surname is extremely rare. In this Violet Dragon Empire, only Imperial kinsman has this surname. Don't know what relation do you have with current emperor? Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, no relation. I don't have even a slightest bit relation with him, but perhaps not long after in the future, after his daughter marries me, we will have a relation. Chapter 107, Phoenix Clan, 2. Having heard what Long Yi had said, coldness flashed in the eyes of this beautiful woman, but a smile appeared on her face as if nothing had happened, and said, oh, since you are going to become the relative of the emperor, how can our Fenger be worthy of you, mother? Yu Feng anxiously said, while looking at Long Yi from the corner of her eyes. You shut up, while I and your mother is talking. It's not your turn to interrupt. Long Yi suddenly interrupted the words of beautiful woman by yelling loudly. Hearing the sudden shout of Long Yi, Yu Feng was so scared that she trembled and immediately looked towards Long Yi in panic, but noticing the quick wink towards her, she relaxed. Seeing Yu Feng standing at one side in well-behaved manner, Phoenix Clan's clan mistress no longer spoke, while flames of fury burned in her heart. This smelly kid, unfairly stealing her script. Now it seems her daughter was totally submissive to him. Suddenly her heart felt sour. Her daughter, whom she had grown up for 20 years, was about to get robbed out of her. Long Yi, you should also know our Phoenix Clan's customs. If you want to marry our clan's Fenger, then you have to make a clean break with other women. Furthermore, you must marry into and live with our Phoenix Clan, else we don't need to talk. Phoenix Clan mistress strongly said. She had long ago already investigated Long Yi, so she knew that there were several women by his sides. Furthermore, Phoenix Clan's daughter absolutely cannot fall into the hands of people with different surname, so she couldn't let Yu Feng marry him. Madam, then I will also speak honestly. Yu Feng is already my woman, now is, and is also in future. Whoever wants to separate us must pay the price. Long Yi straightly looked at the face of this beautiful woman and casually dissolved the pressure being emitted from the body of this beautiful woman, and said, Fenger, are you coming with mother or going with this man? If you are leaving with this man, then you don't need to recognize me as your mother from now on. The Phoenix Clan mistress angrily stood up, then loudly said to Yu Feng, Mother. Long Yi. Yu Feng was in an awkward predicament while looking at Long Yi and her mother. The heart of Long Yi couldn't help but soften. Just now he was a little bit too impulsive. Now Yu Feng was clipped between him and Phoenix Clan mistress, without knowing what to do. Moreover, this Phoenix Clan mistress was her mother, so he couldn't deal with her as if he was dealing with enemy. Long Yi sighed softly, then said to Phoenix Clan mistress, Forgive me, madam. Just now I was a bit too impulsive. What should I do for you to let Yu Feng marry me? Just now I have already said, first you should sever all the relation with other women, and second you must marry into our Phoenix Clan. Seeing the manner of Long Yi, Phoenix Clan mistress's manner of speaking also eased somewhat. This youngster was not simple and she didn't want to make a formidable enemy for Phoenix Clan. Moreover, she didn't know what big clan was behind him. Madam, these two condition is honestly rather making me hard. I cannot abandon my women. If I truly do so, I fear even madam would look down upon me. Can you change the conditions? Long Yi made a wry smile and said. Phoenix Clan mistress nodded her head. If Long Yi truly did so, then she would have definitely not let Yu Feng marry him. She truly looked down upon ungrateful and inconstant in-love type people the most. Seeing her daughter's pleading and anxious eyes, Phoenix Clan mistress pondered deeply. At this moment, Little Snow, who was playing outside, suddenly changed into a white light and enter into the bosom of Yu Feng, and Violent Lightning Beast and Little Three also came in afterwards. Phoenix Clan mistress sized up these three strange magical beasts one by one in amazement. After that, suddenly half raising her jade hand, she cried out in alarm, causing her plump breast to shake, which in turn dazzled and stunned Long Yi. This mature woman was indeed of best quality. and was comparable to Elf Queen. These are Snowstorm Divine Marten and Violent Lightning Beast. Phoenix Clan Mistress said in disbelief. These two were legendary super magical beasts, so how could they appear here? Madam truly have good eyesight. This Violent Lightning Beast is my pet, and Snowstorm Divine Marten is Fenger's. Long Yi said with a smile. Right now the expression of his future mother-in-law resembled the expression of little girl. This expression however was pleasing to eye compared to her expression of before. Mother, after Long Yi caught little Snow in Origin Ice, he gave her to me as a gift. Isn't she very cute? Yu Feng said right away, hoping to set up a powerful image of Long Yi using this as a pretext. After all, the strong always receives the respect of people. Phoenix Clan Mistress slightly nodded her head, as if she had confirmed something. The strength of Long Yi was indeed beyond her imagination. Not only was his own strength very deep beyond measure, he furthermore had SS-ranked Violent Lightning Beast beside him. So how much more powerful must his clan be? Did you all really spend 10 days in Origin Ice? Phoenix Clan Mistress suddenly asked. Yes, it's true. Yu Feng hastily answered. The temperature of Origin Ice is extremely low. Since you have Phoenix Jade with you, you don't have any fear. But why was he able to preserve within Origin Ice for such a long period of time? Phoenix Clan Mistress asked, and her gaze became very sharp. Madam, other people can't doesn't mean Long Yi also can't. Even if I have to stay in Origin Ice for lifetime, there will not be any problem for me. Long Yi loftily answered while feeling discontented with regarding to her suspicion. This beautiful woman ignored Long Yi's discontented, and asked, I heard this time you went to Origin Ice for searching Ruai Ice silkworm to save a girl. Don't know whether you find it or not, but where is that girl? We found what we were searching, but it escaped. Fortunately due to the great fortune of my darling Wash Wang, big sister of Ice Palace saved her, and at this very moment, she is healing in Ice Palace. Long Yi answered. Ice Palace. Phoenix Clan Mistress exclaimed loudly while her whole body trembled. Yes, mother, do you know Ice Palace? Yu Feng asked. Quickly tell me, what kind of appearance did that Ice Palace had? Phoenix Clan Mistress didn't answer, her daughter rather anxiously asked. So Yu Feng told everything she had seen in Ice Palace to her mother. That's right, it is Ice Shrine. Phoenix Clan Mistress muttered with driven to distraction appearance. Ice Shrine? Long Yi and Yu Feng looked at each other in blank dismay. As it turns out that Ice Palace was known as Ice Shrine. Looking at the appearance of Phoenix Clan Mistress, it seems that Ice Shrine and Phoenix Clan had a special relation. After a good while, Phoenix Clan Mistress snapped out from her daze, and her complexion revert back to normal as she asked, Did you see Ice Queen there? Ice Queen? Other than a big sister wearing palace attire, there was no other people in Ice Palace. I don't know whether she is Ice Queen or not. Yu Feng said. Because she had woken afterwards, she didn't know the matters that had occurred with Long Yi, so she really didn't know. There was no queen, only Queen's statue. Long Yi supplemented. Phoenix Clan Mistress became absent-minded for a good while, then said to Long Yi, Don't you want to marry Fenger? As long as you help me do one thing, I will approve the marriage between Fenger and you. What thing? Long Yi asked. She had raised this condition in this extremely critical juncture, so this matter must be extremely difficult. Find Ice Queen, then kill her. Phoenix Clan Mistress said one sentence, with her eyes flashing with hatred. What sort of joke is this? Long Yi exclaimed in shock. No need to talk about whether he could find that Ice Queen, but kill her? Was Ice Queen that easy to kill? Just that palace-attired woman was enough to kill him. Moreover, now Wash Wang had entered into Ice Palace as a disciple, so wasn't this making things difficult for him again? Do you think I am joking? Phoenix Clan Mistress coldly said. Since she is the mistress of Ice Palace, she must be very powerful. And here you are telling me to go and kill her. Isn't his saying me to go to die? Long Yi bitterly said. He raised the teapot from his side and drank 2 mouthfuls of tea. This Ice Palace had not appeared in this world for 1,000 years, and looking at the age of this Phoenix clan mistress, she didn't seem to exceed 40 years in age. Still, don't tell me that she have hatred of having her husband stolen by this Ice Queen? That is also the case, you are unlikely to be the opponent of Ice Queen, let alone kill her. Then if you find her, be sure to hold her red ball, making her lose her virgin body. Phoenix clan mistress's words were endlessly shocking to death. After saying this, a flush appeared on her beautiful face. Spit. Long Yi directly spat out the tea inside his mouth. Did he really didn't mishear what her future mother-in-law was saying? She was telling him to go and rape Ice Queen? Did she lost her mind? Mother, what are you saying? Yu Feng angrily said with red face. She had never thought that her stern mother would unexpectedly speak out this type of words, actually asking Long Yi to go and steal innocence. Phoenix clan mistress took a deep breath and calmed down, then said, all through the ages, Ice Shrine's queen must have virgin body, because all the magic arts they cultivates have pure yin as foundation, so once they lose their virginity, they will also lose all their skills. Seeing that expression of Phoenix clan mistress filled with hatred, Long Yi said, making a wry smile, Madam, could it be that you and Ice Queen have such big hatred? Yes, we Phoenix clan and Ice Palace cannot coexist together. For everything Ice Place had done to our Phoenix clan in former years, we will definitely return back thousands-fold. Phoenix clan mistress hatefully said, and her beautiful face was somewhat twisted. It seems this hatred was not some ordinary hatred. I do not know what happened between your Phoenix clan and Ice Shrine, but I cannot comply with your wishes in this matter. People can behave shamelessly, but they cannot behave shamelessly to this extent. Long Yi shook his head and said, even if he indeed could overpower Ice Queen, he was absolutely unable to do such thing. He had already done such deed once when he had just arrived in this world, and that alone not only invited extremely big trouble, but also had continuously caused his heart to be at unease. This time after returning back, he ought to settle that matter. Yu Feng admiringly looked at Long Yi. If Long Yi agreed to do that, then she would have definitely looked down upon him. Although this man was frivolous, but was extremely strong principled person and loyal. Phoenix clan mistress coldly stared and somewhat agitatedly said, shameless. In those years the Ice Shrine was even more shameless, otherwise how could our Phoenix clan fall so low to this plight? Long Yi was dumbfounded. Phoenix clan had fallen low. Right now within Blue Wave's continent, Phoenix clan was one well-known big clan. Even Emperor himself couldn't control them, and this was fallen low. Yu Feng was also looking at her mother with confusion. In any case, I have already put forward my condition. Agree or not, it's your choice. Since you don't agree, I will definitely not let Fenger marry you. Phoenix clan mistress indifferently said, Mother, how could you force Long Yi to do this kind of shameless thing? Don't tell me that the mother I have always looked venerably is this kind of person. Yu Feng suddenly roared towards Phoenix clan mistress tearfully. Her mother's words had truly disappointed her. Phoenix clan mistress resolutely slapped Yu Feng's beautiful face. Immediately after that she blankly looked at her own palm, as if she was somewhat regretting. She moved her mouth wanting to speak something, but ultimately she said nothing. Mother, from childhood till now, you have never hit me, but today you however hit me for this kind of matter. I hate you to death. Yu Feng covered her face, then slowly retreating back with tears overflowing from her eyes, she ran out. The complexion of Phoenix clan mistress changed, and she wanted to call to stop her, but after saying only Feng word, she sighed and sat down on the chair dejectedly. Right now she had a very complicated expression, also don't know what she was thinking. Looking briefly at Phoenix clan mistress, Long Yi turned around and chased after Yu Feng. Now Yu Feng was definitely heartbroken to death. In the end, what kind of hatred did Phoenix clan and Ice Shrine had, making Phoenix clan mistress to hate Ice Palace to the extent of wanting to destroy that never-seen Ice Queen by fair means or foul? The matters were getting more and more mixing. Ice Palace was actually involved in the hatred which was ongoing for thousands of years. And at that time even violent Dragon Empire was not existed. At the river bank of Frozen River outside Kaifeng City, Yu Feng was sitting on the ground while sobbing, and her shoulders were shaking continuously. This scene could truly cause people to feel sorry. At that time a big hand gently patted on the shoulder of Yu Feng. Smelling that well within reach familiar scent, the tears of Yu Feng spilled even more violently. Then throwing herself into the bosom of Long Yi, she wailed. Long Yi hugged the lovely body of Yu Feng, and lightly patted her back, letting her let off to her heart content. After a good while, the loud wailing of Yu Feng changed into sobs. Right now tears and snots had gotten on the clothes of Long Yi, but Long Yi ignored them. Long Yi, do you look down upon my mother? Yu Feng asked Long Yi while choking with sobs. Nope, I however admire her very much. Caressing the beautiful hair of Yu Feng, Long Yi softly said, you are lying, my mother gave you such shameless condition for me to marry you. So you definitely look down upon and loathe her. Actually my mother is not that kind of person. Yu Feng said while sobbing. Well, I know, I really admire her. You also know your mother is not that kind of person, but why did she put forward this kind of condition this time? She was doing that for the sake of clan, because that was hatred passed down in the clan. She had to accept it without any preconditions as a person of the clan, and for the sake of the clan's hatred. She would rather bear criticism on her conscience to get revenge by fair means or foul. So think about how big suffering she is enduring. Long Yi slowly said. Then isn't mother very pitiful? The words of Long Yi guided Yu Feng towards another direction, naturally making her feel different. As a matter of fact, most of the things have dual nature. We often see only ugly or beautiful side, but ignore the opposite side. Yes, so don't hate her, okay? Long Yi gently helped Yu Feng wipe her tears, and said with a smile, Yu Feng turned her tears into laughter, then looking at Long Yi with glittering eyes, she idiotically said, Long Yi, having you by my side truly is nice, I feel very happy with you by my side, will we always be together? Silly girl. Long Yi rubbed Yu Feng's those golden-colored hair and said with a smile. At that time, from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly noticed a figure of a person floating away in the sky far away. Chapter 108, Fatal Embarrassment. Phoenix Clan Mistress sat on the edge of the bed and was rather lost in thought. Just now when Long Yi had chased after Yu Feng, she also couldn't help but chase after them, and was able to hear all the words Long Yi had said to Yu Feng. She had believed that that boy would absolutely use this opportunity to sow discord between them, mother and daughter, instigating Yu Feng to leave Phoenix Clan. But outside of her expectation, he didn't say any such words. He had clearly thought over from her point of view, and furthermore asked Yu Feng to not hate her. This made her feel happy and simultaneously couldn't help but feel as if she had found an understanding friend. As a woman, not only she had to support her big clan, but also had to unconditionally accept the hatred passed down from ancestors, so being alive itself had made her very tried. But no one had ever understood her feeling. Others only saw the grandness of Phoenix Clan, but didn't know that behind this grandness, a woman had spent many painstaking effort for this purpose. Ping ping ping, a knock on the door suddenly resounded, causing Phoenix Clan Mistress to wake up with a start. Mother, it's me. Somewhat hoarse voice of Yu Feng came from outside, might be caused by wailing of just a moment ago. Oh, Fenger, come in. Phoenix Clan Mistress took a deep breath and calmed down her state of mind. Yu Feng pushed open the door and entered. Her eyes were still red and swollen. After entering inside the room, she sat beside her mother and holding her arm tightly, Yu Feng rested her head on her mother's shoulder. Mother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Yu Feng apologized. After Long Yi had enlightened her, she had also discovered how hard it was for her mother in these past several years. Phoenix Clan Mistress's body stiffened, the raising her jade hand, she gently caressed the beautiful hair of Yu Feng. She couldn't recall how long it had been since she was this close with her daughter, but this moment she was actually moved emotionally. Fenger, mother is also sorry. Mother didn't take care of you properly, but was only demanding you. Do you hate mother? Phoenix Clan Mistress softly asked. Yu Feng shook her head, and said, no, but just had some resentment. But Long Yi said that mother is enduring even greater pain, so I shouldn't resent you." Did he really said that? A smile flashed in the eyes of Phoenix Clan Mistress, although that bad boy was always grinning cheekily, but it seems he was also very earnest. To other person, Yu Feng marring with him could not be counted as injustice, merely these customs, is a problem. "Of course it's true, Mother. Long Yi is truly a very nice person. Your daughter will never be able to find any better man than him." Yu Feng raised her head, the pitifully looked towards her mother. When a girl is of age, she must be married off. This girl, I will think of a way for this matter for you." Phoenix Clan Mistress sighed. "Thank you, Mother." Yu Feng happily kissed her mother's face. Right now her face was filled with thick happiness without exception. Damn girl, already so big but still being so childish. Phoenix Clan Mistress was dumbfounded and scolded, but her face however was filled with smiles. After passing through this matter, it seems the relation between her and her daughter had become even closer. Yu Feng laughed and tightly held her mother. They mother and daughter held each other for a long time. Since the 10th birthday of Yu Feng they had never held each other like this, and the relation between them had also got more and more alienated. "Mother, do our Phoenix clan really have such big blood debt with Ice Shrine? Why didn't you tell me about it?" Yu Feng asked. "Yes. This is the matters of several thousand years ago. As for why I didn't tell you, it was because Mother didn't want to make you bear this burden that is passed down in our clan, and also didn't want to make you live with clan's hatred." Phoenix Clan Mistress said while tenderly comfort Yu Feng's beautiful hair. "Mother." Yu Feng was deeply moved. It turned out her mother was so nice to her, but she however was never aware of it. Night fell, and cool and refreshing moonlight shone on pure white snow, reflecting cold rays of light. This moment Long Yi jumped to the roof of Phoenix Inn, and lied there on the top of snow. After Yu Feng had entered into her mother room, both of them actually didn't even come out for a supper, and he didn't have any idea about what they were chatting about. Long Yi monotonously looked at the moon, while getting lost in thought. Suddenly he felt bored, but just then, he suddenly recalled those divine weapons he had found in Lost City, as well as those dark magic jade and holy light jade whose use he didn't know. So sending his thought inside his space ring, he took out numerous divine artifacts, several protective and attacking jewelries, a fire magic wand and a water magic wand. Long Yi had no use for magic wands, but protective and attacking jewelries and divine weapons however were not same. But even after dripping the blood, he was not able to make them recognize him as a master. So Long Yi had continuously tossed them inside his space ring, and as for others he had already distributed them to Luzia and Len Yu. Even after reading books for a long time, he couldn't find how to make those divine artifacts recognize master. So Long Yi disappointingly threw them inside the space ring again. Next he took out dark magic jade and holy light jade, then fiddled with them, and so that their aura would not leak, he used his spirit power to set up a barrier. With each hand holding dark magic jade and holy light jade respectively, Long Yi again noticed that the dark chi and light chi inside them beginning to react, slowly fusing together. "What's the use of these two jades?" Long Yi muttered. He separately used spirit power, magic power, ki, and internal force to probe them, but didn't get any result. Long Yi believed that there definitely was heaven-shaking secrets hidden inside these two jades, otherwise Light Church and Dark Church should not have attached high importance to them like that. At that time, Long Yi heard ding-ding-dang-dang sound coming from the courtyard underneath him. Looking down, it turned out two maids of Phoenix Clan Mistress were in the course of training sword. One of the maids was the same one who was taught lesson by Long Yi at that small town of origin. Nice. Long Yi laughed mischievously, as now when he bored to death, he found amusement. He removed his spirit barrier, then threw those dark magic jade and holy light jade into his space ring. But he didn't notice that when he had removed the barrier, little bit aura of two jades had diffused out from that place. And at that moment, Yu Feng, who was lying on the bed with Phoenix Clan Mistress, suddenly screamed, and a red light shot out from her chest, and instantly again revert back to original state. "Mother, what's going on?" Yu Feng asked in surprise. She pulled open her robe and from inside her underwear, she took out a piece of fiery jade. The shape of that jade was unexpectedly exactly the same as those dark magic jade and holy light jade on Long Yi's hand, only the color and the aura it was emitting were different. Phoenix Clan Mistress took the jade from the neck of Yu Feng and placed it on the center of her palm, then repeatedly studied. Just now this Phoenix jade had actually sent out a radiance for no reason. Don't tell me. Phoenix Clan Mistress fell into a deep thought, and at this moment, Long Yi glided down from the roof while laughing. Then he said with a smile, "Two beautiful ladies, training secretly. Don't know to what level you have reached while training so lowly. In any case better than you." One of them proudly said without even looking, and other one called Black Bamboo. Seeing Long Yi, her face turned pale and subconsciously retreated 2 steps. Of course. How can lowly me compared with you? I am most skilled in fist. This Black Bamboo girl ought to already know about it. Long Yi mischievously said while smiling. Black Bamboo blankly stood there. Indeed at that time, she was not even able to resist single move of his. Black Bamboo, is he really that powerful? Another maid asked. Black Bamboo nodded her head. But that other maid was not convinced looking at Long Yi, so she snorted and said, "How could he truly be strong while using only his fists? Let's compete with him." Hong Xiu, forget it. Black Bamboo pulled the clothing of Hong Xiu and softly said, "Black Bamboo, are you afraid?" Hong Xiu said, "Black Bamboo, are you afraid?" Long Yi half squinting his eyes and looked towards her, then said threateningly. Black Bamboo trembled. Although her backer Phoenix Clan Mistress was around, but she however had instinctive fear towards Long Yi. Still she bit her lower lip and said, "Okay, let's have a match." Both women cultivated Phoenix Chi, and were Swords Master realm in strength. Moreover this Hong Xiu was already showing the sign of breaking through Swords Master and entering into Great Swords Master realm. The Phoenix raging flame of Hong Xiu covered with light blue Qi attacked towards Long Yi, and the blazing high temperature melted the snow around Long Yi. Long Yi just laughed mischievously, and his body as if ghost writhed away from the attacks of these 2 women, making use of every bits of time or space in those Qi attacks. After a long time, fragrant sweats appeared on the body of these 2 women, but they were not even able to hit the corner of Long Yi's clothing. Both of them stopped attacking and panted for breathe. And while panting for breathe, Hng Xiu said, "You know how to dodge, but if you have skill then raise your hand." "Raise my hand? No problem. Come at me again and I will raise my hand." Long Yi evilly laughed and said. Both women took a deep breath, then attacked again. And after dodging these attacks, Long Yi suddenly laughed strangely. "Pay attention, here I come." Long Yi suddenly accelerated, and the 2 women could only see blur in front of them. "Ah, perverted thief!" Both women screamed, then throwing away their sword, they firmly covered their breast with their hands, and their pretty face became bright red. The after images combined into one, then smelling his 2 hands, Long Yi playfully said, "Didn't you ask me to raise my hands, so why are you calling me perverted thief now?" Seeing the action of Long Yi, both women got angry and ashamed. After that they furiously glared at Long Yi. After playing around, the boredom of Long Yi reduced greatly, so he said with a mischievous smile, "I am not playing anymore. You 2 can continue your lowly training." The figure of Hong Xiu flashed and appeared in front of Long Yi. "What do you want?" Long Yi asked. In any case you can't leave." Hong Xiu blanked out, then immediately said angrily, "Can't leave? Why? Can it be that?" Sizing up Hong Xiu, Long Yi evilly said. Seeing Long Yi looking at her with his bright eyes, the face of Hong Xiu reddened. Her age was exactly at the season for yearning the love. Usually she was proud figure, so she was dissatisfied with ordinary men. But this time Long Yi, who was strong as well as had first-class appearance, appeared before her. Moreover he had taken cheap advantage of her, so she naturally had some different kinds of idea towards Long Yi. "Hong Xiu, step aside, he is our son-in-law. With our identity, we don't have qualification to even warm up his bed." Black Bamboo quietly said. Hong Xiu was shocked. Now she knew that this man in front of her was the husband of her miss, and seducing son-in-law without the consent of miss was not a small crime in this Blue Waves continent. Miss could even order her to commit suicide by law. Thinking this, Hong Xiu reluctantly stepped aside and earnestly looked at the disappearing figure of Long Yi. Long Yi completely ignored the affection of Hong Xiu. He didn't have any good impression of this arrogant girl. Moreover, they couldn't even enter into his current field of vision. Any of his women were exceptional beauty wherever they went. Naturally, Si Bai was exception, but in his heart, Si Bai was most beautiful women in this world. Returning to his room, Long Yi found that currently Yu Feng was sitting on the sofa looking at him. Finally willing to come out, "Did you make up with your mother?" Long sat beside Yu Feng, and said while his big hand fiercely hugged her waist. Yu Feng answered with a smile. Then looking at Long Yi, she lovingly said, "Thank you. If it were not for you, I and mother might not have become this close just like during my childhood." "Then where is the reward?" Long Yi lightly said, then passionately looked at Yu Feng. These past days, thanks to all sorts of reasons, he had never gotten a chance to truly eat Yu Feng. Now he made decision to achieve this desire tonight. Yu Feng read out, love and affectionate from the expression of Long Yi. Then she courageously looked into the eyes of Long Yi with her misty eyes, and sparks flew about in all directions. "You can have any reward you want," Yu Feng said in a mosquito-like voice, and her lovely body on the embrace of Long Yi lightly quivered. "Then I want you, is that okay?" Long Yi moved closer to her head, and breathing out hot air onto her ear, he said, causing her to completely turn red. Yu Feng half closed her eyes, and answered in an inaudible voice, and her towering breast began to rise and fall irregularly. Long Yi stretched out his tongue, and lightly licked her earlobe, causing her to tremble lightly. Then she opened her red lips and spat out aromatic breath, making her even more tempting. After that, Long Yi's big mouth kissed Yu Feng's pink lips, and skillfully teased her fragrant tongue with his tongue to his heart content. The big hands of Long Yi had already entered into the clothing of Yu Feng and were caressing her smooth as if jade back. Slowly sliding down, his hands entered into her pants, then kneaded Yu Feng's those elastic and ample buttocks. Yu Feng let out sound, and with her amorous feelings completely aroused, she tightly embraced the neck of Long Yi. After that she conveniently straddled and sat on the thigh of Long Yi, while her brilliant red lips sucked the tongue of Long Yi. Now the things were already getting out of hands. Facing Yu Feng's enthusiasm, how could Long Yi concede defeat? He moved about his big hands on the buttocks of Yu Feng and dishonestly reached out towards the crack of her buttocks. Then with one push, his finger reached to a moist garden. "Ah!" Yu Feng quickly looked upwards and moaned while trembling, and fragrant dew gushed out, making her flower garden completely muddy. Two people got excited, and the hands of these two people continuously move about on the body of each other, while mutually tearing apart the clothing of others. Soon, only small underwear was left on the body of Yu Feng, which was unable to properly cover her spring scenery, immediately boiling the blood of Long Yi in excitement. And this moment, Long Yi was also only in his inner pants, and his burning hot little brother also seemed to nearly burst out from his inner pants. Fenger. With his eyes fixed on her bosom's that enchanting fragrant cleavage, Long Yi tenderly said, "Husband." Yu Feng also answered emotionally. Two people were no longer able to bear their surging sentiment of fire, and they cradled together on soft sofa. After that, Long Yi took off the corset of Yu Feng, exposing a pair of bright and clean pink were lightly trembling, as if a plum blossom bursting into bloom with the wind. Long Yi's eyes became hazy and panting heavily, he sucked one cherry, and his hand kneaded other, while feeling that amazing elasticity. The charming body of Yu Feng slightly quivered. Her jade hands unwittingly put forth her strength while tightly grabbing Long Yi's that sturdy back. Right now she felt unbearable emptiness within her body. The big hand of Long Yi slid down from the beautiful belly button of Yu Feng, and entering inside her panties, his hand reached the forbidden ground where no one had ever set foot. "Husband." Yu Feng let out a long, raising her waist. Unexpectedly, such gentle touch of Long Yi had made her reach her life's first, and just like this she tightly held Long Yi for a good while. Then with a soft sigh, Yu Feng again fell gently from high in the clouds. This feeling was truly too wonderful. How do you feel? Long Yi chuckled while caressing the back of Yu Feng. The face of Yu Feng became red, then looking at Long Yi with overflowing charm, she softly said, "Not telling you, not telling me? Then I will make you tell me." Long chuckled and pushed her down. "Wait a minute." Yu Feng cried. Long Yi stopped his impulse and looked at Yu Feng. He was already at his limit as he had been suppressing for a very long time. Yu Feng stood up, and as if a queen occupying the high ground, she looked at Long Yi. Then with her jade hands, she lightly pushed him down on the sofa. After that she stared at Long Yi's little brother and recalled how she had held this Rujian origin nice. "My husband, I will serve you," Yu Feng said and squatted between the legs of Long Yi. After that she slowly pulled down Long Yi's final cover. Seeing that frightening thing, the heart of Yu Feng jumped violently. Then when she raised his head, she saw Long Yi was firmly staring at her with passionate and curious gaze. Gritting her teeth, Yu Feng caught Long Yi's that frightening thing with her jade hand and slowly moved her head towards it. Long Yi took a deep breath, and feeling that warm and moist feeling in the lower part of his body, he felt just like flying. Just at this moment, the door of his room suddenly opened. Long Yi lifted his head, and four eyes met face to face. In this moment, both of them were stupefied. Only Yu Feng was still making great effort to make Long Yi feel good. Phoenix clan mistress was dumbfounded seeing that strange posture of her daughter and Long Yi on sofa. Just now inside her room, she had heard faint strange sounds from inside the room of Long Yi, but that sound was not very clear, so without thinking, she directly pushed open the door of Long Yi's room after seeing that the door was shut tightly. But she had never expected that she however would see the scene of like this, so her mind suddenly blanked out. Long Yi was dumbfounded too to see Phoenix clan mistress. Only after a long time, his reaction came over, making him think she was the mother of Yu Feng, his future mother-in-law. Thinking this, Long Yi had an urge, and the lower part of his body unexpectedly sprayed. Yu Feng lifted her head with a trace of milky white liquid still hanging on the edge of her mouth, and when she saw Long Yi had a lifeless look in his eyes and was watching behind her, she instinctively turned her head back. Chapter 109, Barbarian Bull Clan's Martial Arts Competition. Long Yi was in a daze while lying inside the bathtub of bathroom. Up until now he was still lost in thought. He still felt like that embarrassing situation of just now was just a dream. How could this happen? Two people having intimate time was not a problem, but being caught red-handed by mother-in-law was too lewd, too evil, and especially when Yu Feng was in the process of giving him. Is this for real? Long Yi lamented, and submerged his head inside the water. But reality was after all a reality. No matter how embarrassing the situation was, it had already occurred. Now Yu Feng was angrily taken away by Phoenix clan mistress. Don't know what would happen now, hope this don't raise unexpected difficulties. Inside another suite, Yu Feng was sitting on the sofa with her head lowered. Her beautiful face was thoroughly red now, and right now she didn't dare to look straight at her mother. "Let me die right now. I truly lost all my face and that is all because of Long Yi. That bastard didn't close the door while doing bad thing, causing mother to catch us red-handed at that time." Yu Feng was cursing Long Yi inside her heart. Recalling the scene of just now, she wanted to find a hole on the ground to burrow herself. The beautiful face of Phoenix clan mistress was also bright red. Now she was looking outside the window while sparing no effort to calm down her hot and dry state of mind, but as if carved inside her brain, she was unable to drive off that scene of just now. That thoughtless boy, how can he make Fenger do that kind of thing? Truly too detestable. Phoenix clan mistress cursed inwardly. Phoenix clan mistress turned around and looking at Yu Feng, she said, "Fenger." Mother." The sudden voice of Phoenix clan mistress startled Yu Feng, and her face became even redder as if burning. But she seeing this nervous appearance of her daughter, Phoenix clan mistress unexpectedly couldn't bear but laughed, which caused her plump breasts and buttocks to shake lightly. This lovely appearance of her own mother fascinated even Yu Feng. "Mother, you are truly beautiful," while laughing, Yu Feng said blankly while looking at Phoenix clan mistress. Phoenix clan mistress stopped laughing, then gracefully walked over to Yu Feng and sat beside her. After that she softly said, "Mother, have grown old? But my finger is still calling me beautiful." "Where have you grown old, mother? Every time you go out, those bad men always drool looking at you." Yu Feng tightly held the arm of Phoenix clan mistress and said. That awkward atmosphere of just now had changed into a warm laughter. "Less nonsense," Phoenix clan mistress said with a smile. After that, hesitating for a moment, she suddenly said, "Finger, now that you have decided to follow that bad boy, Mother have no right to interfere in that matter between you two, but don't let him bully you and don't always go along with him in everything." The face of Yu Feng became red again, then she softly said, "No, your daughter was doing that out of my own free will. Moreover, it was your daughter that was bullying him." Phoenix clan mistress looked at her daughter in daze, and only after a long time, she cursed, "This damned girl, so quickly defending him. How can you bully him in this kind of matter?" This moment Yu Feng released her heart. Since she was her mother, what was there to feel embarrassed about? So while pouting, she said, "Who said only man can bully woman, and woman cannot bully man?" Having heard what was said, Phoenix clan mistress became dumb as a wooden chicken. She had never thought that her daughter's thought would be so off the track. Although Phoenix clan mistress was a strong woman, and would rarely lose against men in the field of business, but with regarding to this aspect of men and women, her thought was very conservative. Early morning in the next day, Yu Feng entered inside the room of Long Yi with sullen face. "Long Yi." Yu Feng sat on the thigh of Long Yi, then nestled her head on his neck. "What happened, Finger? Did your mother said something again?" Long Yi asked while hugging Yu Feng. "Did the matter of yesterday really raise unexpected difficulties?" Yu Feng shook her head, and glistening teardrops began to well up in her beautiful eyes. "Then what happened? Did your mother not permit you to be together with me? I will go look for her now." "No, no, you don't need to go." Yu Feng hastily held the waist of Long Yi. "Today I am returning to Light City with my mother, but I hate to part with you," Yu Feng unhappily said while containing her tears. "Do you want to go? Is your mother forcing you?" Long Yi angrily said. "Long Yi, you don't need to agitate. It was my own decision, mother didn't force me," Yu Feng said while tightly hugging Long Yi. Hearing Yu Feng's such words, Long Yi clammed down. For the sake of Phoenix clan, mother has given up on her feelings, and she has been shouldering the heavy burden including hatred of entire clan by herself, but I however never knew anything about it, and thought everything mother did were proper and as a matter of course. But now I wish to go back to clan and give her a helping hand, and learn everything that should be learnt." Yu Feng muttered. Long Yi became silent, and after a long time, he suddenly showed a brilliant smile and caressed the beautiful hair of Yu Feng. "Your decision is right as the successor of Phoenix clan and as a daughter. Some matter is something you must undertake. But you know, but if love between both sides can last for why need they stay together night and day? Afterwards we will still have a long time." Long Yi interrupted Yu Feng. In his previous incarnation, he was orphan, so even if he wanted to share some of the responsibility of his parents, he was not able to do so. Child desired to support but there was no parents. This was also a matter of great regret. If love between both sides can last for why need they stay together night and day? Yu Feng muttered repetitively. Now her heart's sadness were swept clean, and smile appeared on her face again. Southern gate of Kaifeng City, the caravan of Phoenix clan gradually got further away, and Yu Feng who was standing on the carriage was waving her hand sparing no effort while tears slowly sliding down her face. Although she agreed to Long Yi's that sentence, if love between both sides can last for why need they stay together night and day? But when parting was imminent, and when the figure of her sweetheart became blurred, Sentimental teardrops, however, as if flood bursting out of dam, flowed in torrents. The girl who had taste of love for the first time is obsessed, and the most intolerable two words for them were bid farewell. While living, there inevitably will be the time like this. Long Yi looked at the caravan going increasingly further, and softly sighed. He and Yu Feng had met here, and were again parting here. While living a life, fate always changes greatly. Tidying up his mood, Long Yi also set off from the north gate, proceeding towards Hengjuan Mountain. There was his brother Barbarian Bull and beautiful Luzia, whom he was looking forward to meet with. Soaring magic in addition with great cosmos shift, only after 7 or 8 days, Long Yi reached to the foot of Hengjuan Mountain. Previously Long Yi had burned the military supplies of 100,000 soldiers in the northern frontier of Proud Moon Empire, so he didn't know whether many people froze to death or starved to death this winter. Very soon, he arrived at the place where the two forbidden magic confronted each other. That frozen ice and corpses had already disappeared from there, but water elements and dark elements, however, were dense as before. Dark Church, ah, Dark Church, your hands have stretched long enough, ah, Long Yi muttered. Also don't know how many Beastmen clan were already subdued under the Dark Church. Shaking his head, Long Yi discarded these thoughts. Barbarian Bull clan is not far away for here. It's already been a few months since I last saw that burly, and I am missing him. I also don't know how he performed in his clan's martial arts competition, don't know whether he already got a beauty for himself or not. Long Yi uttered a long and loud cry. Then, as if an arrow that had left the bowstring, he rushed towards the territory of Barbarian Bull clan. After a long time, Long Yi discovered a village of Barbarian Bull clan, but strangely enough the village was completely deserted. He couldn't find even a single person. After walking further ahead, Long Yi suddenly saw several warriors of Lion clan hurriedly running ahead him. Seeing them, the eyes of Long Yi shone, and luckily there was one familiar face among them. So Long Yi flashed and appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Seeing a person had suddenly appeared in front of them out of thin air, all of them were startled, and they immediately raised their weapon and alertly looked at Long Yi. "Hey, buddy, remember me?" Long Yi asked with a smile. One of the warrior of Lion clan sized up Long Yi for a long time, then suddenly answered in surprise, "Yes, you are that human who had defeated us in Mi Principality." Long Yi nodded his head with a smile. At that time in Mi Principality, in order to rescue a person of Bloody Knight Regiment, he happened to have a conflict with 10 or so warriors of Lion clan. "Boss, is this the human you spoke about that had easily defeated 18 warrior of our Lion clan last time?" Lion clansmen beside him asked in shock, with revere and flashing in their eyes while looking at Long Yi. "Yes, that's him." Lion clan's warrior answered while nodding his head. "I came here to see my brother Barbarian Bull, but for unknown reason, there is not a single soul inside their village. Do you know why?" Long Yi asked. "Oh, that, today there is a big martial arts competition of Barbarian Bull clan, so all of them had went inside the valley in front to watch and participate in that competition. We are also precisely going over there to watch. The warriors of this Barbarian Bull clan are not inferior in any aspect compared to our Lion clan." This Lion clan answered. From his not belittling other people but enhancing words shows that this beastman was indeed a straightforward beastman. Thereupon, Long Yi naturally followed these Lion clan to watch the excitement. He had thought that the martial arts competition of Barbarian Bull clan had already ended long ago, but outside his expectation, it was starting today. Truly a perfect timing. Long Yi believed that this year Barbarian Bull would definitely win the championship without any problem, with his weapon ruling greenstone. Furthermore, with golden bell canopy and evil vanquishing club he had taught, there should be only few and far between opponents within the entire Beastmen clans. Following after the warriors of Lion clan, Long Yi arrived at the entrance of Hidden Valley. Even from there, they could hear shouting and whistling sound. "Let's go in quickly." After the warriors of Lion clan heard this sound, they suddenly rushed inside the valley as if they had eaten a simulant. Long Yi just smiled lightly, then stepping on the ground, He also rushed into the valley. After entering inside the valley, Long Yi couldn't help but became greatly surprised. Right now this place was truly Beast Mountain and Beast Sea. Inside this not that big valley, there were beast men everywhere. Not far ahead, there was crowds of people, where not even a drop of water could trickle through, and practically every tree of this forest was packed with beast men. Basically couldn't see the circumstance inside. It seems the martial arts competition of Barbarian Bull clan however was a distinguished meeting of entire Beastmen clan. Looking at the Beastmen's crowd, Long Yi sighed. Hearing as if sea waves frenzied hubbub, Long Yi also couldn't help but had his hot blood surge, while eagerly thinking about looking at the brilliant martial competition occurring in the arena. He used his wind-soaring magic, and rose up to the sky, causing numerous beastmen to cast sidelong glances one after another. One should know that humans had always looked down upon beastmen, and beastmen held extreme hostility towards human, so very few humans came to the territory of beastmen. From the sky, Long Yi was finally able to see the circumstance of inside. There was a huge limestone arena in the middle of this valley, and beside the arena, there was a row of stone chair, where different kinds of beastmen were sitting. Looking at their dress, they ought to be the upper strata of different beastmen clan, and behind the stone chair, there was a huge stone sculpture, with the big words Bull Demon King. It might be assumed that that was not beast god that was worshipped by Barbarian Bull clan, rather certain ancestor of Barbarian Bull clan. Right now, there was two brave and fierce warriors of Barbarian Bull clan fighting in the arena. That all-out effort and sheer animal strength were reflected on their body, with their hands were holding a thick mace. Both of them were contending without any fear for their life. No wonder Barbarian Bull had said that dying in martial arts competition was not a surprising sight. Long Yi looked around and saw Barbarian Bull. He was sitting among the warriors of Barbarian Bull with ruling greenstone in his bosom, but his eyes were fixedly staring at one direction. Long Yi looked towards that direction, then saw that the Barbarian Bull was looking towards Petite Barbarian Bull clan's Miz sitting on the right side of Patriarch of Barbarian Bull clan on the seat of honor, and this Barbarian Bull clan's Miss was also bashfully looking at Barbarian Bull. Long Yi slightly laughed. Barbarian Bull, this kid truly has 2 cents of demeanor. He had yet to enter the arena, but had already hooked up with the daughter of the Patriarch. At this time, the onlooker beastmen suddenly issued an explosive roar. Long Yi looked towards the arena, and saw that the victor was decided. Among the 2 warriors of Barbarian Bull clan, the mace of one warrior knocked down another to the ground, and the fallen down warrior no longer stood up. Because the victory was decided, the attention of many beastmen was attracted by Long Yi flying in the sky. After that all of them began to point towards Long Yi while talking among themselves. Barbarian Bull and his that lover, who were casting amorous glances at each other, woke up with a start due to this cheering sound. After that, looking towards the sky where other beastmen were looking, his huge body suddenly shook, and as if his buttocks was in fire, he jumped. After that, going wild with joy, he shouted loudly, "Boss, boss, Barbarian Bull is here." Long Yi chuckled and leisurely drifted towards Barbarian Bull, but he was immediately hugged by huge Barbarian Bull, who was already wild with joy. But that dense sweat smell nearly caused Long Yi to lose consciousness. "Burly, quickly let me go. Did you take a bath these past several days?" Long Yi pushed away Barbarian Bull. Smelling the sweat smell of Barbarian Bull, his complexion had turned pale. Barbarian Bull scratched his bullhorn, and said with a foolish smile, "Not long ago I had just taken a bath 1 month ago." 1 month ago. Just taken a bath? Long Yi suddenly roared, then jumping, he firmly knocked on the head of Barbarian Bull. Chapter 110, Fox Clan's Invisible Technique. Barbarian Bull led Long Yi in front of Patriarch of Barbarian Bull clan. This clan head was very awe-inspiring, and his build was also valiant, comparable to Barbarian Bull. Right now his big eyes were sharply sizing up Long Yi. "Patriarch, this is my big brother Long Yi. Other than Patriarch, he is the person I admire the most in my life." Barbarian Bull introduced Long Yi to Patriarch. Even after hearing the words of Barbarian Bull, He calmly kept on sizing up Long Yi, seemingly not caring much about Long Yi, this big brother. Long Yi, great patriarch. Barbarian Bull had frequently talk about the valor of patriarch in front of me, but seeing patriarch today really confirmed me that knowing somebody by reputation can't compare to meeting them in person. Long Yi greatly flattered with a smile. This was not fawning but a kind of necessary means of socializing. Sure enough, the straightforward patriarch of Barbarian Bull clan beamed with joy after hearing Long Yi, and his treatment towards Long Yi also became warm immediately. It was not that the patriarch of Barbarian Bull clan was idiot, and he trusted the words of Long Yi. Rather, Long Yi was the big brother of Barbarian Bull, and he had also seen Long Yi gliding down the sky. Only with that, patriarch of Barbarian Bull clan would naturally be somewhat polite. Barbarian Bull, is this person your big brother? Just then, little princess beside patriarch asked. Although her voice was not clear and melodious, she was not as ugly as Long Yi had imagined. Barbarian Bull immediately nodded his head vigorously and said to this little princess of Barbarian Bull clan, "Yes, Eva, he is my big brother. Hello, nice to meet you." Eva politely greeted, surprising Long Yi the extreme. Barbarian Bull, this boy has a good taste. Hello, sister-in-law. Barbarian Bull would always speak about you while drooling. Long Yi mischievously laughed. The word sister-in-law made both Barbarian Bull and Eva somewhat bashful. Hearing Long Yi calling his daughter as sister-in-law, patriarch couldn't help but roughly said, "Only the brave warrior who became the champion of this martial arts competition will become the husband of Eva, so calling her like that is still too early." Not early at all. How can I, Long Yi's brother, lose? Patriarch, now you should just wait for Barbarian Bull to become your son-in-law. What do you say, Barbarian Bull? Long Yi confidently said with a smile. Barbarian Bull vigorously nodded his head, then looked at his sweetheart Eva with gentle expression in his eyes. This immediate caused Long Yi to have goosebumps. The destructive power of this look's full of love was really powerful. Just this single look fascinated Eva, causing her bull eyes to emit red heart-shaped symbol. Just then, the name of Barbarian Bull was called from arena, but Barbarian Bull still continued to look at Eva with full of tender feeling, seemingly not hearing the call. Upon seeing this, Long Yi kicked the buttocks of Barbarian Bull, and yelled loudly, "Burly, don't stand there stupidly. Do you want to forfeit? Quickly go to the arena." After the rude awakening, under the gentle expression of Eva, Barbarian Bull eagerly went to the arena. Just then, Patriarch of Barbarian Bull sent a person to bring a stone chair and placed it beside him, then asked Long Yi to take a seat. Long Yi also sat down without refusing, and just then, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a white-colored fluffy tail. Fox clan? The heartbeat of Long Yi suddenly stopped for a second. Turning his head and looking, at his left side not far away, two people of Fox clan were sitting. One was very handsome young man of Fox clan and other was charming to the bone young girl of Fox clan. Their features were unexpectedly a bit similar to that mother-daughter pair of Fox clan. The gaze of Long Yi instantly became fierce. All the beast men who were able to sit here were various clans' patriarch class figure. Were these Fox clan also the running dogs of the Dark Church? Unconsciously, the eyes of Long Yi diffuse a murderous look. Suddenly, that young girl of Fox clan turned her head, then those two beautiful eyes of this young girl met with the eyes of Long Yi. Currently her eyes were filled with doubts and curiosity. Very sharp sense. Long Yi thought inwardly. This young girl of Fox clan was not simple, and she was absolutely not like other women of Fox clan who could only use charming technique to confuse people. Long Yi withdrew his hostility, then he smiled brilliantly at this young girl of Fox clan, while his vision sized up her devilish figure. Humphrey, that young girl of Fox clan snorted coldly, then turned back her head and couldn't help but thought, "Don't tell me that that murderous intent I felt just now was my misconception? What's the matter?" Middle-aged man of Fox clan asked. "Father, just now I seem to feel murderous intent from that human. But when I turned around I however discover him lecherously looking at me." This young girl of Fox clan answered. You are too sensitive. It's very normal for men to look at you like that because you are too beautiful." That middle-aged man chuckled. While looking at her daughter, he was rather proud. "I hate people looking at me like that. It's too disgusting," the young girl of Fox Clan angrily said. Unfortunately, Long Yi didn't hear the conversation between this father-daughter pair of Fox Clan, otherwise he might have a little good impression of Fox Clan. This moment, in the arena, Barbarian Bull bravely fought and defeated quite a few warriors. With Golden Bell Canopy coupled with Evil Vanquishing Rod, not a single opponent was able to withstand 10 moves of his. Seeing this, Patriarch of Barbarian Bull Clan nodded his head, and as for Eva, she was even happier. When the day almost ended, Barbarian Bull finally defeated all the warriors. Then madly roaring, he raised his ruling greenstone pointing towards the sky. Right now he had a momentum of subduing the world with one club in his hand. This moment, Patriarch of Barbarian Bull stood up and was about to walk towards the arena with his daughter Eva. "Patriarch, can I go and exchange pointer with this brave warrior?" Just then, a crisp voice resounded. It was actually that young girl of Fox Clan who had proposed this incredible request. Patriarch of Barbarian Bull was dumbfounded, and said with a smile, "Princess Bertha must be joking. This however is not a game. If you're injured then it would be bad." Without competition, how did Patriarch know I will be defeated? "I will prove you all that we Fox Clan is not only skilled in bewitching technique," Bertha coldly said. Finished speaking, her figure rapidly dashed to the arena, then without speaking, she directly attacked dumbfounded Barbarian Bull. "Barbarian Bull, be careful." Seeing her beloved was being attacked, Eva couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Long Yi also frowned, but soon after that relaxed. He clearly saw that this Bertha was holding silver dagger in her hand. This dagger should not be ordinary dagger, but the attack power behind her surprise attack was not that high, so it should not be able to break through the defense of Barbarian Bull's Golden Bell Canopy. Sure enough, only a ding metal colliding sound rang out. Bertha quickly retreated, and was dumbfounded to see that, other than clothing, Barbarian Bull's body was completely unscathed. Although just now she had used only 1/5 of her power, but the dagger in her hand was a treasure that could cut through iron as if it was mud, but it actually wasn't able to even cut open his skin. Only at this moment, Barbarian Bull snapped out of it. He became extremely angry with the action of Bertha, and it also simulated the ferociousness of his blood. He madly roared, then brandished his ruling greenstone, attacking towards Bertha. Ruling greenstone was divine artifact level weapon, although because the strength of Barbarian Bull was not sufficient, he was only able to bring out 2/10 or 3/10 of its might. But merely that much might was also very alarming. One should know that just now Barbarian Bull had shown mercy towards all his opponent, and hadn't even used the might of ruling greenstone. The complexion of Bertha turned pale, and immediately dodged the green slashes, but the real power of ruling greenstone however was not this incomparably powerful green slashes, rather that aggressiveness they was emitting, which could directly affect the will of the opponent, making them unable to resist. At this moment, Barbarian Bull had already entered a state where he continuously threw heaven-covering attacks towards Bertha, and right now faint green light shrouded the entire arena, and the powerful domineering chi forced numerous onlookers to retreat. Suddenly, Bertha gritted her teeth, and while dodging her figure suddenly became hazy, then before the eyes of entire onlookers, she disappeared into the thin air. Stealth technique. Long Yi was dumbfounded. This was high-level stealth technique, but before true expert this however didn't have much use. Although her figure had disappeared, her aura however still exists, so with expert's perception, they could easily lock onto her position. So this move should not have much use against Barbarian Bull too. But the strange thing was, Barbarian stopped attacking, and rather absently looked all around as if he was unable to discover the trace of Bertha. Impossible, with the strength level of Barbarian Bull, how could he not break this stealth technique, unless, could it be that this is invisible technique of Fox Clan that was lost 1,000 years ago? Patriarch of Barbarian Bull suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What invisible technique? Long Yi hastily asked. Legends says that 1,000 years ago, Fox Clan had a kind of mystical invisible technique. This technique could not only make one's body disappear within a thin air, it could even hide their aura as well as life fluctuation. But it was lost long ago, didn't expect it to see light again here today. Patriarch of Barbarian Bull Clan explained. Can hide the life fluctuation? Long Yi couldn't believe this. All the things that have life had this life fluctuation, and even if they use special magic technique to hide it, more or less would definitely leak out. In this world there was not a single magic technique that could completely hide life fluctuation, but whether one had the ability to sense it or not is different matter. Long Yi concentrated his spirit power and enveloped the entire arena, then began to slowly shrink it. As long as Bertha was still within the arena, he would definitely be able to grasp her position. Sure enough, with the spirit power of Long Yi, he got the reaction at the upper left corner of Barbarian Bull. Burly, at your upper left corner. Long Yi used his condensed sound technique to transmit his voice only to Barbarian Bull. Although this method was a bit dirty, but today however was the big day of Barbarian Bull, so he didn't want to let Barbarian Bull lose his face at the final moment. Hearing the message of Long Yi, Barbarian Bull's bull eyes sharply looked towards the upper left corner. Then he brandished his ruling greenstone. Just then, with a charming loud shout, white-colored slash appeared in the thin air and attacked towards the neck of Barbarian Bull. This was Bertha using her full strength to attack, so Golden Bell Canopy would not be able to completely withstand this attack. Barbarian Bull moved his body to one side, while his ruling greenstone resolutely smashed towards her. But Barbarian Bull suddenly stopped his ruling greenstone in the midair. But his left shoulder was hit by that white slash, causing his blood to splatter. After that, a hazy figure slowly appeared in the sky, which became increasingly clearer. This moment all people discover that the ruling greenstone of Barbarian Bull was very near the forehead of Bertha. If Barbarian Bull had not stopped timely, then the head of Bertha would have been smashed to meat pulp. Bertha blankly looked at her dagger stabbed in the shoulder of Barbarian Bull, and very dejectedly sat on the ground with paralyzed body. If Barbarian Bull had smashed her, then her dagger would not have reached him. Merely she didn't understand how Barbarian Bull discovered her. Could it be that the invisible technique of Fox Clan evolved from her ancestors was so vulnerable? Chapter 111. Grievances of Bertha. Few people jumped inside the arena. Individually were Long Yi, patriarch of Barbarian Bull Clan, as well as his daughter Eva and the father of Bertha. Barbarian Bull, are you alright? Looking at the current appearance of Barbarian Bull, Evan felt sorry and tears appeared in her big bull eyes. It seems her feeling towards Barbarian Bull was truly very deep. I'm fine, I'm fine. Barbarian Bull nodded his head and laughed foolishly towards Eva. Long Yi tossed out 2 light healing magic to the wound on the shoulder of Barbarian Bull, but discovered that his wounds actually didn't heal, and the blood still flowed out continuously. Long Yi frowned, then using his finger he sealed the acupuncture points of his arm. Only after that the bleeding stopped. After the bleeding had stopped, Long Yi looked towards that silver dagger in the hand of Bertha and asked, "What's going on here?" Bertha felt her heart turn cold seeing that ice-cold looks of Long Yi, but she still answered, "This is our Fox Clan's Saint Artifact Roaming Dragon Dagger. The wounds caused by this dagger have complete immunity towards light as well as water healing magic." Eva immediately flew into rage, then resolutely glaring at Bertha, she said, "This heartless vixen, not only did you cause disturbance here, but you actually had such malice. You are not welcomed in our Barbarian Bull Clan from now on." Seeing Eva acting violently for the sake of Barbarian Bull, Long Yi laughed inwardly and sincerely felt happy for Barbarian Bull. Middle-aged man of Fox Clan courteously said to Patriarch of Barbarian Bull, "My daughter was not thoughtful enough. I apologize in place of my daughter. I am also ashamed to stay here any longer, so I and my daughter will take our leave." The Patriarch of Barbarian Bull Clan caught the hand of that middle-aged man of Fox Clan, and said with a smile, "There is no who towards whom did wrong while competing in the arena. Later is my Barbarian Bull Clan's wedding day, so in any case, please stay behind and drink some cup of wine, otherwise you are not giving our barbarian bull clan a face." The middle-aged man of Fox clan saw that the tone of patriarch of barbarian bull clan was sincere, so he didn't refuse. In just this fashion, the martial arts competition of Barbarian Bull clan officially ended. Barbarian Bull also had his wish of carrying beauty back fulfilled. Next was a grand celebration. Bonfire was lit up everywhere in the territory of Barbarian Bull clan, and all people were in the middle of festively singing and dancing, and every household took out foods to serve various clans' beastmen. Barbarian Bull wore Barbarian Bull clan's gorgeous warrior dress. This was something he had worn just now to pay respect to Beast God for officially making Eva his wife. Now holding his wife Eva, he was walking over to Long Yi. Dong sound resounded, as both Barbarian Bull and Eva knelt in front of Long Yi, and began the most revered ceremony of kowtow of Barbarian Bull clan. Suddenly, gaze of everyone was attracted by this. One should know that the beastmen of Barbarian Bull clan were extremely cautious to perform this ceremony, as this ceremony represents absolute loyalty of warriors, which shows they had placed their life into the other's hand. Long Yi also didn't dodge, and accepted the kowtow of Barbarian Bull husband and wife pair with smiles on his face. In Long Yi's thought, since Barbarian Bull was orphaned from childhood, he is an elder brother, accepting his courtesy ought to be logical. Big brother, Barbarian Bull having this day, and being able to marry Eva are all bestowed upon me by you, big brother. I, Barbarian Bull, swear to Beast God, hereafter I, Barbarian Bull's life is Big Brother's. Even if Big Brother asked I, Barbarian Bull, to die, I, Barbarian Bull, will not even crease my brows. The resounding voice of Barbarian Bull resounded while looking at Long Yi full of gratefulness and admiration. Long Yi supported Barbarian Bull to rise. Then punching at his sturdy chest, he said with a smile, "This stupid kid, today is your wedding, so why on earth are you saying this? You also know that I am your big brother. So why are you speaking this type of boring matter? Today is your wedding, so everyone is waiting for you to purpose a toast, so call others for a toast." Tonight Long Yi was also continuously getting peach blossom love affairs. Since everyone knew that he was big brother of Barbarian Bull, beastmen continuously came over to strike up a conversation, making Long Yi hug a jug of wine and flee the battlefield in defeat. No need to speak about others. The smell on the body of these beastmen made his weak stomach to churn non-stop. Far away from the partying crowd, Long Yi came to small hill and sat down. Then looking at that flashing flame far away, he drank alone holding that jug. Although the wine of Beast Clan was not rich and mellow as the 100 Flowers brew of Elf Clan, but it was sufficiently violent. This was wine for men to drink. Long Yi spat out mouthful of wine. Then suddenly looking at the empty void, he said, "Who's there? Come out." A hazy figure slowly condensed in front of Long Yi. Unexpectedly was that young girl of Fox clan called Bertha. "In the dead of the night, tailing behind me to this uninhabited place, could it be that you want to seduce me?" Long Yi sneered, because his first impression of Fox clan was not good. Moreover, this woman greatly resembles that mother-daughter pair of last time. "You." Bertha furiously looked at Long Yi, but didn't refute. She had followed after him purely out of her curiosity, but if she said this then it seems that would give rise to even more misunderstandings. Long Yi sized up this young girl of Fox clan from top to bottom. The more he looked the more he felt familiar, so he couldn't help but think, don't tell me that she have some kind of relation with that mother-daughter pair. Under the scanning of Long Yi's gaze, the heart of Bertha involuntarily trembled, and a kind of feeling as if her lovely body was softly caressed by big hand well up in her lovely body. Her beautiful face instantly became bright red, didn't understand why she had this kind of feeling. She was not able to bear this kind of gaze of Long Yi, so turning around, she ran down the hill. "Halt!" Long Yi shouted in deep and low voice. Bertha obediently stopped and turning around, she asked, "Why?" "Come here." Long Yi commanded. Hearing the commanding voice of Long Yi, Bertha subconsciously wanted to walk towards Long Yi, but immediately she snapped out of it. then thought inwardly, why do I have to listen to this guy? After that coldly snorting, she provocatively looked at Long Yi, still not coming. Long Yi threateningly glared at Bertha. The heart of Bertha jumped, and she stutteringly said, why do I have to come over there? I don't want to. Saying this, she turned around and quickly ran downhill. Suddenly, blackness appeared before the eyes of Bertha, and as if she had slammed into the wall, she crashed onto something and fell down behind. That really hurt. Sitting on the ground, Bertha covered her nose. Her fine nose felt sour and painful, as tears flowed out from her eyes. How can you do this, you? Bertha was about to rain down the curses, but seeing the ice-cold eyes of Long Yi, she involuntarily swallowed remaining words. He will not kill me, right? Bertha clenched both of her hands, as she was absolutely terrified seeing the ice-cold eyes of Long Yi. Do you know about the matter of complete destruction of Fox clan in the northwest direction? Long Yi indifferently asked while carefully looking at the expression of Bertha. The expression of Bertha changed, and deep sadness appeared in her beautiful eyes. I know, someone casted forbidden magic spell there, and all of our clansmen there died, including my mother and sister. Bertha nodded her head, and said while choking with sobs. Long Yi's eyes instantly flashed with coldness, and his big hand suddenly reached out and tightly choked the snow-white jade neck of Bertha. Since she also came from their family, then she must be the birds of same feather. Let me go, I cannot breathe. The hands of Bertha caught the big hand of Long Yi and spare no effort to struggle free, but how could she be the opponent of Long Yi? The big hand of Long Yi slowly tightened, and Bertha revealed a terrified expression in her eyes. And her eyes also had an unwilling expression, as if asking why was Long Yi trying to kill her? Long Yi was stunned. Such crystal clear pair of eyes, is she really the same kind of person as those flirtatious mother-daughter pair? His hand involuntarily loosened, then lightly sighing, he threw Bertha to ground. Now I will ask you a question. I hope you will answer honestly, otherwise the consequence will be very miserable. Coldly looking at Bertha, Long Yi said. Bertha coughed while hatefully looking at Long Yi. Why were you not in the same branch as your mother and sister? Long Yi asked. Bertha tightly closed her lips, then looked aside while snorting coldly. It seems she had made up her mind to resist Long Yi till the end. Not speaking. Believe or not, I will immediately kill you. Long Yi squatted down, and coldly looked directly into the eyes of Bertha. Bertha just snorted coldly as before, and stubbornly didn't speak any words. Long Yi frowned, then his big hand again reached out towards the neck of Bertha again. But who would have thought that Bertha would simply close her eyes decisively, then raise her head so that Long Yi would easily choke her neck? Long Yi made a wry smile, and began to believe that this young girl of Fox clan called Bertha and her mother and sister were really not of the same kind. At that time, when he had caught both of them, they tried to seduce him. This shows great contrast between them. No, afraid of death? Then believe or not, I will take off all your clothing, and let all beastmen appreciate your beauty. Long Yi threatened, but his current tone no longer contained that stifling killing intent of just now. The whole body of Bertha trembled, and her tightly closed eyelashes were also trembling non-stop. Then two crystal-clear tears slid down from the corner of her eyes, but as before she didn't say a word. Even like this she didn't admit defeat. Now this is troublesome. Long Yi muttered, while his right hand touching his chin. Bertha quietly opened her eyes and saw Long Yi's that as if very vexed expression. Then her heart involuntarily relaxed, because she perceived that he didn't have any killing intent now. Why do you want to know? With tear stains in her beautiful eyes, Bertha asked. I naturally have my reasons. It would be best for you to tell me. Long Yi indifferently said. You are not good at asking question. Do you have to threaten me to speak? If you had asked nicely, then I would have already told you long ago. Bertha softly said, while her eyes stealthy casting a glance at Long Yi, as just now he had nearly killed her. Long Yi couldn't help but sighed, softly said, then Miss Bertha, please answer my question of just a moment ago. Is this okay?" A light complacent smile appeared on the Bertha's face, but it immediately disappeared again, and her beautiful eyes misted while recalling her past memories. As it turned out, Bertha, her sister, father and mother used to live in the same family, and their life was also filled with happiness. But from one day father and mother suddenly began to quarrel frequently, which slowly developed to the point where they were completely incompatible. So 10 years ago on a certain day, her mother took her sister and a portion of clansmen and separated from them. After that they no longer met with each other. But afterwards Bertha heard that her mother and other were living nicely even after separating from them. But few months ago, she suddenly heard that someone casted forbidden magic spell in the territory of her mother's branch, and all of the clansmen died there including her mother and sister. Chapter 112, Reunion in Elven Forest. Hearing the recount of Bertha, Long Yi reprimanded himself inwardly for nearly killing her mistakenly just now. Fortunately he stopped himself timely. It seems hereafter he should think over thoroughly before handling the affairs. Bertha rather sentimentally recounted, and her heart was completely immersed in her memories. Perhaps because it had been too long since she had found someone to talk to, she unexpectedly began to talk about numerous happy and unhappy matters from her childhood till now. She even made joke about how she was panicked during her first period, making Long Yi laugh several times. Only when the gray dawn appeared on the east sky, Bertha, as if waking up from a dream, woke up. After that, thinking of those words she had said just now, her beautiful face heated up. After that, quietly looking at Long Yi, she unexpectedly discovered that Long Yi was sleeping with eyes closed, making her sigh in relief and simultaneously got somewhat angry too. Somebody is speaking the matters weighing one's mind, but he actually fell asleep. Bertha angrily thought inwardly. She looked towards the distant territory of barbarian Bull clan, then saw that the bonfire had already went out, and only lingering smoke was slowly fluttering in the air. Just then a cold wind blew over, and Bertha couldn't help but shiver with cold. Right now it was winter, so the weather was still very cold. She clung onto her soft fur cloak, then turning around, she walked downhill. After walking 2 steps, she couldn't bear but turned around her head again, and saw Long Yi was still sleeping very soundly, and his black hair had white frost on it. Truly comparable to Pig in the ability to sleep. Bad boy, Bertha muttered. After that she suddenly took off her cloak, and waking over to Long Yi, she gently covered his body with this cloak, then rubbing her palms together, she ran down the hill. Long Yi opened his eyes, and looked at the back view of distant Bertha, then looked at this soft cloak on his body. After that he couldn't help but shook his head while softly saying, compared to her mother and sister, this girl is very adorable. When Long Yi arrived at the territory of Barbarian Bull clan, Barbarian Bull had already gotten up, and was vigorously practicing evil vanquishing rod Long Yi had taught him. It seems he had passed yesterday's night rather comfortably. Boss. Seeing Long Yi, Barbarian Bull immediately stopped his ruling greenstone and ran over to Long Yi. Burly, how was last night's wedding festivity? Was it alright? Long Yi squinted his eyes and teasingly said to Barbarian Bull. Barbarian Bull rather bashfully scratched his bullhorn with unprecedented red bull face. Barbarian Bull, I am leaving. Luzia is still waiting for me at Elven Forest. You and sister-in-law should properly live within the clan. Now you are no longer by yourself, so you must not be rash like before. Do you understand? Long Yi patted the shoulder of Barbarian Bull and said, Boss, then I will go with you. You must not abandon me. Barbarian Bull tensely said, Didn't you just get married yesterday? How can you leave her alone so quickly? Moreover, if I take you with me, then wouldn't sister-in-law kill me? First you should properly accompany sister-in-law. And when you think you can come out, come to Elven Forest or me Principality and look for me. I will not be leaving there any time soon for the time being. Long Yi said with a smile. He still owed Longlinger a portion of sentiment, and he also don't know what she would try to do to make things difficult for him. Barbarian Bull nodded his head, and reluctantly watched Long Yi, this never discriminating against him, teaching him techniques and truly treating him like younger brother, big brother. Okay, Don't look at me like that, goosebumps is appearing all over my body. Give my farewell to sister-in-law and your patriarch. Long Yi lightly punched the chest of barbarian bull, then changing into a smoke, he left at full speed. Hangjuan Mountain was not far away from Elven Forest. After merely 2 days, Long Yi arrived at the periphery of Elven Forest. After few months, he returned back to this beautiful place once again. Long Yi couldn't help but sighed with emotion. At that time, Wash Wang, Leng Yuiu and Luzia were by his side, letting him enjoy the warmth and softness, but now things have remained the same, but people had changed. Wash Wang was living in Ice Palace, and Leng Yuiu had returned back to Dark Church. Shua shua, several light green spirit arrows shot out from inside the forest and stuck in the ground before Long Yi. Long Yi lightly smiled, seemingly recalling same kind of scene that had happened when he had first arrived here at that time. Could it be that this was Elf Clan's distinctive way of greeting the guest, not asking who you are, and directly shooting 2 arrows first? After a short while a group of elven guards came out from inside the forest. Seeing them, Long Yi revealed a brilliant smile. Nika, long time no see. Looking at the beautiful female elf, Long Yi greeted with a smile. Long Yi. Nika was dumbfounded, then she immediately instructed 2 elven guards beside her to notify Elf Queen and Luzia. Long Yi walked over and looking at Nika, he said with a smile, I don't see you for a few months, and you have gotten even more beautiful. The face of Nika reddened, and shyly said, where is Ah? Just when Long Yi was thinking of teasing her, Nika suddenly fumed with anger. Don't talk to me, I don't want to speak with you. Long Yi swallowed back the words he was about to say, and merely looked at Nika making a wry smile. Although he bragged about having small achievement in the study of women, but with regarding to the moody temperament and difficult to understand thoughts of women, he was still unable to guess. Otherwise why would they say understanding the heart of woman was even harder than finding a needle in the bottom of the ocean? How did I offend you? Long Yi asked, while trying to recall when he had offended her just now. After hearing the question of Long Yi, Nika coldly snorted and said, I said, don't talk to me. Long Yi stroked his nose, and looked towards other female elves guards who were looking at him curiously, then smiled towards them. His brilliant smile suddenly caused the heartbeat of these several female elves to accelerate. After that they immediately turned around with red face, not daring to look at him again. On the way, he saw a light green silhouette rushing towards them at full speed. This figure came to stop not far away from Long Yi, and tears of happiness slid down on her face. Long Yi. Luzia called out with a voice full of yearning. Then she couldn't bear any longer and threw herself into the bosom of Long Yi. Holding her lovely body tightly, Long Yi smelled her familiar lavender fragrance. At this time, Long Yi noticed that he was greatly longing to see her. This kind-hearted, shy, and a little bit rebelling little elf. After hugging for a good while, Luzia raised her head from the embrace of Long Yi, idiotically watching the face of her man. Seeing that deep as if ocean affectionate gaze of Luzia, Long Yi felt warmth within his body. After that he held the chin of Luzia and bending over, he gently kissed her pink lips. Seeing Long Yi and their princess hugging and kissing under the broad daylight in public, Nika and other female elves guards fell into petrified state. After a good while, the big mouth of Long Yi left that brilliant red fragrant lips of Luzia. Only after that, they noticed 10 or so pairs of eyes blankly staring at them, and each and every one of them had their mouth wide open. Little elf, why are they looking at us like that? Long Yi chuckled. Luzia, who had her feeling in chaos and confusion, woke up after hearing Long Yi, then crying out in alarm. She bashfully dug into the embrace of Long Yi. This cry of Luzia also woke up Nika and other female elves guards with a start. After that their lovely face simultaneously became red. After returning to normal state after that hot kiss of Long Yi, Luzia noticed that Wash Wang was not beside Long Yi, so she anxiously asked, Long Yi, big sister Wash Wang, how is she? Did you find Rui's silkworm? Long Yi smiled and answered while rubbing her head, rest assured, Wash Wang is fine, although we didn't catch Rui's silkworm, however we had other fortuitous encounter. I will tell you slowly about it in a moment. Very quickly, Long Yi arrived to the elves resident within Elven Forest. Their elf queen and 7 great elders were already waiting for him. Your Majesty the Queen, I trust you have been well since we last met. Long Yi, who is still holding on to Luzia, greeted Elf Queen with a smile, while his shining eyes were scanning her enchanting body with mature charm. Elf Queen gracefully nodded her head, but her body was lightly trembling under the burning gaze of Long Yi, and especially at towering breast, she always felt a kind of being caressed illusion. Looking at your appearance, it seems your trip to Origin Ice was quite smooth. Where is that girl called Washwang? Elf Queen indifferently asked, but she was cursing Long Yi within her heart. Let's go in, and conveniently have 100 flowers brew first. I'm very thirsty. Long Yi said with a smile, and before Elf Queen could lead the way, turning from guest into host, he took the lead to walk over the luxurious wooden house of Elf Queen. Elf Queen shook her head angrily. This smelly kid truly doesn't think himself as an outsider, but looking at it, he truly cannot be counted as an outsider, because as her son-in-law, how can he be outsider? Thinking the word son-in-law, the heart of Elf Queen jumped impatiently. Inside the hall, Long Yi carefreely sipped 100 flowers brew, while sitting on the seat with one leg over the other and swinging his leg. Seeing this, 7 great elders of Elf clan frowned. Long Yi, you have already taken enough rest, and you have also drunk 100 flowers brew, so quickly speak. Elf Queen urged. After all, Origin Ice was one of the forbidden area, and Long Yi was able to come back alive from that place. And from the looks of it, it seems Long Yi had truly acquired the blood of Ruai Ice silkworm, merely she was unclear about the whereabouts of that girl called Washwang. Long Yi, hurry up and speak, I also want to know about the things you experienced. Luzia coquettishly shook the arm of Long Yi. Now that little elf had opened her mouth, Long Yi also no longer kept people guessing. He began to tell everything that had occurred after he had left the Elven Forest, from meeting the young girl of Fox Clan to the later confrontation of forbidden magic spell, from the leaving of Leyuiu to the terrifyingly low temperature of Origin Ice, and from Snowstorm Divine Martin to Ruai Ice Silkworm. Next he mentioned about the mysterious Ice Palace as well as the Phoenix Clan's hatred of 1,000 years. With Long Yi's capable tongue, his speaking was truly lively, and incomparably breathtaking, making people as if they themselves were experiencing these matters. Chapter 113, Identity Exposed. Ice Palace, if I am not mistaken, then it ought to be Ice Shrine, a mysterious sect that shook the entire Blue Waves continent several thousand years ago. At that time, its influence was sufficiently comparable to the influence of Light Church, but afterwards, because of unknown reasons, it diminished and went into hiding. Didn't expect it was still hiding in Origin Ice. An old man with white hair and beard who was one of the 7 great elder of Elf clan sighed. I have also heard about Ice Shrine, but I have never heard about Phoenix Clan several thousand years ago, and also never heard about that huge debts of blood. Old woman among the 7 great elder continued afterwards. Long Yi looked at these old fellows who had lived for several thousand years. He believed that the things they had stated were unlikely to be a mistake, so perhaps Phoenix Clan was not called Phoenix Clan several thousand years ago, rather had other name, and later changed their name. Long Yi expressed this thought, and then described the appearance of Phoenix Tki. After that the elders became lost in thought, and after a long time, that old man of just now said, hearing your opinion, I actually recall that there was Phoenix Hill's Raging Flame Villa several thousand years ago. It was said that Ice Shrine and this Raging Flame Villa were sworn enemies. Perhaps this Phoenix Clan is the clan created by the later generations of Raging Flame Villa. Phoenix Hill, Raging Flame Villa? What are these things? Long Yi however had never heard about them. Long Yi, since that girl Washwang had entered Ice Shrine as a disciple, she would definitely be fine, said Elf Queen. Do you need to say that? While thinking this inwardly, Long Yi said while nodding his head, I know, otherwise why would I be so relaxed? Well, this is everything, As for whether the current Phoenix clan is later generation of this something called Phoenix Hills Raging Flame Villa or not, you all can slowly guess it. Since I have not slept properly for few days, I am very sleepy, so I'm going to sleep. Finished speaking, Long Yi pulled Luzia and went towards the backyard where his room of that time was located. Elf Queen felt stuffy seeing Long Yi taking away red-faced Luzia, and certain inappropriate for children scene appeared in her mind. But this was understandable, and even the 7 great elders were having similar thoughts in their mind, but everyone could only shake their head and sigh. Princess was already somebody else's wife, so sleeping together was also a normal thing. But merely now it still was broad daylight, also too. Long Yi pulled Luzia to his room. After that, hugging her in her birthday suit, Long Yi fell asleep. Luzia blushed and her heart palpitated. With Long Yi on her bosom, she felt stuffy for a long time, but her sweetheart didn't take next step, so she raised her head only to unexpectedly discover that Long Yi had fallen asleep. She couldn't help but wanted to bite him firmly. Blankly staring at the sleeping face of Long Yi, the heart of Luzia was filled with tenderness. The agonizing longing of few months were finally compensated. Recalling those 100 days and night without Long Yi, Luzia couldn't help but felt sadness. At that time, she finally understood what was true longing. It really was very bitter, so bitter that she found it unbearable to recall. In fact, hereafter she didn't want to even think about leaving his side for even a second. But, is that really okay? Luzia lightly sighed, while her jade hand gently caressed Long Yi. He was extraordinary man, so when he soared, who can catch him without letting him go? His world was too broad, and this small elven forest couldn't accommodate him. Shaking her head, Luzia discarded these distracting thoughts, then retracting into Long Yi's bosom, she deeply inhaled his body's that incomparably familiar male smell that would make her feel at ease, and also sunk in sleep. Missing him for these past days had made her very weary. That very day during evening, the protecting force of Nika were returning back, and their work was taken over by another group of elven guards. Captain Nika, what's going on with you? Are you feeling unwell? While on the road, a female elf guard asked composed and silent Nika. Nika woke up from her daze, and said, I'm fine, what can be wrong with me? Then why is your complexion so different? Other guard asked. I know, Captain Nika is starting to like the husband of Princess. Just now I heard her calling his name. One elf guard who was clearly younger than everyone else immediately said, oh. All guards simultaneously dragged out their voice with a smile. Nika flew into a rage from shame, and loudly shouted, what nonsense are you all talking? So you think this kind of words is something you can't talk as you please? I absolutely don't like that believing himself infallible and lecherous-natured scoundrel. Seeing Nika went off, all guards didn't dare to make a sound. Captain Nika, cursing the husband of Princess, isn't that a revolt? That young guard muttered. Nika blinked out for a moment, then firmly glared at this elf. After that, stamping on the ground, she dashed forward at full speed and disappeared into the curve. All the guards looked at each other in blank dismay, and all of them simultaneously glared at that elf who had angered Nika. And that elf was so frightened that she shrunk back and didn't dare to speak again. Nika somewhat angrily arrived at the bank of a brook. Every time her heart was unhappy or missed her deceased family members, she would come at this place, and sat there till the night. Who likes that hoodlum? I don't like him. Nika hatefully said. She really didn't like that guy called Long Yi. At most she was merely a little bit curious, that's all. She was still brooding on the matter of last time when he had seen her naked while she was taking a bath and chatting with Luzia, but who would have thought that he had actually forgotten about it, as if that matter had never happened. This made her flustered inside her heart, so she was continuously in low spirits. So, I don't like him but merely unhappy with him. What am I doing creating such atmosphere? Nika thought inwardly. Moreover, I lost her temper towards the Sisters of Protection Force for no apparent reason at all. Even before, they used to frequently crack harmless jokes cheekily. Lying on the large stone beside the small brook, Nika looked towards the twinkling stars in the sky, and her gloominess gradually dispersed. She recalled the words her mother used to say during her childhood: every stars in the sky represents a person, and after the death of the person, their soul returns to the star that represent them, then bless and protect their family by twinkling. So Nico had always believed that her parents' soul had also returned back to their respective star, and were silently watching over her from the sky. As a result, every time she was sad, she would come to this place and look at the stars in the sky, then tell her trouble, and every time after telling her trouble, she would miraculously get better. Long Yi woke up from the sleep. After soundly sleeping after not sleeping properly for a long time, he felt very comfortable. After that, looking at Luzia nestled in his bosom, he gently smiled, and slowly moving away, he jumped out of the bed. Right now, it was deep in the night, and all the elves were resting. In the entire elven forest, other than the sound of movement of tree leaves due to wind blowing, there was no other sound. Long Yi walked out from his room, and began to stroll aimlessly. Unknowingly, he unexpectedly arrived at the courtyard of Elf Queen. Moreover, as if doing of ghosts and gods, he had passed through several patrolling elves guards without alerting any of them. After probing, Long Yi discovered that Elf Queen was in the process of drinking while looking at the moon inside the fine pavilion of her courtyard, so he couldn't help but laugh. This Elf Queen, however, have a good interest, drinking wine in the dead of night. Could it be that she was too lonely? Long Yi had a dirty thought. Why on earth are you sticking your head out and looking around like a ghost? Now that you have come here, come accompany me to drink. Elf Queen suddenly opened her mouth and said softly, although her voice was soft, but her each words, however, as if directly blown from the side of his ear, shook his blood chi. This Elf Queen really had a knack. Long Yi used his internal force to guard his ear veins while thinking inwardly. After that, he immediately walked out openly, and said lightly with a smile, "No, I should not come over there. With only a single man and a single woman, there inevitably will be suspicion." Elf Queen superciliously looked at Long Yi, and charmingly said, "You have already secretly passed through my guards, and to go on to say a single man and a single woman, isn't your face truly too thick? You are flattering me. Under the heaven, I'm merely third." Long Yi mischievously laughed, and without any politeness, he sat down opposite to Elf Queen and grabbing a wine bottle, he began drinking. Elf Queen helplessly shook her head, and said, "You always make me think over. After letting Luzia follow you, don't know how many times I ate defeat. Your Majesty the Queen, you know, I have thoroughly polished Luzia, so my hands are tied, but if you also let me polish you too, then hey." Long Yi ambiguously laughed. He didn't know why, but he was unable to view Elf Queen as senior, and his that lecherous genes always involuntarily wanted to tease her. The complexion of Elf Queen changed. Indulging in flights of fancy once in a while inside his heart was one thing, but teasing her face to face was another things, so she coldly said, "Did your Zimun clan teach you to speak like this to all your elders?" "Young Master Zimun." Long Yi was startled, and his eyes instantly became sharp as if two sharp sword while straightly looking at the beautiful eyes of Elf Queen. He had never thought that Elf Queen would actually knew his real identity. It seems she had thoroughly investigated him when had gone to Origin Ice with Washwang. As a matter of fact, the identity of Long Yi was not that hard to investigate, as the matter of Zimun Yu had stirred up hubbub in violent Dragon Empire. Although 1 year had already passed, and the matters had already subsided down, but people would not forget this silk pants young master who had stirred up a foul atmosphere in Soaring Dragon City. Moreover, after escaping from Soaring Dragon City, Long Yi had never changed his voice and appearance, so if a resolute person want to investigate him, it would not be very hard to investigate. Long Yi and Elf Queen looked face to face for a long while. After that, his expression suddenly softened, and again revealing his signature smile, he lightly said with a smile, "Your Majesty the Queen have good means. Yes, I am Zimun Yu, but in few aspects you can also say I am not Zimun Yu. My current name is Long Yi, which will never change hereafter." Long Yi directly told her a truth. His body was that of Zimun Yu, but soul however was not, But how could Elf Queen understand this? Zemin Zemin clan's second young master, lazy, have neither learning nor skill, but act tyrannically, prey on the people, and has tarnished countless respectable women. 1 year ago, he boldly used despicable means to rape the princess of violent dragon empire, then disappeared without a trace. Elf Queen indifferently said. Long Yi just made a wry smile. He knew that even if he plunged into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash clear this life. Why was I attached to the body of this fellow of all the people? Elf Queen Bitter looked at Long Yi, and blandly said, "Is that person really you? Did my daughter really follow such matchless evil person?" Chapter 114, Long Linger's Hatred. Long Yi lightly sighed, then calmly looking at Elf Queen, he said, "You thought like that? Do you really think I, Long Yi, am that kind of person?" I was very furious when I just learned this information, but afterwards I hard-headedly thought for a bit. Although your moral is somewhat bad and somewhat lecherous, but should not be bad to that extent. From your attitude towards that girl called Wash Wang, I believe this ought to be only a rumor, but what I don't understand is, why are all the common people of Soaring Dragon City unanimously ruining your reputation? Elf Queen suddenly laughed, and that ice-cold expression on her face disappeared without a trace, making Long Yi to sigh once again towards the face-changing skill of women. After listening to the doubt of Elf Queen, Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and helplessly said, "This matter is very complicated, I cannot explain in a short time. This matter actually involved the princess, so if I have to guess, then this ought to be related to the imperial power. Your Zemin clan is very powerful, making emperor to shun them. Moreover, other than emperor, who else have the ability to mislead the common people of entire city? He is thinking of weakening your Zemin clan's influence with this matter." Elf Queen said with a smile while looking at Long Yi. Long Yi was astonished looking at Elf Queen. Although what she had stated was not a fact, but her guess however was fair and reasonable. With regarding to political scheme and authority, she was actually able to see through easily like this. "I guess that's right. Don't think that I don't understand anything because I stay inside Elven Forest all day long." Seeing the surprise expression of Long Yi, Elf Queen believed her guess was right, and complacently show off just like a child. Long Yi declined to comment. Now that she had believed this way, let her continuously believe that way. Some matters should only be rotted inside the heart, and shouldn't say out loud. "Ah, it's already very late, I am going to sleep, shouldn't you leave too?" Elf Queen used her jade hand to cover her lips and yawned, and casually mentioned Long Yi to leave. Seeing the enchanting appearance of Elf Queen, Long Yi lost his spirit for a brief moment. The charm of mature women was something green little girls were not capable of reaching. Seeing Long Yi fixedly staring at her, Elf Queen was rather angry and was also somewhat bashful and happy. She couldn't bear but reached out her jade hand to knock the head of Long Yi, and said while feigning angry, "If someone sees you staring at me like this, then what type of scandal will it turn into?" Still not returning back, Long Yi stroked his head, and looking at Elf Queen, he said while laughing mischievously, "But there is no one here." The young heart of Elf Queen jumped, then she angrily said, "This levirate bastard, you can stay here, but if my guards discover you, I will not intervene." Elf Queen said, then standing up, she walked inside her house. Long Yi stared at Elf Queen's that perfectly round plump pert buttocks. Every steps would cause it to lightly shake, making Long Yi have dry mouth, and his evil thoughts grew rapidly. After Elf Queen's figure completely disappeared, Long Yi laughed at himself. Men were animals that always rely on the lower part of their body to think, and Elf Queen's that kind of outstanding thing had fatal attracting force. Merely recalling she was the mother of Luzia, he couldn't help but rather got enthusiastic. Long Yi quickly rushed out from the residence of Elf Queen, while his heart burning with scorching evil fire. Right now inside his brain, Elf Queen's that flirtatious attitude as well as that outstanding as if completely ripe honey peach figure appeared. Although he knew that this was something taboo, but taboo things could easily give birth to simulating thrill. Long Yi quickly returned to his courtyard. Now he strongly wanted to give vent to, and Luzia naturally would be the first to be affected. Panting, he threw himself on the lovely body of Luzia, and his big hands presumptuously rubbed her plump. Luzia vaguely opened her eyes, and saw it was her sweetheart, so she closed her eyes again. In this kind of not-sober state, she felt hazy pleasant sensation which fascinated her even more. She somewhat passively catered to Long Yi and her throat gave out a soft moans. Suddenly, a burning hot thing burst into her warm passage, making her quiver lightly from head to toe, and she tightly held Long Yi, and she lightly arranged her waist to cater her sweetheart's sprint. Long Yi enthusiastically stirred up Luzia. Panting sound and sweats of man and woman interweave, giving out a aura. In addition, that creaking sound of the bed overflowed inside the entire room. Even the moon became shy and hid itself behind the clouds. Mia Principality, Holy Magic Academy. Longlinger and Zimenwuan were silently walking inside the school grounds. These two women's that alarming beauty attracted the gaze of innumerable students and teachers. In an extremely short duration of just 2 months after coming to the Mia Holy Magic Academy, these two women's name were known by everybody without exception. So-called merits are neglected but scandals draw attention. That matter of Zimenyu raping Longlinger had already spread all over the entire Blue Waves continent. So after the arrival of Longlinger in Holy Magic Academy, it attracted a strong sensation. And although she was no longer chaste, but Longlinger's that ravishingly beautiful good looks as well as master magician rank strength still made many young nobles who considered themselves natural and unrestrained flock around her. But now Longlinger hated men the most, so she naturally didn't give even a single look at them. As a result, some people with low moral character began to slander her, speaking offensive words. Compared to Longlinger, Zimenwuan had even more followers, but because of her temperament of above the material attraction of the world, many people only followed her without any other thoughts. In their heart, Zimenwuan was sacred existence, so if someone else with dirty thought approached her, then he would be immediately beaten to half-death by the flower protecting group. These two women and Lin Na, who was the granddaughter of Fire Master Archmage, together were considered the three flowers of Holy Magic Academy. Naturally there were many other beauties in Holy Magic Academy, but compared to these three, they were somewhat lacking. Two women turned left and right shaking off those buzzing bees, and arrived inside Holy Magic Academy's hidden grove. After that, finding a clean grass, they sat down. The absent-minded Longlinger suddenly asked without rhyme or reason, "Wuan, will that bastard really come here abiding our agreement?" Zimenwuan naturally knew who the person Longlinger called bastard was, so she lightly said, "I also don't know, honestly. His character is not trustworthy, but that night. I think he might really abide the agreement." "Is that so? But it would be 3 months after 2 days. When will he come?" Longlinger muttered. Zimenwuan looked at Longlinger and suddenly said with a smile, "Longer, do you know what your appearance of counting days every day resembles?" "Resembles what?" Longlinger asked. "Resembles a little girl waiting for her lover to return." Zimenwuan answered. The complexion of Longlinger changed, and coldly said, "Wuan, this joke is not funny at all. I am still alive for a single purpose. That is to take revenge upon him. If I could, then I would have hacked him to pieces." Zimenwuan shook her head and sighing, she apologized. Compared to 3 months ago, Longlinger had improved greatly. At least she would talk with her now, and she didn't want Longlinger to again revert back to that completely closed-off appearance of before. After the silence for a long time, the complexion of Longlinger simmered down, and she again fell into daze. Although she was itching to hack Zimenyu into pieces, but seeing his strength 3 months ago, right now she didn't have any confidence. Even her forbidden magic was unable to kill him, so she didn't have any method to deal with him. Moreover, Zimenyu had agreed to her condition, but was he the type of person to abide by promise? But even if he abide by his promise and came to find her, how could she accept him? "Wuan, in the end, what should I do to get my revenge? Since I can't kill him, what should I do?" Longlinger held the hand of Zimenwuan and asked helplessly. Zimenwuan patted the jade hand of Longlinger and said, that scoundrel's second brother's current strength is unfathomable. Don't know what type of secret arts he trained in, so killing him might be very difficult. Then what should I do? I am really unwilling. I have been living this long in suffering only to take revenge. If I cannot take revenge, then death is better than life for me. Longlinger bit her lower lip until it broke, causing the blood to flow down. Now she was in complete despair. Seeing Longlinger was beginning to agitate, Zimenwuan hurriedly casted spirit guard magic, while continuously cursing that scoundrel's second brother in her heart for ruining a nice girl like this. She knew the hatred of Longlinger, also knew that she was truly living a life where death was better than life, but recently she seemed to be much better, and perhaps there was a good prospects, but the premise was Zimenwu abiding his promise. Thinking of death was better than life, the eyes of Zimenwu shone suddenly, then she said to grieved Longlinger, although we cannot kill him, but don't tell me that we can't make him feel death is better than life. Didn't he promise you a condition? So as long as you make him do the thing that will make him feel death is better than life, wouldn't that be even better revenge than directly killing him? Longlinger was dumbfounded, and suddenly her eyes shone. Why haven't she thought of this before? As long as he abides by his promise, I can definitely find a way to make him feel death is better than life. But what she didn't think of was, if other person was really Zimenwu, then would he have shown so much mercy? While thinking of ways, Longlinger's spirit lit up, and unexpectedly smiled for the first time in recent years. Then she lively said, Wuan, I'm hungry, let's go to eat, and while eating let's think up of a good way. Zimenwu was happy for her good friend, but she would never tell that. If her father knew that she had helped Longlinger to think up a way against his darling son, then he would definitely fly into a rage. He was always biased, and in his eyes, other than this son who had thrown away the face of the clan, there was no one else. In the eyes of her father, she and eldest brother Zimentian were never comparable to him. Just when these two women were about to set off, several figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Front was a young noble son wearing a magnificent clothing, and behind him were few footmen with fawning expression across their face. All of them were looking at them, Zimenwu and Longlinger, with malicious intentions. Chapter 115, Charming Love Residence. Longlinger and Zimenwu simultaneously frowned. This youth wearing expensive-looking clothing in front of them was one of the most disgusting person for them. This person was second prince of Proud Moon Empire, called Murongbai. At that time, when they had just arrived here, he kept on pestering Longlinger without letting her go, and after he couldn't achieve his aim, he slandered her in all places, and then began pestering Zimenwu, of which the outcome was getting beaten the crap out of him from the hands of her entire followers. In Holy Magic Academy, there however were many sons and daughters of bigwigs, and with all of them combined, this Murongbai was forced to suffer in silence. What a coincidence! Are you two going to have a meal? I would like to treat you too, so please let's go to Intoxicated Fragrance Building and enjoy the good food. The eyes of Murongbai were stuck on the curvy bodies of two women. Truly was a licentious person. The charming face of Longlinger instantly froze. At that time, when Zimenwu had raped her, he also had this kind of gaze, so with regarding to this kind of gaze of men, she was very sensitive. Go to hell, Longlinger said while gnashing her teeth. Afterwards she immediately began to chant incantation, then she raised her hand, causing meteors to rain down towards Murongbai. This Murongbai didn't dodges, but his body simply emitted a white light which took the form of a light barrier, blocking the meteor's rain of Longlinger. But those few footmen behind him were not so lucky, as they were unable to use this kind of barrier, otherwise why would they follow Murongbai in reckless eating and reckless drinking? Hence everyone were burned to a sorry plight. If it was not for their foundation being proper, they would have already turned into scorched carbon under the meteor's rain of Longlinger. But Slut slept with 1,000 men and pillowed 10,000 men, acting noble and virtuous. Basically this prince wanting to sleep with you is this prince giving you a face. Don't be fool enough to reject a face. Murongbai coldly snorted and clamored at Longlinger without caring about the fate of his footman. Longlinger was so angry that her complexion turned pale. Then she planned to use her divine grade fire necklace to cast rank 9 magic fire dragon magic. But Zimin Wuan hurriedly stopped Longlinger. The might of fire dragon magic was too big, and feared that this entire grove would be destroyed. Furthermore, Holy Magic Academy forbids to have a personal battle within Academy, and that magic Longlinger had casted just now has definitely alarmed the Academy. So if she again casted fire dragon magic, then she feared they would definitely receive punishment. And this Murongbai, however, would become victim, because he had only moved his mouth from the beginning, and they nevertheless were attacking. Come on, attack me, stinking whore. Murongbai aggressively shouted. In any case, Longlinger and Zimin Wuan wouldn't dare to attack within the Academy grounds. I will definitely kill him, don't stop me. The complexion of Longling became ghastly pale, while trying to shake off the hand of Zimin Wuan. At that time, a burst of strong magic fluctuation suddenly came from the sky, and a thin red light attacked towards the light barrier of Murongbai. After that, with a paw sound, this barrier unexpectedly broke into pieces. Shortly afterwards, 5 fireballs trickily attacked towards Murongbai from different angles. Murongbai found it too late to dodge and his whole body immediately burned. He gave a blood-curdling scream while madly tearing apart his clothing and rolling on the ground to extinguish the flame burning his body. Right now his face was pitch black and majority of his hairs were already burned. Looked very miserable. Lin Na. Zimin Wuan looked at a matchlessly beautiful young girl floating in the sky, and exclaimed in surprise. This young girl was wearing fiery red magic robe, and her head was full of fiery red long hair. Right now that exquisite face of hers was filled with anger, and looking at her, one would easily know that this was one fiery tempered beauty. Murongbai glared at slowly floating down Lin Na. Although his appearance was miserable, but his injuries had not reached muscles or bones. Merely his skin was somewhat burned. Lin Na frowned in anger and glared at this disgusting as if cockroach second prince of Proud Moon Empire, and said, Murongbai, I saw you brazenly taking liberties with female fellow student in academy ground. I repeatedly advised you, but you didn't listen to me and also wanted to attack me, so I was forced to raise my hand in self-defense. I must report this matter to higher-ups. You'd better prepare to get punishment notification of Academy. Talking nonsense. Murongbai was stunned, and while pointing at this Lin Na, he was speechless. Never thought that this disgusting woman would made unfounded charges against him. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, the Academy has the final say. Think about it yourself. Will my grandfather believe in you or believe in my words? Lin Na sneered, looking at Murongbai. She had endured this fellow for not 1 day or 2. You sluts, just wait and see. Murongbai angrily turned around and went away with ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He inwardly pledged that there will come a day when he would ride these 3 women, making them taste his matchless golden spear's power. Seeing Murongbai had gone far away, Zimin Wuan thanked Lin Na gratefully. Thank you, Lin Na. Don't mention it. From long ago, this lecture was soared to my eyes. 2 sisters are truly beautiful, so it's no wonder that he was continuously pestering you 2 to death. Lin Na said with a smile. For these past several months, she was continuously cultivating in seclusion, expecting to break through Master Magician realm, but she fell short just a little bit. So she had never met Longlinger and Zimin Wuan, but she still knew the status of these 2 women. Longlinger sized up Lin Na. Wasn't this beautiful girl equally famous genius in magic compared to her? She heard she was going to break through Master Magician realm, but her own realm was continuously at standstill after that event. Longlinger, for a very long time, I always wanted to meet you. You are really beautiful as legend. Lin Na enthusiastically extended hand towards Longlinger. Longlinger was startled, then she also stretched out and held the hand of Lin Na, representing the beginning of friendship between 2 magic geniuses. Let's go to have a meal together. After eating, I will take you 2 to meet my grandfather. He always wanted to accept you as his disciple. It's just that recently he and Aunt Zuli were studying the incident of two forbidden magic spell confronting each other that occurred several months ago in Hengjuan Mountains. Only now he has free time. Lin Na said with a smile. We've also heard about that incident. I heard it was the confrontation between dark forbidden magic spell and water forbidden magic spell. Even all of us in Mi Principality sensed their might, and that really was too terrifying. Zemin Wuan said. Did Dean Puxiusi find out what happened there? Long Linger also asked curiously. Lin Na nodded her head, and again shook her head, and rather excitedly said, from what grandfather said, a water master archmage and a group of dark magicians of Dark Church had casted those forbidden magic spells, and looking at the site of incident, it seemed that water master archmage had won. Grandfather said that senior had already reached the pinnacle of master archmage, and most likely in not too distant future, that senior will step into the apex of magician's magic god realm. I'm really looking forward to it. Magic god. Zemin Wuan and Long Linger muttered. This was very attracting form of address, which was regarded as the ultimate target to pursue by all the magicians. Oh, that's right. You two must be careful of Murong Bai hereafter. He will definitely not leave the matter at that. Lin Na said. Just now when Murong Bai had turned around, she had noticed that sinister gaze of his. Although in direct confrontation, he was not their match, but when it comes to attack in secret, it was hard to guard against. Long Linger and Zemin Wuan nodded their head. I know a place with delicious dishes. I will take you to there. Lin Na said, then led two girls towards the back door of the academy. After a short while, Lin Na and two girls arrived in front of Simple Shop's entrance door, and on that entrance door, two lifelike fox were carved. Charming love residence. Long Linger and Zemin Wuan looked at each other in blank dismay. This name sounded very shady, and was very like the store name of certain special occupation. This is? Zemin Wuan questioningly asked. Lin Na mysteriously laughed, and said, this is a restaurant opened by my close sister, and things inside could be eaten only by a happy coincidence. This is restaurant? Long Linger asked in disbelief. Yes, only a very few people of Academy know about this restaurant. Moreover, anyone can enter this restaurant. Only the guests that fulfill the two conditions can enter here. Lin Na said with a smile. Going to restaurant and eating a meal also require to fulfill two conditions? Can't rich person directly enter? Long Linger and Zemin Wuan immediately became curious. First, only women are welcomed as guests here. All men without exception are not permitted to enter. Second, only women who got VIP card sent out by the owner personally can enter here. Lin Na said, there are such rules but isn't it the more the guest the better it is? Why did they make such rules? Zemin Wuan asked. I also don't know about that. Let's enter first. Lin Na said and led two girls to enter this restaurant. Inside the entrance door, there unexpectedly was another tightly shut magic door. Only after Lin Na took out a silver white card and inserted it inside the socket beside that magic door automatically opened by sliding to two side. Long Linger and Zemin Wuan was startled inwardly. They naturally knew that the cost of creating magic door was very expensive, so they had never expected this small restaurant to actually have magic door. This truly was too surprising, and this also made these two women to be alert inwardly. Entering inside, they saw a very refined hall. Inside the hall, there were peculiar type of dining tables and chairs. Right now, there were few female guests in the process of eating their meal inside this hall, and all of them looked like Miss and Madam of wealthy and influential clan. And what made both Long Linger and Zemin Wuan greatly surprised was, on the buttocks of all the attendants here, they unexpectedly had a bushy white tail. All of them were young girl of Fox clan. Surprised? As a matter of fact, this is normal, because the owner of this restaurant is a girl of Fox clan, and she is very beautiful. Lin Na explained with a smile. At that time, a young girl of Fox clan received them with a smile. Miss Lin Na, it's been a long time since you last came here. Are these two your friends? Yes. Did your clan miss return? Lin Na asked. She was clearly very familiar with all the Fox girls of here. She just came back today, but her mood seems not very good. This fox girl led these three girls upstairs to the private room. This room had a see-through magic mirror from where they could see the street outside. "Is that so? What's going on with her?" Lynn asked in concern. At that time, extremely beautiful white figure came there, and said in her crisp voice, "Liar, you are shooting your mouth off again. As a punishment, you are to clean the rooms for 10 days. Chapter 116, Mysterious Bertha. Lynn immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Bertha, don't blame her, she was only concerned about you." If Long Yi was here, then he would have gotten greatly surprised, as he had never expected that the owner of Charming Love Residence was unexpectedly the young girl of Fox Clan Bertha whom he had met at the martial arts competition of Barbarian Bull Clan. How was she able to open such restaurant in me principality? "Well, considering your face, I will spare her." "Little Lee, go and instruct the kitchen to prepare best foods and drinks. Today I want to treat my close sisters," said Bertha, looking at her smooth and slick appearance of right now. That stubborn and rash deposition of that time in Barbarian Bull Clan nevertheless was completely different. "Lynn they are?" Bertha had already noticed these two soul-stirring beautiful young girls, so she asked. "She is Long Linger, little princess of Violent Dragon Empire, and she is Zimin Wuan, eldest miss of Zimin Clan. I assume you have definitely heard their name." Ling Na introduced. Bertha was starlit. It turned out this person was the rumored female lead of that rape incident which had spread throughout the entire Blue Waves continent, but she nevertheless greeted them with a bright smile on her face. At that moment, the meal began to come up one after another, but unexpectedly all were a number of fruits and vegetables of mountains and fields, and the presentation of meal was very exquisite, just like a work of art, making people unbearable to eat it. "Let's dig in. All of these are special things from Hengjuan Mountains, and they have beautifying effect. Moreover, their best effect is they nourish the skin of girls," Bertha said with a smile. Despite born noble, Long Linger and Zimin Wuan had never eaten such unique and exquisite dishes. After eating a small slice for the taste, they discovered that it was really delicious, and couldn't help but began eating more. Even Long Linger, who always had not so good appetite, also ate a lot. "How is my recommendation? Wasn't the meal very delicious?" Later, Lynn asked with a smile. Long Linger nodded her head. Right now her indifferent eyes had a bit of warmth. Lynn, this equally famous girl, made her feel very amiable, and she was also the sole person she had spoken to other than Zimin Wuan in this past year. "I'd love it if you all come here again." "Wait a moment, I will give you 2 VIP card. Hope you will come here to chat. I will entertain you for free," Bertha said with a smile. "That won't do. You have also opened the door to do business, so how can we freeload upon you?" The eyes of Zimin Wuan shone and said with a soft smile, "As the eldest miss of Zimin Clan, she never believed that there was free lunch in this world, and such a mysterious restaurant was even more so." A mysterious young girl of Fox Clan, herself and Long Linger, all had special status, so she was unable to treat this imprudently. Bertha obviously noticed the expression of Zimin Wuan, so she immediately said with a smile, "If it is like that, then hereafter I will give you 50% discount. You are friends of Lin Na, that means you are my friends too. If you decline again, then I will feel like a woman of Beast Clan am not worthy of becoming your friend." Zimin Wuan and Long Linger looked at each other. Now that she had spoken like that, declining again wouldn't be good, otherwise they would seem like they discriminate against beast men. Inside the high-class girls' dormitory of Holy Magic Academy, Long Linger and Zimin Wuan sat on sofa. Just now after eating meal, they followed Lin Na to look for her grandfather Pu Ziusi. But the problem was, they were unable to find where he was, so they just returned back. "Wuan, what do you think about this Charming Love Residence and this so-called Bertha of Fox Clan?" Long Linger asked. She felt that this Charming Love Residence was not as simple as it looked at the surface. Very mysterious, but I'm also unable to tell where is wrong. The owner of Charming Love Residence also has nothing wrong, merely as a beast man. How was she able to open such restaurant in me principality? And how did she attracted so many madam and Ms. of upper class? If there is no one behind her back to support her, then it is impossible thing to accomplish. Zemin Wuan was worthy of being eldest Miss of Zemin clan. With a single glance, she was able to see the crucial points. If she had any aim, why didn't she target the men with power? With her charm magic of Fox clan, wouldn't it be much easier to achieve her aim? But she however targeted only women. I am still puzzled after much thought at this one point. What does she want to achieve from these women? Zemin Wuan followed on. Long Linger shook her head and said, perhaps we are thinking too much. I wish it was true. Zemin Wuan lightly sighed. Long Yi and Luzia followed Nika and her team of elven guards to patrol inside the elven forest. Behind them, shrunk version Violet Lightning Beast and Little Three were following. Every place they reached, Luzia would happily introduce about that place to Long Yi. She would also speak about what she would do here and how things here was before, and Long Yi would also listen to everything with interest. He knew that Luzia wanted to share her everything, so he was also willing to understand her everything. This was a kind of simple happiness. In the elven forest, Long Yi felt his body and heart very relaxed. He didn't need to pay attention to anything, and also didn't need to worry about anything. Every day he would just accompany Luzia to stroll around elven forest, pick wild flowers and chase small animals. Every day was utterly pleasant. Princess, the day is going to turn dark soon, we should return back. Nika take a look at the sky, and said to Luzia. She had never taken a single glance at Long Yi for quite a while, which endlessly depressed Long Yi. Long Yi had never understood why Nika was treating him with such attitude. So after confusedly asking about this to Luzia, he realized that this was happening because of the matter of him accidentally seeing her body last time in Elven Forest. Well, he as a man had to admit for his mistakes, so Long Yi went to look for her to apologize, and the result was Nika actually flew into a rage from shame. Afterwards, when she saw him, she treated him as an heir. Okay, we'll stroll around more tomorrow. What do you say, Long Yi? Luzia hugged the arm of Long Yi and gently asked. Long Yi smiled, and just when he was about to nod his head, his smile however froze. If he didn't misremember, then day after tomorrow was the deadline for the promise he had made to meet with Long Linger, so as a great lord, how could he not respect the promise he had made? This means he had to set out early tomorrow morning, hurrying over to Mi Principality. These past few days he was solely focused on playing, nearly forgetting this matter. Merely he truly didn't understand why Long Linger put forward such condition of wanting him to marry her. In the end, what was she thinking? And at that time, would she really marry him? But he could clearly feel that heartfelt hatred towards him of Long Linger, and she definitely want him dead. Thinking this, Long Yi couldn't help but had a headache. Long Yi, what happened? Seeing the expression of Long Yi, Luzia tensely asked. Long Yi snapped out from his thoughts, took a deep breath and said with a smile, nothing, merely tomorrow I can't accompany you to stroll together. Why? Luzia anxiously asked, firmly holding the big hand of Long Yi. Long Yi remained silent for a long time, then lightly patting the small head of Luzia, he said, I have to go to fulfill my promise, this is something I owe her. Luzia didn't really understand, but nodding her head, she firmly said, then I will go together with you, I don't want to be apart from you. Long Yi nodded his head. Long Yi naturally wouldn't have any opinion if Luzia wanted to accompany him, as some matters, he should let her know sooner or later, only he didn't know how she would react if she knew Zemin Yu, who was called perverted crook by everyone of Violent Dragon Empire, was actually him. Returning to Elven residence, Long Yi went to Elf Queen to explain his intention to leave. Elf Queen said nothing regarding that matter, but she resolutely disagreed to let Luzia leave together with him. Why, mother, why are you not letting me leave with Long Yi even though you know that I don't want to separate from him? Luzia angrily said. She felt very sad and felt badly for the unreasonableness of her mother. Luzia, you are already 160 years old, now you are already an adult even in our elf clan. So from now on, as an elf princess, and future elf queen, You cannot leave as you please like before. Furthermore, you still have many things left to learn." Elf Queen seriously said. She also didn't want this, but as Elf Princess, Luzia had some duties she must bear. Long Yi looked at mother and daughter pair before him who were staring at each other, and he couldn't help but laughed inwardly. Right now they looked just like a common mother-daughter pair, whereas the appearance of Elf Queen and Princess Luzia, your mother is right, you should stay behind. In any case, me principality is not far from here. Wait for me to resolve this matter and I will immediately return back, isn't that okay? Long Yi said to Luzia. Luzia tightly clutched her hands, then stamping her legs, she turned around and ran away inside the house. Long Yi, go and console her, there are some matters where nothing can be done to change. Elf Queen sighed. Long Yi nodded his head, and said with a smile, Your Majesty the Elf Queen, you don't need to worry, Luzia actually understands, merely she is acting like a child, nothing else. You seem to know my daughter better than I do. Elf Queen laughed. Right now her expression was a little lonely. Are you jealous? Long Yi chuckled, and subconsciously placed his big hand on the fragrant shoulder of Elf Queen. The lovely body of Elf Queen trembled, and her beautiful face became bright red, then somewhat angrily said, Still not taking away your claw, do you not want your arm anymore? Long Yi laughed hollowly while withdrawing his hand. In all honesty, this truly was not intentional, he merely wanted to console her after seeing her such expression, nothing more. Elf Queen gave a supercilious look to Long Yi, while her heart jumped somewhat violently. This stinking brat had never treated her as an elder, always playing and laughing in front of her, and sometimes his words would made her rather be at loss. The supercilious look of Elf Queen simulated the heart of Long Yi, causing him to suddenly have rather dry mouth and tongue. He made a wry smile inwardly, while greatly looking down upon his own self-control, then quickly ran away towards the inner room. Pushing open the door, he saw Luzia was pouting while sitting on the edge of the bed feeling wronged. Little elf, little darling, are you still angry? I heard if you get angry then you would get older quickly, and grows wrinkles too. Then you will become like those 7 great elders in the future. Long Yi sat down beside Luzia and said with a smile, As if, I am still far away from reaching 1960 years old. Luzia subconsciously touched her face, and angrily said, Who said you don't have? Look here, there is a wrinkle. Long Yi made a show of being very much earnest and said while pointing her forehead. Luzia was startled. She immediately jumped off the bed and darted towards the mirror, then carefully looking at her reflection, she muttered, Where clearly there isn't any. How can my beautiful Luzia have wrinkles? But if you get angry for too long, that might not necessarily be the case. Well, don't be angry, now smile a little. Long Yi walked behind Luzia and hugged her, while his big hand lightly pinched her tender cheek. Hateful. Luzia turned around and sunk into the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi, if I change into an old woman, will you still want me? Luzia asked from inside the bosom of Long Yi. Silly girl, if you become old woman, then at that time I would be even older than you, and at that time, don't know who will dislike who. Long Yi said in a daze, and his expression suddenly became rather hazy. The lifespan of Elf Clan was too long. So could he accompany Luzia throughout her life? Chapter 117, Icicle Fruit. In the dead of the night, stars were shining. Now that Long Yi was about to leave Elven Forest very soon, he was naturally having a touching movement with Luzia. Right now 2 people seemed to be melted under their passion. Luzia softly as if boneless was physically paralyzed on the bosom of Long Yi, and specks of translucent fragrance sweats were seeping out of her lovely body. Right now the room was filled with dense aura of happiness after love. Long Yi sat leaning on the bed, while his big hand unconsciously fiddling with that creamy jade of Luzia's breast. This moment he however was thinking about myriads of matters, and the figures of Long Linger, Zeman Wuan as well as his parents overlapped with each other. Basically all those memories belonging to Zeman Yu gushed out as if tidewater from the depth of the mind. Nowadays the circumstance of Blue Wave's continent was hard to predict. The conflict between Proud Moon Empire and Nellen Empire was intensifying day by day, slowly escalating the process of the war, and as for the stance of Violent Dragon Empire, it was ambiguous, but lately they seemed to be unceasingly maneuvering petty actions. According to the memory of Ziman Yu and his understanding of Ziman Yu was absolutely not a kind of person that would be willing to stay under someone else. And before, Ziman Yu had also indistinctly revealed the idea of treason. Although Ziman Yu this swine might not understand, but how could Long Yi not be fully aware of politics and people's heart? And there was only one way if Ziman Yu wanted to seize the power, which was to instigate a war in the entire Blue Waves continent. The more the chaotic situation, that more advantageous it would be for Ziman Yu, and at that time, what should he do? Besides, right now he had big trouble with Long Linger, and this matter was truly difficult to handle. Long frowned while thinking. After pondering for a long time, the dawn was already breaking in the east, and Luzia also had already fallen asleep in the bosom of Long Yi. War happens then happens, what does it have to do with me? My old man wants to make matter big, but that's his matter. Moreover, I am not savior of all the common people under the heaven, so why am I concerning myself with this matter? As for Long Linger, I will figure it out step by step. Long Yi exhaled a breath. Although his soul was different, but the blood flowing inside his body would always be Ziman clan's, and this peculiar sense of belonging made him unable to not involve in the big matters of the clan. Gently freeing himself from the octopus-like binding of Luzia, Long Yi lightly jumped off the bed and wore the clothing. Then sitting on the edge of the bead, he looked at lovely little elf, and caressed her beautiful face with his big hand. Then getting up, he left the room. The parting was too sentimental, and he had already experienced too many of them in this extremely short few months, so he didn't intend to wake Luzia up, because he didn't wanted to see her shedding tears, as that would cause him heartache. Just walked out to the courtyard, and he saw that bewitchingly charming figure of Elf Queen standing there, while her phoenix eyes were looking at him with somewhat rebuking expression. "Are you waiting for me, Your Majesty the Queen?" Long Yi said with a smile, while his eyes ferociously scanning that mature body of Elf Queen. Seeing Long Yi's that as if wolf's gaze, Elf Queen ferociously said, "Whether you believe or not, I will gouge out your eyes." "Cannot help, cannot help." Long Yi laughed hollowly while moving away his gaze. "In some matter it'd be better to stop while you're ahead, otherwise might truly make a mistake." The sex appeal of this Elf Queen was too much for him. "Are you leaving this early? Does Luzia know?" Her complexion returned back to normal state and asked, "Yes, if I don't leave early, then I fear I won't make it in time. You should know that my biggest virtue is abiding my promise. Right now Luzia is sleeping soundly, and I don't want to wake her up," Long Yi said with thick face. But this however was indeed the fact. Elf Queen nodded her head, and with regarding to Long Yi's boasting, she didn't react, as she was already accustomed to it. "Then handle the matter of other side quickly and return back as early as possible. Luzia, that silly girl, love you too deeply, and during the time while you are not by her side, she is always distracted whole day long. Feeling this one word do people great harm." Elf Queen lightly sighed, and her eyes suddenly became blurred as if she was recalling something. Seeing the current appearance of Elf Queen, Long Yi confirmed that she was recalling about the sweet times she had with the father of Luzia before. Understanding this, don't know why, Long Yi felt somewhat depressed. Long Yi shook his head. "Why on earth am I feeling jealous? No need to talk about the father of Luzia, had already died many years ago. Who do I think I am to have the qualification to take care of my mother-in-law? It's getting late, so I am leaving." Long Yi laughed at himself, and said to Elf Queen. But after walking 2 steps, Long Yi suddenly turned around, causing Elf Queen to hurriedly move away her gaze, and her beautiful face became red. "Why is she so panicky?" Long Yi thought inwardly. Long Yi again walked back to the front of Elf Queen, and was able to smell that as if orchid fragrance again. Only the body of completely mature women would possess this kind of fragrance, which was no less than for men. Long Yi took out those 2 snow-white fruits from inside his space ring. This was something found by gluttonous little 3 in Origin Ice. Until now he didn't know what this thing was, so he took it out to ask. Icicle fruit. Did you find it in Origin Ice? Elf Queen exclaimed. Icicle fruit? Do you know what this thing is? Is this a good thing? Will people get poisoned if they eat it? Seeing the expression of Elf Queen, Long Yi immediately understood that these things were definitely not an ordinary things. Legend states that icicle fruit is the fruit of the only kind of plant that can survive in Origin Ice. Only very few books have the record of this fruit, and it states that if the magician who cultivates water magic eat this fruit, then not only can it increase their magical power, it would also speed up their cultivation speed of water magic. And the most important point is once it is eaten, that person would get immunity to all fire magic below rank 10. Now you say yourself whether this a good thing or not? Elf Queen somewhat excitedly said. Long Yi was also excited inwardly. This is really a good thing. His magical power hadn't progressed even a little for a very long time, with the exception of lightning magic which had shown indistinct sight of breaking through. All others were fixed at advanced magician realm, making him very depressed. Although the might of magic he casted was somewhat stronger compared to other people, but rank 7 magic and rank 8 magic's might was too far apart. So if he truly wanted to compete purely on magical power, then he would only hold advantage in terms of technique. Long Yi couldn't help but think, if he ate this icicle fruit, then would his water magic break through and reach Master Magician realm? Even if he couldn't reach, at least he would have immunity to all the fire magic under rank 10. This was already pretty good. Thinking this, Long Yi threw one of the fruit into his mouth. Just after this fruit entered his mouth, it melted, and changing into fragrant and sweet milk, it flowed down his throat. After that he felt very comfortable, as if he had entered into a hot spring. It tastes pretty good. This remaining one is for you, Long Yi said, and gave the remaining one to the somewhat dazed Elf Queen. Elf Queen funnily looked at Long Yi and said, my physique is not that of water attribute, so it's of no use even if you gave me this. Leave it aside for that girl called Washwang. However, why did you wasted one just now? Just now I seem to have said that this is icicle fruit, and it is effective to only water magicians, and eating it by other people is just a waste of the product of the nature. Long Yi laughed, then threw the other fruit into his space ring. In any case, giving it to Washwang after 2 years was not a bad idea, but Ice Palace is in Origin Ice, so perhaps this kind of thing was more common for them. I'm leaving, Your Majesty the Queen. I will miss you. Long Yi waved his hand, then left towards the outside of Elven Forest, leaving behind Elf Queen, who was looking at his disappearing back view with complicated gaze. Just after arriving at the edge of Elven Forest, Long Yi saw Nika and her team of Elven guards in the process of patrolling Elven Forest. Good morning, beauties. Long Yi smiled and landed in front of them. Seeing this person was Long Yi, those beautiful women greeted him with a smile one after another. Long Yi had already obtained the good impression of all of them with his amiable temperament, but naturally Captain Nika was exception. This girl was determined to ignore him. Long Yi looked towards Nika, then said with a smile, Nika, are you still angry with me? Nika ignored him and expressionlessly kept on looking towards other direction. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, then said towards all the elves there, elves, I am leaving, you all should relax a bit while patrolling. Finished speaking, Long Yi flashed and disappeared from there. Nika immediately turned around her head, but saw only the afterimage of Long Yi, which slowly disappeared in the air. At that moment, she stood there in a daze, without knowing what to think about. Long Yi used soaring magic to rapidly fly towards Mi Principality. If he spared no effort and hurried over there, then he would be able to reach there at noon tomorrow. Just when Long Yi was thinking about what type of absurd demand Long Linger would put forward, Long Yi suddenly felt ice cold within his body, and his body unexpectedly began to release light blue color. Moreover, the water magic elements within his sea of consciousness instantly began to get denser, and the element of other attribute were pushed to one side, making Long Yi feel splitting headache. Staggering down from the sky, he landed on the ground. Then he rushed into a hidden woods. There he let out violent lightning beast, little 3, and furthermore those 5-7 baleful puppets, and used his thought to instruct them to protect him. Afterwards, he casted spirit barrier to prevent all the strong magic fluctuation leaking out from this place. After that, Long Yi sat cross-legged, used his internal force to protect his heart's veins, and did his utmost to control that water magic element within his sea of consciousness. Elf Queen had not told him that there would be this kind of situation. If this situation was not handled properly, then even if he didn't die, he would become an idiot. The water magic elements rapidly inflated, and its density within his sea of consciousness became increasingly denser, and other magic elements also began to resist the invasion of water magic element. If this goes on like this, then his sea of consciousness might blow up at any time. The whole body of Long Yi was soaked with cold sweat, and he was already very close to being unable to keep on going. The water magic elements contained within this icicle fruit was too much, but he didn't understand why little 3, this fellow who had eaten stomach full of this, had appearance as if nothing happened. Here he had just eaten one, and his sea of consciousness was already at the point of explosion. Really a bad luck. But fortunately, just at that time, the expansion of water magic elements began to weaken slowly. If the previous intensity had lasted for few more minutes, then Long Yi would have definitely unable to persist on. From this point of view, his luck again was not that bad. Finally, the growth of water magic element within his sea of consciousness stopped, and Long Yi immediately began to use his spirit power to compress them, otherwise there wouldn't be any space for other elements. Chapter 118. Who was this beauty? Just when Long Yi was thinking of a way to compress water magic elements within his sea of consciousness, 2 people were floating in the distant sky. Looking at their figures, they ought to be women, and were precisely coming towards the direction of Long Yi. After they got increasingly closer, one could clearly see that one of them was a young girl wearing white priest robe with veil covering her face. She possessed a pair of crystal clear eyes, and her forehead was bright and clean. Moreover, she possessed a worthy of pride figure that couldn't be covered by that priest robe she was wearing. And beside her, there was very attractive maid. It seems these 2 were master and servant. This movement, the maid-attired young girl had her eyes closed tightly, and her attractive face was ceased as if she was very scared. "Princess, let's descend, my heart is going to jump out," maid said in a trembling voice. That young girl wearing priest robe used her free hand to wipe the fragrant sweat from her forehead, and said in her crisp voice, "Wait a minute, I can still preserve for a little while, we must hurry over to my principality as soon as possible." This young girl, who was called Princess, gritted her teeth and continued to fly forward. And just when she reached the woods where Long Yi was located, she stopped, and her soft-looking breasts rose and fell. Obviously was already exhausted. "Princess, I want to pee." This maid helped her master to wipe her sweat, then said while blushing. Young girl looked all around, then pointing towards that woods, she said, "Go inside there and settle it. I will be the lookout for you." This maid impatiently rushed into the woods, untied her belt and squatted down. Then the sound of urgent stream hitting on the ground resounded. This maid let out a relaxed sigh, as at long last she was finally able to liberate after suppressing for a long while. While at it, she raised her head and via the gap in trees' leaves, she saw something. Suddenly her body shook, and her eyes revealed alarmed and panicky expression, and her pee stopped midway. "Ah!" she immediately screamed, causing countless birds to fly with a start. The young girl outside also heard the scream of her maid, and without thinking she immediately rushed inside. Then she saw her maid was staggering back while pulling her pants. Right now more than half of her shining white buttocks was completely exposed in air. "Little Kui, what happened?" This young girl immediately arrived to the front of this maid, and supporting her, she asked, Over there?" The face of this maid was alarmed and panicky while pointing towards her back, as if that place had fearsome monster. "Don't be afraid, what is over there?" That young girl casted spirit defend magic towards the maid, then asked again. Little Kui slightly calmed down, Then fastening up her pants, she said, "Princess, there is someone there." "Someone?" That young girl was dumbfounded. Just now she didn't sense any aura of human inside the woods. Young girl pulled little Kui and walked inside the woods. Not long after, they arrived at the place where little Kui had let water out just a moment ago. Looking carefully, they saw 5 people whose whole body was covered with black robe were standing motionlessly while facing different direction as if a pillar. No wonder little Kui was so frightened. When a girl was in the middle of urinating and feeling relaxed, if she suddenly discovered 5 people of this kind, then a little bit frail girl would have fainted on the spot. The young girl quietly sized up these 5 strange people, even though both of them were obviously in front of them, but they nevertheless treated both of them as air. "Excuse me, may I ask who you all are?" the young girl asked. You can imagine the result. All 5 of them stood there motionlessly as before, as if they didn't hear anything. The young girl creased her beautiful brows, then alertly began to slowly step forward. She wanted to see whether these people were human or ghost. Suddenly, just when this young girl stepped forward, those as if pillars 5 people covered in black robes simultaneously turned towards her direction. Then 2 deep blue swords advanced towards her in an extreme speed. A white light burst out from the body of this young girl, forcibly resisting these 2 sword slashes, and this young girl was also jolted several steps back. "Great swords, master!" the young girl exclaimed in surprise. Now if she hadn't worn a bracelet with holy light barrier sealed within it, then those 2 sword slashes would have taken her life. And what made this young girl surprised was, after attacking her, those black-robed people again stood back at their respective position, changing back to being a pillar, completely ignoring her. Gradually, this young girl saw a number of clues. As long as she took 2 steps towards them, these 5 people would attack her, and if she retreated, then they would revert back to their previous state. Could it be that they are not human? The young girl thought about a possibility. But she as a light master magician however didn't sense any dark or undead aura. In other words, they were not undead. Then what could they be? There was also the possibility that they were death soldiers that had undergone brutal training who would faithfully and mechanically execute the command of their master, regardless of anything else. "Princess, we should leave. They look so scary." Little Kui pulled the sleeve of this young girl and said fearfully, "No. This princess have to see what the hell is going on here today." Young girl said while frowning. The maid was powerless, as she herself was maid and the other person was her princess. So she could only shrink behind the princess, praying that people-eating monster wouldn't jump at her. Inside the spirit barrier within the woods, beads of sweats were continuously flowing down from the forehead of Long Yi. Currently the pale blue light around his body would suddenly get strong, and again would suddenly get weak. This was a very strange sight. Outside the barrier, Violent Lightning Beast and Little Three were alertly looking all around. They were inner line of defense Long Yi had arranged, and as for those 5-7 baleful puppets, they were first line of defense. This moment, the water magic elements within Long Yi's sea of consciousness, under the effect of his powerful spirit power, were already beginning to shrink, and their density also got increasingly bigger. When they shrunk to half the previous size, the thickness of this water magic element was already so high that they seemed solid. Not yet, must shrink it a little more. Long Yi though while gritting his teeth, then he slightly increased the strength of his spirit power. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to shrink it again. After a long time without a success, the stubbornness of Long Yi was also ignited. He immediately increased the strength of spirit power to its limit, risking his life to compress water magic element within his sea of consciousness. At that time, Long Yi suddenly heard muffled explosion sound within his mind, and his sea of consciousness became a blank space. What a bad look, this time I'm done for. This was the final thought of Long Yi when his sea of consciousness blew up. But it turned out that the luck of Long Yi was still very good. After his consciousness became blank for a brief moment, the consciousness of Long Yi slowly revert back, and he only sensed magical power flooding all over his body. Under great happiness, Long Yi hastily inspected his sea of consciousness, and seeing the circumstance, he was confused. Besides water magic elements, other magic elements didn't have any changes, merely those powerful water magic elements however had changed into a thumb-sized blue crystal, which emitted sparkling blue rays of lights. Can it be that this is magic core? Long Yi muttered in a daze. But only magical beasts have magic core. How can a human cultivate a magic core? This simply was something that was unheard of. Long Yi opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with confusion. This was too absurd. Eating this icicle fruit resulted him in refining a magic core. Don't know if other people knew it, then whether he would be treated as magical beast or not? Freeze over magic. Long Yi removed his spirit barrier, and two cold chi hit both Violent Lightning Beast and Little 3, immediately freezing them into ice cube. Kaka, both Violent Lightning Beast and Little 3 scattered the ice cube, then discontentedly roared towards Long Yi, as if they were protesting against his despicable sneak attack. Long Yi ignored both of them, then shouting excitedly, he somersaulted in the sky twice. Froze over magic was rank 8 water magic. That is was a magic which can only be casted by Master Magician, which means, his water magic had already broken through to next level. As for that strange water magic core within his sea of consciousness, he didn't worry about it. Even if he was worried, what could he do? Since it was able to make him reach next level, it was a good thing. While he was very excited, Long Yi suddenly thought whether he could cast rank 9 magic or not. Look at my hailstones roar. Long Yi gave his thought a try, then that pale blue sparkling water magic core immediately emitted a powerful water magic element which resonates with the same kind of element from the atmosphere. Instantly a cold wind whistled past, then hailstones as big as person head rained down from the sky, toppling over the trees. I can cast rank 9 magic too. Does that means I have already reached water mage realm? Long Yi excitedly thought inwardly. As a matter of fact, with the degree of denseness of each magic elements within his sea of consciousness, his strength should have already reached at least mage realm, merely don't know why he was continuously stuck in same advanced magician realm without moving forward. Obviously, people are greedy, so Long Yi again thought whether he could cast rank 10 magic or not, which would mean that he had already stepped into Archmage realm. He excitedly casted rank 10 water magic World of Ice and Snow, resulting in no reaction at all. It seems his water magic had only reached mage realm. On the other side of the woods, just when that young girl was surprised looking at the front, she suddenly perceived powerful water magic fluctuation inside the woods. Shortly afterwards, she saw exaggerated hailstones raining down from the sky. She had never seen anyone else who was capable of summoning such big hailstones by casting rank 9 water magic. The might of this rank 9 hailstones roar was far more powerful compared to real one she had ever seen before. At this time, a loudly shouting voice came from inside the woods, making this young girl to believe that a senior who was researching magic was inside there, and that as big as person head hailstones were something he had researched. So not only was she admiring him inside her heart, but was also curious. One should know that it was a very difficult thing to improve the magic. Generally people could improve low-level magic, but no one had ever heard that there was someone who was able to improve magic above rank 7. Thus, Her Highness the Princess made up her mind to know this elder, and if possible, she would invite him to her country. Then her father would surely praise her greatly. After excitement, Long Yi also perceived that there was someone outside, so he flew out just like a rock outside the woods. After Long Yi descended from the sky, those 5-7 baleful puppets immediately stood behind him in unison. Long Yi sized up this young girl in white priest robe in surprise. Although her face was covered with veil, but looking at this girl's temperament, he immediately understood that she was definitely a matchless beauty, furthermore of a noble birth. That young girl also looked at Long Yi's that young handsome leisurely face, and a suspicion appeared on her face, as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, her expression changed and cried out in alarm, "You are Zimanyu." Chapter 119, Nalan Ryu Ayu. Hearing this young girl wearing priest robe speaking out his identity, Long Yi became shocked inwardly. But even after carefully searching the memory of Zimin Yu, he however didn't find any such girl in his memory. With that fellow Zimin Yu's character, after seeing such beauty, would he really forget about her? Princess, you are saying he is Zimin Yu, that beast that sullied Long Linger? Little Kui exaggeratedly pointing at Long Yi, and asked. The saying you can't judge a person by appearance seemed truth. Just now when she had seen this handsome leisurely youth, her heart had skipped a beat. Long Yi frowned, and endured without going into a fit of anger. Hearing this maid addressing this young girl as princess, he didn't know which country's princess she was. That young girl didn't answer, merely looked at Long Yi face to face. Yes, this person and the portrait of Zimin Yu she had seen was exactly the same. Merely she was unable to determine because she had heard that Zimin Yu was ignorant and incompetent profligate son of rich parents. Moreover, training in their clan's violent dragon gi, he had reached merely intermediate fighter realm. But the person before her eyes however was mage who could cast rank 9 water magic hailstones roar. So how could this person possibly be that sex fiend Zimin Yu? Girl, who are you? Long Yi and this young girl looked face to face for half a day, then Long Yi suddenly asked indifferently. This young girl kept on looking at this calm and composed Long Yi who had expert's demeanor, while hesitating to speak. Who are you, girl? Long Yi asked once again, but different from before. This time his voice contained a bit of cold killing intent. The heart of this girl palpitated, and her beautiful eyes flashed. If this person found her words unfavorable, then she would not be able to escape here. Judging repeatedly, she said in her crisp voice, Nellen Ryu Ayu, don't know who you are? Nellen Ryu Ayu. After hearing this name, Long Yi was startled. If he didn't misremembered, then Nellen Ryu Ayu was the princess of Nellen Empire, and also one of the 3 saintess of Light Church. Why did she appear in this place? Don't you already know my name? Why are you asking? Long Yi lightly smiled. He didn't plan to quibble with her as it was not necessary. Seeing Long Yi had acknowledged, the complexion of Nellen Ryu Ayu and Little Kui simultaneously changed, and involuntarily retreated back. Long Yi was somewhat helpless. This Zimin Yu's famous name truly was sufficiently resounding. Even saintess couldn't help but turn pale in fright, if she heard his name. Princess Ryu Ayu, I have a question I want to ask you, please answer truthfully, said Long Yi. Nellen Ryu Ayu calmed down her alarmed and panicky heart and said, speak. Recently within this year, have you seen saintess of Proud Moon Empire see by? Long Yi expectantly looked at Nellen Ryu Ayu, hoping Nellen Ryu Ayu was able to tell him the whereabouts of Sibai. Sibai? Nellen Ryu Ayu strangely looked at Long Yi, didn't understand why this world-famous sex fiend suddenly mentioned her. One should know that the terrifying appearance and bad temper of Sibai was also well known under the heaven, so if he was Zimin Yu then he should be avoiding her, not searching. I haven't seen her, merely heard that at this very moment, she had gone to seclusion to cultivate with great concentration. As for anything else, I don't know. Nellen Ryu Ayu answered. Long Yi disappointingly sighed, and said, many thanks, Princess Ryu Ayu. Goodbye. Hey, Zimin Yu. Nellen Ryu Ayu suddenly called out. Is there anything else? Asked Long Yi. I want to know why you are looking for Saintess Sibai. Nellen Ryu Ayu asked quite curiously. Originally knowing the other party was Zimin Yu, she was very alert, but merely she truly was unable to find anything from the body of Long Yi that was even a bit similar to Zimin Yu outside of appearance. Long Yi raised his head and indifferently said, she is my wife. If you met her in the future, then say that I, Long Yi, am looking for her. Goodbye. Finished speaking, Long Yi jumped and rose in the sky, then as if arrow, he shot far away. Behind him, those 5-7 baleful puppets and 2 pets also flowed, then instantly disappeared in the sky. Long Yi, Zimin Yu, wife. Nellen Ryu Ayu was confused. In the end, was this mysterious youngster Zimin Yu or not? How did Saintess CB become his wife? Waking up, Nellen Ryu Ayu saw that her maid Little Kui had placed her both hands in front of her chest, and with expression of love-struck fool, she was looking at the direction where Long Yi had disappeared, and muttered, God, he's too handsome. Nilan Ryuayu playfully knocked her head and said, "Stop becoming love-struck fool, he is Ziminyu. Aren't you worried that he would suddenly turn into a big bad wolf and eat you?" Little Kui said while rubbing her head, "I don't believe that he is Ziminyu. Ziminyu is merely lame intermediate fighter, and he is a magician, so that is impossible. No matter whether he is Ziminyu or not, I only know that right now we must get to Mi Principality as soon as possible, and find Master Archmage Puxiusi. So let's set off." Nilan Ryuayu held Little Kui and floated in the air, then flew towards Mi Principality. In the high-class dormitory of Mi Holy Magic Academy, Longlinger was blankly looking outside the window. Today was the last day of 3 months' time Ziminyu that sex fiend had promised, but right now the sky was already dark completely, but he still hadn't come. "Linger, we should go out to eat dinner. It seems that scoundrel second brother of mine will not come today." Ziminwuan lightly sighed. Longlinger didn't answer, still as if a puppet blankly stood motionlessly beside window with apathetic expression. Ziminwuan lightly shook her head, and laughed at herself. "How could I believed in that kind of person's words? I mistakenly thought that he would abide by his promise, but the result." "Linger, then I will go out to purchase food and come back, eat a little bit, okay?" Even after Ziminwuan finished speaking, Longlinger didn't have any reaction. After that Ziminwuan walked out of the room. In the beginning she thought to go to the dining hall of Academy to purchase some food and return back to eat, but Ziminwuan again thought about the mood of Longlinger, so decided to go to Charming Love Residence to purchase some foods Longlinger loved to eat and return. Charming Love Residence was on the street from the back door of the Academy, and from the dormitory where Ziminwuan was living, she had to take a long detour big circle path, so to save time, Ziminwuan decided to traverse from the small path in the middle of woods. The path inside the woods in the dim light of the night was very dark, and Ziminwuan wished she could cast 2 light balls to illuminate this path, but she couldn't. In the Holy Magic Academy, this piece of woods had been named Lovers' Woods. In night, as long as it didn't rain, there would be pairs of intimate lovers hiding inside. Ziminwuan quickly walked. All along the way, she heard those strange moaning sound. Ziminwuan was really not a not understanding ignorant girl, so all along the way, her face was bright red. These people truly don't know shame, actually doing this kind of dirty matter here. Ziminwuan cursed inwardly with red face. How would she know that having an intimate fight out in open had limitless pleasure? If you are not fish, then how do you know the joy of the fish? After walking past nearly the half of woods, the quick steps of Ziminwuan suddenly slowed down. The surroundings were too quiet, she couldn't hear those sound of intimate couples teasing and moaning, and even the sound of tree leaves moving due to blowing of wind was missing. Ziminwuan stopped, her intuition told her that she had entered a trap. "Come out, sneaking fellows." Ziminwuan didn't show any panic expression, just shouted indifferently. "Pay Papa." Sound of clapping resounded, suddenly making the heartbeat of Ziminwuan accelerate. 5 figure came out from the dark, and the leading youngster was the one clapping. After that he said with a sinister smile, "Worthy of being eldest miss of Zimin clan, you're sufficiently calm, merely I don't know when your father, I ride you after a while, will you still be so glam? Ha ha ha." "Second prince, after you finished eating, then can we too?" One of the youngster magician behind whose entire body was covered with black robe Ludley said. "You can rest assured, wait until this prince finish playing, then I will allow you all." Today, if it wasn't for you all magicians' help, then I also wouldn't have been able to catch this holier-than-thou stinking woman. This youngster generously said, while his eyes shining with lewd light was scanning Ziminwuan's that exquisite charming body. "Murong Bai, you're very despicable." Seeing those 4 magicians in black robe behind Murong Bai, the complexion of Ziminwuan couldn't help but change. "Despicable? Hey, I'm despicable, but why are you pretending to be so noble and virtuous? You're that second brother. Ziminyu is a world-famous pervert, so you whore is also not much better. Perhaps you brother and sister might have already done that illicit matters." Murong Bai laughed wildly and said, while slowly walking towards Ziminwuan. Zimin Wuan was angry, but she did her utmost to calm herself down. Seeing Murongbai walking towards her, she waved her jade hand, and from her ring strong white light attacked towards him, but while that white light was still halfway, it was silently swallowed. The charming body of Zimin Wuan trembled, as she felt a trace of dark aura. If her guess was correct, then those 4 magicians behind Murongbai should be dark magicians. Don't waste your energy. How about nicely attending this prince, until this prince thought of a way? Take care of that girl surnamed Long. This prince will always obtain any women this prince take a fancy to. Murongbai insolently laughed. You are actually in cahoots with Dark Church. Light Church will not let you off. Zimin Wuan clutched her sweaty palms, but her face however was indifferent as before. Light Church, hee, wait until they know. Murongbai laughed, while his eyes fixedly staring at Zimin Wuan. At that time, Murongbai stopped his steps, then slightly turning his head, he said, several respected magicians, this woman have many things with sealed magic within her body. So for safety, it would be comparatively better if respected magicians could first make her lose her attack power, but do make sure that she is clear-headed. This prince wants to let her taste the flavor of wishing she was dead. The complexion of Zimin Wuan turned pale. Never thought that this Murongbai was actually this cunning. It seems it's very difficult for her to avoid this calamity of today, and death was unavoidable if she want to retain her innocence. Zimin Wuan stroked the bracelet of her right hand. A super strong magic holy light violent rend was sealed within this bracelet, which was a last resort she had to use either for perishing together with enemy or to commit suicide to avoid being humiliated. Just when Zimin Wuan wanted to release the seal, suddenly she felt her whole body went soft, and she collapsed on the ground. Now she felt as if she didn't have any energy within her legs, even to the extent that she couldn't even move her finger. Chapter 120, Heroically Saving Little Sister. Murongbai lewdly smiled while looking at the collapsed Zimin Wuan, then said, I already knew that you, this smug and self-righteous stinking woman will do so, but now obediently wait for this prince to ride. Zimin Wuan despaired inwardly, but her beautiful big eyes however indifferently looked at Murongbai, exactly as if looking at a self-searching and self-acting clown. Murongbai got mad seeing this kind of expression in the eyes of Zimin Wuan. What he wanted to see was fear, and her voice of begging for mercy, only that could content his that abnormal fetish. Stinking woman. Murongbai gritted his teeth and said, the way she looked at him caused him to have a kind of thought that he was very low and petty. This in result made him extremely unhappy. On one side Murongbai took off his clothes, and walked towards Zimin Wuan. Today he must let her know how serious the consequences of angering him would be. Zimin Wuan didn't even blink her eyes, and still used her ice-cold eyes to stare at Murongbai, but no one knew that all of her internal organs had already tightened due to fear. Although she had weak appearance, but in reality she was many times more strong compared to other girls, including Long Linger. At that time when Long Linger was raped by Zimin Yu, she despaired and wished to die immediately. But although Zimin Wuan was also afraid, but her appearance however was calm without any fear, and used her own way to express her heart's disdain and sneer. This was the only thing she could do now. Very quickly, Murongbai arrived at the side of Zimin Wuan, revealing his well-built chest muscles. All in all he was also advanced fighter, so inevitably there will be one or two muscles. Zimin Wuan gritted her teeth, and ice-coldly looking Murongbai without any clothes, she felt like vomiting seeing that appearance. If she could move this moment, then she would have definitely vomit out all of her supper. Cry you whore pretending noble and virtuous, cry for me. Seeing Zimin Wuan was still using that kind of gaze, Murongbai was driven mad, and he couldn't help but flew into rage. Then his two big claws firmly advanced towards Zimin Wuan's those towering breasts to grab. The lovely body of Zimin Wuan trembled. She had never thought that after protecting her pure body from that scoundrel second brother of hers 3 years ago, today however would this shameless person rob her purity? Are you playing games? Just when the wolf claws of Murongbai was about to meet Zimin Wuan, A strange laughter suddenly entered into the barrier, and simultaneously the hands of Murongbai wasn't able to advance even a bit. All people looked towards the origin of this laughter, then saw a youth with black hair wearing magnificent robe was sitting on a branch of a big tree and was watching them with a smile in his face. Murongbai and those 4 magicians behind him were startled. Right now they had people on a lookout in this surrounding of 100 meters radius. But this person however had silently appeared here now. Moreover his voice could actually pass through the dark barrier casted by these 4 dark magicians, and Zemin Wuan nevertheless was both startled and delighted. Never thought that at the key moment, her scoundrel second brother would actually appear like this. Instantly her strong will collapsed after seeing the hope, and glistening teardrops flowed out from her beautiful eyes. "Who are you?" Murongbai withdrew to the back of 4 dark magicians and asked, "Who are you?" Long Yi asked a question in reply. "Your father, I am the second prince of Proud Moon Empire." Murongbai somewhat proudly said, Hey, second prince of Proud Moon Empire? Good, very good." Long Yi dangerously narrowed his eyes, as terrifying coldness appeared in his eyes. If this fellow hadn't spoken, then he would have been lucky. But he had spoken, which evoked the new hatred piled on old. At that time, those 4 dark magicians began to chant incantation, believing that Long Yi would definitely not be able to break through the dark barrier they had set up together in a short amount of time. Long Yi poked with his finger, then with shattering sound, this dark barrier was scattered into pieces, and 5 shadows suddenly fell from the midair. Then 3 magic and 2 sword chi from 7 baleful puppets directly changed those 4 dark magicians into corpses without giving them any chance to let out even a groan. Murongbai was immediately so frightened that his gallbladder broke. Then he tried to escape frantically, but Long Yi grabbed him firmly just like grabbing a chicken and threw him out. His body abruptly hit the tree trunk and bounced back. Then he twitched on the ground in pain. "No. Don't kill me. I can give you a lot of money and a lot of beautiful women." Murongbai as if dog begged while lying on the ground. "Your uncles, trying to knock down your father, my little sister." Long Yi ignored the begging of Murongbai, and resolutely kicked his crotch. Murongbai gave out a horrible shriek, then curling up his body, he fainted. Blood came out from his crotch. "It seems that thing must be broken." Long Yi again mercilessly kicked him twice, then walked over to Zemin Wuan. After that, helping her dispel the dark restriction, he gentle said, "Little sister, now you are fine." Second brother. When she had given up all hopes, Long Yi had rescued her. And suddenly hearing his gentle voice, Zemin Wuan felt her nose turn sour, and she made great effort to control herself, but was unable to bear. She threw herself into the bosom of Long Yi and cried, okay, it's alright, your second brother is here, so no one should dare to even think about bullying you." Long Yi gently patted the shoulder of Zemin Wuan and consoled her. After venting off in the bosom of Long Yi, Zemin Wuan suddenly cried out in alarm and suddenly pushed him as if she just recalling that this second brother was not much better compared to this Murongbai. Moreover, he once had such idea towards hers too, and in fact even beasts were not as inferior as him, but just now she actually threw herself into his bosom. Seeing this little sister who was weak as if kitten just now suddenly making such chilly indifference expression, Long Yi couldn't help but made a wry smile in his heart. "Weren't you already here long ago? You were just looking at the show, isn't that right?" Zemin Wuan suddenly said coldly. The corner of Long Yi's mouth twitched, and he didn't reply Zemin Wuan. He knew that Zemin Wuan had a deep-rooted very bad impression of him, and it was very difficult to instantly change it. Just when Zemin Wuan was about to curse again, Long Yi suddenly said, "There are snots on your face." Zemin Wuan's little hand subconsciously reached to her face and felt. Sure enough, she traced out snots on her face, then her beautiful face instantly became very red. She felt that she had never lost so much of her face like this time, and her cold temperament dispersed subconsciously. Long Yi took out a piece of beautiful silk handkerchief from his space ring and said while giving it to her, "Little sister, don't you feel disgusting to wipe them with your hands?" Zimenwuan hastily took the silk handkerchief from the hand of Long Yi, then turning around, she carefully wiped clean her beautiful face. Right now her heart however was somewhat embarrassed, and was somewhat hateful too. Furthermore there was also a trace of gratefulness. "Why on earth did you run alone into this woods late at night?" Long Yi asked. "Isn't this all your fault? If you had come early, then I wouldn't have come here." Zimenwuan turned around and said loudly, "Also don't know why, but now she wasn't able to control her anger. As a light magic cultivator, they required their heart to be indifferent and calm like water, and her temper was also indifferent, and she was even more so towards outsiders." Long Yi was stunned. What is this logic? What does him coming early or late had any relation to her coming inside this woods alone? Zimenwuan calmed down her state of mind, and seeing the sullen expression of Long Yi, her mood couldn't help but loosened. She asked, "How did you find me?" "Don't call me you, it's impolite. Call me second brother. Weren't you calling me like that before?" Long Yi discontentedly said. Before although Zimenwuan scorned him, still on outside she nevertheless was very polite. But that feeling was very alienated. Now this way instead felt very close. "No." Zimenwuan temper rose again. Then she again said, "You still haven't answered my question. How did you find this place?" "Well, you also know that we're brother and sister, just like the saying blood is thicker than water. We naturally have a rather marvelous connecting between each other. Just when I arrived at the entrance of Holy Magic Academy, my heart suddenly felt nervous, and unknowingly I arrived at this place, resulting in me seeing you being bullied by those people. So as your big brother, I naturally came to heroically save my little sister." Long Yi talked nonsense with a smile. As a matter of fact, when he was asking for the direction to girls' dormitory, the blood skull mark in the center of his palm had suddenly vibrated, so Long Yi had come to watch. Fortunately he was not late. Otherwise his little sister would have been defiled. Looking at grinning cheekily Long Yi, Zimenwuan couldn't help but somewhat be at loss. Was this familiar and again unfamiliar man before her eyes really her that ignorant and incompetent second brother, Zimenyu? He really had changed a lot. His temperament and style of conversation were completely different from before. Now he seemed not that hateful. Just then, Zimenwu saw 5-7 baleful puppets covered in black robe behind Long Yi, and asked, "Who are they?" Long Yi complacently said, "They are my servants." "How is that? Awesome, right?" "Really a servant? Didn't you pay money to invite them?" Zimenwuan didn't believe him. Just now she had clearly seen that, among these 5 people, 3 were magicians who had at least reached Archmage realm, and the remaining 2 possessed dark blue sword chi, which meant they were great swordsmaster. How could such experts accept to become the servant of other people? Even if one paid huge amount of money, they might not necessarily accept one's request. "Don't believe me? Then forget about it." Long Yi chuckled, then waving his hand, he took all of them inside his dark dimension space. Zimenwuan saw those 5 experts disappearing into a thin air, so couldn't help but ask in wonder, "They are hidden? Perhaps they are beside us, who knows?" Long Yi chuckled. He exactly couldn't say that they were soul puppets to this excessively righteous little sister. Being secretive? Zimenwuan snorted, and she suddenly recalled that Longlinger was alone in dormitory, and since she was out so long, Longlinger must be worried about her. So, Zimenwuan didn't say anything, and hurriedly run back. As for Long Yi, he helplessly shook his head. Then looking at fainted Murongbai, he laughed. After that turning around, he chased after Zimenwuan. Chapter 121, Fulfill the Promise. "Men stop." Long Yi rather melancholy looked at that striking sign on the main entrance of girls' dormitory, and couldn't help but mutter inwardly, could it be that no matter which world, girls' dormitory is this type, really is too impersonal. "You can't enter, see that ant over there? She is very strict." "I will go up and call Longlinger. She has been waiting for this day for a very long time." Zimenwuan turned around and indifferently said, "Who said I can't go in? This small girl's dormitory cannot stump your second brother." Long Yi chuckled. "Then do as you please, but when Ant pinch your ear and drive you out, don't blame me saying I didn't warn you." Zemin Wuan somewhat gloated, as if she had already seen the embarrassing appearance of this scoundrel's second brother when he was thrown out by the guardant of girls' dormitory. After walking 2 steps, Zemin Wuan suddenly turned around again and said with a smile, "I forget to tell you, this aunt is not an ordinary person. Her strength is unfathomable. They said she is great swords master." Long Yi just remained silent while looking at Zemin Wuan, who politely nodded her head towards amiable-looking aunt and slowly entering the girls' dormitory. "This aunt has the strength of great swords master, isn't that too much of a nonsense? Which great swords master have nothing to do and come here to guard the entrance? This girl is definitely lying to me, but even if she really is great swords master, I don't care about it." Long Yi shook his head while smiling, then looked left and right, and seeing no one around, his figure flashed, and as if a light breeze, he rushed into the entrance of girls' dormitory. Basically no one was able to clearly see his figure. The eyes of that amiable-looking aunt suddenly shone, but it instantly disappeared again, merely her expression became complicated. Only after a while, she lightly sighed and continued to do her assorting work. Zemin Wuan just walked upstairs, and saw Long Yi leaning against wall while smiling at her. Zemin Wuan just snorted, then passing Long Yi, she arrived in front of door. Then opening the door, she said, "Linger, I'm back." But very quickly, Zemin Wuan found that there was not a soul in sight in their apartment. She was startled, and as if whirlwind, she rushed out, nearly colliding head-on against Long Yi, who was following behind her. "What happened?" Long Yi asked. "Linger, she is gone. Let's search her quickly," Zemin Wuan said, and impatiently ran downstairs. Long Yi was startled, and just when he was about to follow behind Zemin Wuan to go and search Long Linger, from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw a letter pressed down on the writing desk. He waved his big hand, and that letter automatically flew to his hand. Words were written in pretty and delicate handwriting in this letter. "Wuan, I feel somewhat stuffy, so I'm going to the roof of library to have some air." "Don't worry." Long Yi flew out, and quickly caught up to Zemin Wuan, who had lost her mind due to anxiousness, then handed over the letter of Long Linger. Zemin Wuan sighed in relief. Just now she was only worried about Long Linger, and ignored the letter on the desk. She led Long Yi to the library of Holy Magic Academy. This was the tallest building of this academy, had 7 floors, and was also Blue Wave's continent's tallest building. "You go up, I'll not go." "No matter what she asks you to do, you are not allowed to refuse. What you owe her is something you can't repay throughout this life," Zemin Wuan indifferently said while looking at Long Yi, and her sight became somewhat ice-cold, obviously recalling the matter that would arouse great indignation of both men and gods done by Zemin Yu to Long Linger. Long Yi's that black eyes that could make people's heart palpitation also looked back indifferently towards Zemin Wuan, then said, "At that time, Long Linger put forward the condition of me marrying her. I will not reject this, but just this and nothing more. All others will vary according to my wish." "You?" Zemin Wuan angrily looked towards Long Yi. She had mistakenly believed that her scoundrel second brother had truly changed, thought that he was atoning for his crime, but she had never thought that. Really angering her to death, Long Yi no longer argued with Zemin Wuan. He just sighed lightly. After that his figure as if rock flew straight to the roof of the library. An extremely beautiful figure was standing at the other end of the library. Her pitch-black beautiful hair was messily fluttering in the air, and gorgeous silk clothing was also lightly swaying. Now she looked just like a fairy longing to fly, but this fairy was a sad fairy. Her back view appeared sad, beautiful and also lonely, shrouded under this silver moonlight. When Long Yi noiselessly landed on the roof, he saw this back view, then he instantly felt rather distressed inwardly, and felt heartbroken somewhere in his heart. That feeling of heartbroken, this debt, how can he repay it? As if she sensed his presence, the lovely body of Long Linger slightly quivered, then slowly turned around, and seeing the most hated person standing behind her and was looking at her with pity and painful gaze, she hatefully gnashed her teeth. Pain? Why'd he feel pain? Took pity? Damn pity, she didn't need it. Long Linger's expression became somewhat agitated, but very quickly, she calmed down, Then looking at Long Yi with ice-cold gaze, she coldly said, "You finally came. I thought you wouldn't abide your promise." Long Yi also revert back to indifferent, and hiding his feeling, he said with a smile, "Why wouldn't I come? Didn't you ask me to marry you? With this kind of wonderful thing, there is no reason to not come." "Yes, I want you to marry me. From now on you, Zeman Yu is I, Long Linger's husband." Long Linger expressionlessly looked at Long Yi, and that hatred on the eyes of Long Linger made Long Yi somewhat apprehensive. Long Yi didn't understand, what on earth does Long Linger exactly wanted to do? Since she hated him so much, why on earth was she forcing herself to stay together with him? In the end, what kind of sinister scheme did she conjured? Long Yi had been thinking about these questions for a long time. He really couldn't think of anything that would harm him in any way after Long Linger married him. Was this count as retaliation or abandoning herself? "I have no problem, but I have words that I want to say in advance. I am your man, but absolutely not only your man. You are my woman, but you can only be my woman, is that clear?" Long Yi said to Long Linger, looking face to face. This sentence seemed very unfair, and even he himself felt so, but even if it was unfair, he absolutely won't permit his woman and other man to have illicit relationship, even if he didn't know what the aim of Long Linger was. "You are very unreasonable, did you know that?" Long Linger indifferently said without hiding the hatred in her eyes. "I've always been so, aren't you the clearest?" Long Yi lightly chuckled. Long Linger nodded her head and indifferently said, "You can rest assured, for a man acting cheaply is sufficient." Long Yi's smile stiffened, then looking at that Long Linger's that placid beautiful face, he suddenly had a kind of impulse. He took a deep breath, and his pair of eyes suddenly looked at Long Linger's that curvy body, then clicking his tongue, he gasped in admiration. This expression of his was simply lewd to extreme. Long Linger body stiffened, and disgusted looks appeared in her eyes. Then coldly snorting she turned away. She truly couldn't stand that kind of gaze of Long Yi. Long Yi however laughed, then in a flash, he appeared beside Long Linger, and his big hand embraced that small waist of Long Linger without any worry. Immediately the body of two people tightly stuck together closely. "Let me go, you bastard." The complexion of Long Linger changed grayly, then said while trying to struggle free. But as a weak magician, how could she struggle free from the evil hands of Long Yi? "Don't forget, now you are my woman. If you are not willing, then I am very willing to rescind the agreement." Long Yi lightly chuckled. The body of Long Linger stiffened again, then gritting her teeth, she stopped her struggling. "Well, look, the sky is already dark like this, so shouldn't we go back to sleep? And now that you are my woman, you naturally have to accompany me to sleep. What do you say?" Long Yi continued to force her. He didn't believe that Long Linger would seriously agree to accompany him to sleep. The complexion of Long Linger instantly became deathly pale. She suddenly recalled that as if nightmare night of inside the woods outside Soaring Dragon City. Then her body became ice cold, and began trembling as if she would lose consciousness at any time. Long Yi instantly got worried, then he hastily casted 2 spirit defend magic, and inject his warm internal force into her body, which finally let her recover. "Forget it, I'll send you back, little sister is still waiting." Long Yi lost his interest to quarrel with her. He decided to let her do whatever she was scheming. "I will sleep with you." Long Linger suddenly stepped forward and tightly held the arm of Long Yi, but her body however was stiff like stone. Long Yi suddenly got angry. He forcibly shook off Long Linger. Then facing her, he roared, "What on earth do you want to do?" "Your expression, your eyes, your body, all clearly shows that you hate me very much." "I am not acting cheaply to you, rather you yourself are acting cheaply to yourself." "This doesn't concern you, you should just complete your promise, and what I do is naturally my affair." Long Linger raised her head and unyieldingly looking face to face with Long Yi, she coldly said, "Good. Very good, since it is the case, then you will accompany me to sleep tonight." Long Yi hugged Long Linger, then firmly kissed her with his big mouth. 4 ice-cold lips come into contact with each other, making unprepared Longlinger's brain to blank out, and Long Yi rather hysterically sucked, and his tongue skillfully opened the teeth of Longlinger, then stirred inside her mouth. Longlinger gradually awoke, but didn't push away Long Yi, instead closed her eyes, hugged the neck of Long Yi and somewhat shakily responded. She had thought that it would be very disgusting, but it seems it was not as bad as she had imagined. Feeling the reaction of Longlinger, Long Yi's kiss changed freely, and he began to skillfully tease her fragrant tongue. Bangpan, bangpan, the heartbeat of Longlinger accelerated, and she felt her charming body becoming limp and numb. This kind of sensation was outside her control. She hastily pushed Long Yi away, and with her beautiful face flushed with redness, she gasped for breath, causing her breast to rise and fall. I was merely unable to breathe. But do you play with women like this? Your kissing technique is still so poor, and there was no feeling at all. Longlinger raised her head and looked at Long Yi with mocking smile. But her charming body however was leaning against railing. Right now her heartbeat was still very fast, and her body was also still somewhat limp. Long Yi didn't get angry as Longlinger was expecting. He merely looked at Longlinger in amusement, then said with a smile, I take back my words of just a moment ago. Your body doesn't seem to repel me. Chapter 122, Lewd Punishment. Longlinger gritted her teeth, and couldn't help but got angry with herself. Angry at herself for being so useless, unexpectedly getting her heartbeat accelerated when kissed by this disgusting fellow Long Yi. Long Yi embraced the waist of Longlinger again. Then lightly stepping, he slowly flew down, and just like Long Yi had expected, Zimenwuan had really not left, presumably worried about Longlinger. Seeing Longlinger was in the bosom of Long Yi, Zimenwuan was extremely surprised. Don't tell me that these two people really made up. Little sister, you're still here? You feared I'd eat her, isn't that so? Long Yi said to Zimenwuan with a smile. Zimenwuan snorted, then pulled Longlinger out of the bosom of Long Yi, but who would have thought that Longlinger's body however would weakly leaned against her body. What did you do to Linger? Perceiving the difference of Longlinger, Zimenwuan immediately shouted coldly at Long Yi. Even though you are my younger sister, there are some private matter between me and Linger that you shouldn't ask. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said expressionlessly. Zimenwuan lagged, then looked towards Longlinger. Longlinger somewhat apologetically looking at her close sister, and gently said, Wuan, this truly is a private matter between me and your second brother. Having heard what was told, Zimenwuan was stupefied. She suddenly felt as if she was unnecessary, and her heart couldn't help but felt unwell. Linger, are you returning with my little sister, or going with me? Long Yi asked while calmly looking at Longlinger. Why would Linger want to go with you? She will naturally return to dormitory with me. Before Longlinger could answer, Zimenwuan quickly answered first. But who would have thought that Longlinger would struggle free from Zimenwuan and walk to the side of Long Yi? Then holding his hand, she said, Wuan, hereafter, call me second sister-in-law. Now I'm your second brother's wife, naturally sleep together with him. What, Linger, you really? Zimenwuan didn't know what to do or say. She had also heard the demand Longlinger had put forward at that time, merely she had never thought that that would be true. Did she use this move to make Zimenwu feel death is better than life? Even if you finally achieve your target this way, the price you pay will truly be too big. Wuan, you don't need to say nothing, I've already decided, you can go back to the dormitory. Longlinger indifferently said, her expression was devoid of both sadness and happiness. Zimenwuan looked at two people with complex expression. From outward appearance, they looked very well matched, but their hearts however didn't fit together at all. Longlinger naturally had her reasons for behaving like this, which was she wanted revenge. And merely with this one reason, she could predict that the result of them two being together will be very bitter and astringent. Even if she was really able to make her second brother Zimenwu feel death was better than life, Longlinger would also certainly not be able to get herself free, and certainly wouldn't be able to come out from the shadow of Zimenwu. Long Yi waved his hand, then one great swords master and one archmage among 7 baleful puppets appeared out of thin air in front of them. startling both Zimenwuan and Longlinger. "Little sister, they will escort you back. You don't need to worry about encountering into Murong by kind of people." Long Yi laughed, finished speaking. He pulled Longlinger and flew towards the sky. "Murong Bai, did something happen to Wuan?" While flying, Longlinger asked. Long Yi nodded his head, and briefly explained the matter that had happened at the woods. "Scum," Longlinger hatefully said, but her eyes however were looking towards Long Yi. Long Yi naturally understood what this meant. She simply meant to say that he and that Murong Bai was jackals of the same tribe, that's all. He made a wry smile inwardly, and just when he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped, and turning a hand over, he palm-chopped in the empty sky. Several blazing fire arrows were deflected back by the wind of his palm chop towards the sky where a beautiful young girl wearing fiery red magic robe was standing, but she skillfully dodged all of them. Long Yi was surprised to see a young girl who was comparable to the matchless beauty of Longlinger, but he discovered that right now she was angrily staring at him, as if he had done something extremely evil. "Lin Na!" Longlinger in his bosom exclaimed in surprise. "Don't fear, Longlinger, I will definitely save you from this bastard," Lin Na said while pointing her magic wand towards Long Yi. Long Yi was astounded. How come there is such a self-righteous woman here in this world? Don't she see that Longlinger is staying in my bosom without any resistance? Furthermore, her hand is holding my waist. "Hey, little girl, do you have problem with your eyes? I am holding my woman in the sky to go for a spin, and you say you came here to save her? Really having only big boobs but no brain." Long Yi was not polite at all. Beauty is beauty, but he didn't have that good impression on this kind of extremely self-righteous beauty. "What did you say? If you have guts then say it again," Lin angrily said. She was a genius young girl, but here someone actually said her that she had only big boobs but no brain. She really couldn't forgive him, even though she herself also knew that her breasts were really not small, but she was very intelligent, and all the people in the world could confirm it. "I said you, little girl, have only big boobs but no brain. Now I said it, do I have a guts or not? Of course, if you want me to confirm personally, then I also don't have any problem." Long Yi laughed, while ambiguously looking at Lin Na. "Obscene." Lin Na gritted her teeth and cursed, and began chanting incantation. After that, a rank 8 attack fire magic, melting smelt flame whistled towards the face of Long Yi. Under that magic, even air itself seemed like burning with that as if magma high temperature. A killing intent flashed through the eyes of Long Yi. This woman was very ruthless. Although the attack range of this rank 8 fire magic melting smelt flame was not too big, but that temperature however could melt even rocks. So if that attack hits, then this day even if he didn't die, his face would be destroyed. The expression of Long Yi became somewhat ferocious, then like a lightning, he raised his hand, and his hand emitted a strange red light. Afterwards, he actually caught that flame with his hand. After that only a white smoke came out from the palm of Long Yi, which floated towards the sky, and that face of Long Yi full of anger looked rather abnormal under the hazy moonlight. Lin Na was dumbfounded while looking at the palm of Long Yi. He actually dared to use his palm catch the melting smelt flame, but he still seemed that was a small matter, which she simply didn't dare to believe. "Little girl, now you will pay the price for your foolish action." Long Yi's those as if black gem starry eyes stared at Lin Na, and coldly said, "Zimenyu, this is only a misunderstanding, don't trouble her, okay?" Seeing the expression of Long Yi, Longlinger in his bosom couldn't help but was frightened. She felt that he was really angry. "Misunderstanding? If I hadn't caught that magic, then I would have died in this misunderstanding." Long Yi coldly laughed. Lin Na awoke for her days, and hearing Longlinger calling Long Yi as Zimenyu, her eyes suddenly opened wide. He was actually that world-famous sex fiend Zimenyu, so she even more firmly believed that Longlinger was hostage seized by Long Yi in her heart. Zimenyu, quickly let go of Longlinger, I've already notified my grandpa Puxiusi, and he will arrive here very soon. The voice of Lin Na was somewhat trembling. The name Zimenyu was very lethal for all kind of young girl, Moreover, just now she had seen his power, so she clearly knew that she was not his opponent. And if by any chance he had a malicious intent, then wouldn't her innocence puxy-oosy? Even if that old man comes here, it's useless, you still have to pay for your action of just now. Long Yi was somewhat surprised. It turned out this girl with big boobs but no brain was the granddaughter of Firemaster Archmage Puxuizi. No wonder she was so skillful in fire magic. Moreover, in such a small age, she was actually on the verge of breaking through from Master Magician realm to Mage realm. Lin Na, quickly leave, you are really misunderstanding. I am willing to go with him, and furthermore he is my husband. Longlinger was somewhat moved. This Lin Na was sincerely worried about her, although her eyesight seemed a little deficient. Lin Na showed didn't believe expression. The more Longlinger spoke like this, the more she didn't believe her. But as a matter of fact, she was very afraid inwardly. Still, with her one-tracked mind coupled with that fiery temperament, regardless of anything, she couldn't abandon Longlinger and run away. I will not leave. I will definitely not let you fall into his evil hands. She stood there with stubbornly, although she was quaking in fear, but she courageously stared back at the icy gaze of Long Yi. Evil hands? Long Yi found this somewhat laughable. This little girl thought too highly of herself, but although her behavior was foolish, but an admiration rose inside his heart, as this girl had enough loyalty. However, she still had to pay the price for her indiscriminate attack of just now. Long Yi laughed mischievously, then holding Longlinger tightly, he used Great Cosmos Shift to its limit, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the sky. When Lin Na was at a loss, she suddenly felt chill on her breast, then subconsciously screeching, she tightly held her breast. Long Yi again appeared at the same place with a lewd smile. As for Longlinger, she was in confused state. Didn't know what had happened just now. Lin Na suddenly felt that her body was missing something. So she lowered her head, and discovered that her clothes were still in proper state, but she still felt something was wrong. What did you do to her, Zemin? Longlinger somewhat angrily said. Nothing, just taught her a lesson, that's all. Long Yi innocently said. Lin Na raised her head and ferociously looked towards Long Yi. Although currently she hadn't discovered what he had done to her, but she felt her body was lacking something. Suddenly, Lin Na felt her S-bud scraped with a rough cloth. This should be impossible, because the material of her underwear was soft and smooth silk, so her will never give rise to this kind of feeling. After that she turned around and touched her breast. Then suddenly a loud screech reverberated through the night sky, startling countless affectionate couples. You sex fiend, you give it back. With her face thoroughly red, and her lovely body trembling in anger and embarrassment, right now her expression was very wonderful. Perhaps, you are speaking about this? Long Yi waved a pink cloth with his hand, and above this pink cloth, 3 words Beauty Workshop, was impressively embroidered on it. Chapter 123, Seduction Failed. Lin Na was very ashamed. Her underwear which she wore next to her skin was unexpectedly seized by a man, furthermore that was directly removed from her body. This made her so angry that her blood vessels nearly burst and died. Zemin, how could you do this? Longlinger somewhat angrily said. This fellow was not attaching much importance to her. Unexpectedly he did such shameless thing to other woman right in front of her face. Why can't I do this? I am just giving her a small lesson, nothing more. Compared to her that fatal move, this should count as modest. Long Yi said with a smile. But she's a girl, you shouldn't have done. Girl? So should I let her kill me just because she is a girl? Just who gave her this privilege? Long Yi interrupted the words of Longlinger, then putting away his smile, he coldly said. Longlinger immediately became speechless. Indeed, what he had spoken had some truth, and from the beginning, he was always reasonable in this matter, although the method of teaching the lesson was not appropriate. This moment, Lin Na was firmly staring at that pink cloth in the hand of Long Yi with her complexion getting blue and red simultaneously. Her autumn eyes also gradually got bloodshot, and she became somewhat hysterical. It seems she wanted to attack him regardless of anything. Little girl, think carefully. The consequence of offending me is very heavy." Long Yi dangerously narrowed his eyes, and emitted chilliness from his head to toe. Lin Na woke up with a start, and that feeling of desperately attacking regardless of anything suddenly disappeared, because she thought of the consequence. If Zimin Yu's barbarity came out and sullied her, then wouldn't that be too fearful? Compared to that, this small amount of grievance seemed nothing. Long Yi put the pink underwear of Lin Na on his nose and smelled, then revealed intoxicated expression. The fragrance of this Lin Na was different from the other girls he knew. The body fragrance of Luzia, Leng Yui and Wash Wang belongs to simple but elegant type, but the body fragrance of Lin Na however was very rich and unrestrained. They say one could know about women smelling their fragrance. From a body fragrance of a woman, one can judge her character to a certain extent. This extremely shameless and vulgar action of Long Yi immediately made the cheeks of these two women turn red, as they hatefully gritting their teeth inwardly. "Here, take it," but it was very appetizing. Long Yi waved his hand, and the pink corset lightly drifted towards Lin Na. After Lin Na caught her corset, she discovered that Long Yi and Long Linger had already disappeared. "Zimin Yu, I will definitely not let you off," Lin Na resolutely said, while clenching her small fist. Zimin Wuan finally reached girls' dormitory under the escort of 2 baleful puppets. Her complexion however was a little not too well. She was really worried about Long Linger, feared she'd do something stupid. Furthermore, although she was a little bit unwilling, but she was actually also somewhat worried for her scoundrel second brother. "Miss Zimin, how come your complexion is bad like this? Are you alright?" That guard aunt of dormitory entrance couldn't help but asked in concern, seeing somewhat unusual expression of Zimin Wuan. "Aunt Tu, I'm fine." Zimin Wuan smiled, then nodding her head, she went upstairs. From the first day she had arrived at Holy Magic Academy, this guard aunt who had always specially cared about and pampered her. Sometimes, she would personally cook a soup and give it to her and Long Linger. This made Zimin Wuan feel particularly warm after being away from the house. Aunt Tu looked pensive while looking at the back view of Zimin Wuan, and her eyes flashed with dense affection. And right now, Long Yi had already arrived at a luxurious inn of Mi Principality with Long Linger, then booked a room here. Entering into a room, Long Linger struggled free from the arm of Long Yi. Right now she looked displeased. Obviously was extremely discontented with the behavior of Long Yi of just a moment ago. Long Yi also ignored her and directly ran to bathroom to take a bath. Long Linger sat on the sofa somewhat in a daze while thinking about numerous things, which made her thoughts in a whirl. Was this choice of hers right or wrong? This evening, did she really have to give herself to this sex fiend? Just when Long Linger was feeling fidgety, Long Yi came out from bathroom only in his underpants, revealing his that strong and handsome physique. Each and every muscle's lines were so perfect, and was full of explosive power. The face of Long Linger suddenly became red, and she immediately turned her head away, not daring to look again. But Long Yi didn't stop for even a bit while walking past beside her, and went straightly to bedroom. Long Linger looked at Long Yi who was already lying on the bed, and couldn't help but be at a loss at what to do. Now what should she do? Take a bath. Yes, take a bath first. Long Linger mumbled and entered the bathroom, then taking off all her clothing, she revealed her that jade body worthy of pride. Standing in front of mirror, Long Linger carefully sized up her own reflection on the mirror. That snow white as if milk skin, that proudly rising assertive, mellow and full, and two pink cherry adorned on it that were lightly quivering, fascinated even herself. Isn't this the perfect body that captivated Zimin Yu? The heart of Long Linger contracted, thinking about how her jade body would be played by him later. She couldn't help but trembled. With regarding to her body, Long Linger was very confident. She believed that, in this world, the beauties that could rival her beauty could be counted on one's finger, so Zimin Yu would most probably be so fascinated that he would go round after round. In those days, didn't he covet my body and didn't even hesitated to use despicable means to obtain it? Long Linger washed herself really clean, until faint pink gloss appeared on her glittering and translucent skin. Now she looked extremely fascinating. After that she wore a bathrobe and walked out of bathroom, Her originally firm footsteps began to hesitate. Should I really enter that room? Longlinger halted, and her complexion became complex. Should I really throw away all my dignity and go to accompany this hateful man to sleep? This simply is more painful compared to killing me. Longlinger suddenly laughed at herself, and muttered, Longlinger, ah Longlinger, do you still have dignity now? Why is this world so unfair? Longlinger knew that in that instant her dignity was gone. She was clearly a victim, but many people look at her with a gaze full of disdain and disgust, and said she was a loose woman. All these were bestowed to her by this sex fiend Zemenu. Thinking this, determination appeared on the eyes of Longlinger. This was her choice. She will absolutely not regret it. Longlinger resolutely stepped into the bedroom, and a simple but elegant fragrance spread all over the room. But her calves were trembling due to nervousness. Long Yi was half lying on the bed while reading a book explaining magic in detail. At that time, he suddenly smelled that light fragrance of woman. He couldn't help but raise his head, and seeing Longlinger in bathrobe while exposing more than half of her skin, his eyesight instantly became profound, and heartbeat also couldn't help but accelerated. The beauty of Longlinger was soul-stirring, the kind that was most alluring among the girls. With regarding to the category of Long Yi, her figure was second, and the hottest and sexy being the figure of Leng Yuiu. Moreover, he had seen her and widened his knowledge many times, so his vision was naturally a lot higher. If really want to talk about figure regardless of anything, then not only Longlinger, even Yu Feng and Luzia were also a bit inferior. Seeing Longlinger's that rather pale complexion because of nervousness, he couldn't help but smile softly. He didn't know why Longlinger was bent on doing this, but he was sure that the aim of Longlinger was revenge. Long Yi moved to the one side of bed, and patted other side and said with a smile, "Come on up." The lovely body of Longlinger slightly trembled. Now even her lips didn't have a color. She gritted her teeth and got into the bed, but didn't dare to get close to Long Yi. Long Yi didn't pounce onto her like she had expected, rather turned around and continued to read his book, as if she was non-existence. Waiting for a long time, Longlinger saw that Long Yi still didn't make any movement. Then she relaxed and simultaneously also felt somewhat gloomy. He didn't take the initiative. Could it be that he wanted her to take the initiative? Longlinger took a deep breath 2 times. She had already reached this far, so she basically shouldn't retreat. Practically gnashing his teeth, she made her way to the side of Long Yi and said stiffly, "What book are you reading?" "Oh, it's magic book." Long Yi indifferently answered. He didn't even turn his head towards her. Longlinger flustered but was helpless. In any case, she couldn't strip herself naked and pounce onto him. But Long Yi mentioning magic invoked her curiosity. She had always been confused about why Long Yi was suddenly able to use magic despite having no magic physique. Furthermore, his rank seemed not low too. "Zemenu, I want to know why are you suddenly able to suddenly use magic? Wasn't that magic you used just a moment ago to fly with me floating magic?" Longlinger couldn't bear but asked. "I'm also not very clear, probably thanks to you." Long Yi put down the book, then suddenly turning around, he smiled ambiguously. "Me?" Seeing Long Yi suddenly turning around, the heart of Longlinger jumped. "Yes, you. Originally I didn't have magic physique, but from that night, I suddenly own magic physique. I thought over and over in my mind and felt this ought to be your contribution." Long Yi mischievously laughed. That night, Longlinger was unable to figure out which night he was speaking for a short while. Suddenly, she realized that Long Yi was referring to the night when she was raped. The complexion of Longlinger changed, and the hatred subconsciously revealed in her eyes, but very quickly she controlled herself. Then suddenly making herself look charming, and blinking at Long Yi, she charmingly said, "Is that so? Then how about we try it again?" The entire body of Long Yi shivered, not because of excitement, rather feeling evilness, and all of his fine hairs involuntarily stood up. This was truly too fake. Don't know where she learnt it. After that, unable to hold on, he flippantly laughed heartily. "Zemenu, why are you laughing?" Longlinger angrily said. She knew that this fellow was definitely laughing at her. Long Yi stopped laughing, and extended his arm in front of Longlinger. Then pointing at those tiny goosebumps, he asked, "Do you know what these are?" Longlinger was startled, and she didn't understand his meaning. "These are goosebumps, now do you understand?" Long Yi said in dead seriousness. Longlinger was dumbfounded for a little while, then she suddenly realized that Long Yi was making fun of her for her seduction of just now. "Zimenu, go to hell." Longlinger picked up a pillow in utter dissatisfaction, then smashed it in the head of Long Yi. Chapter 124, Mercenary Guilds Beating a Person Mission. Long Yi seized the pillow of Longlinger, suddenly turned over and pushed down her body, and her those assertive soft breasts which was merely separated by an extremely thin layer of bathrobe pressed against his chest. This smooth and tender feeling made Longlinger cried out in alarm. When the things come to head, all her disguise entirely disappeared, and her eyes revealed terrified look. Now her heartbeats were in utter mess. Long Yi continuously stared directly at the eyes of Longlinger, and slowly lowered his head towards her pink lips. Longlinger's body stiffened, and closed her eyes to hide her terrified and disgusted expression. An inch away from the pink lips of Longlinger, Long Yi stopped, then flipped over from her body. "I want my woman to be most willing to have joyous love with me, not to look like you. Like this I can't go on. So if you really want to seduce me, then you have to trouble yourself to at least act presentable," Long Yi indifferently said. Longlinger coldly laughed, and sneered. "Most willing? Do you have face to speak these words? Did you forget what you have done to me before?" "I have not forgotten, and also do not intend to quibble about it." Long Yi turned around and said while looking straight at the eyes of Longlinger which was filled with hatred. Two people stared at each other like this for quite a while, then Longlinger suddenly retracted the hatred flashing in her eyes, and said indifferently, "Hereafter I will act presentable." Long Yi suddenly thought whether this little princess had an illness, actually was so bent on becoming his woman. Don't tell me that she wants to stay beside me, and then look for a chance to kill. This was rather hard to guard against, but wanting to kill him was also not that easy too. "It's too late now, sleep now." Long Yi lay down and closed his eyes. After that he used spirit power to create a powerful barrier around his whole body. Although he was very confident, but he still must take some necessary protection. Caution is the parent of safety. Longlinger firmly bit her lower lip, and the rim of her eyes suddenly became wet. Unknowingly a crystal clear tear slid down and fell to her snow-white little hand. Originally she believed that she would never shed tears, and believed that her heart had already died long ago, but never thought that just seeing him, her tears fell down, and her heart also ached, and that thick cocoon which had wrapped around her inner heart were mercilessly tore apart by Long Yi. Furthermore her wounds were still bloody. Longlinger forced herself to calm down, and wanted to enter the meditation state, but the inner turmoil made her unable to settle down. Fact was too far away from her prediction. Originally she believed that if she sacrificed her body, then she could easily fascinate and infatuate Zimenu. But outside her expectation, he basically didn't touch her. Moreover he unexpectedly laughed at her saying her acting was too fake. Longlinger ferociously stared at seemingly fast asleep Long Yi, and thought in her heart, "Why don't I take advantage of this and take his life while he is sleeping?" But recalling how Long Yi was safe and sound even after being within the attack range of fire forbidden magic spell god burning magic, she couldn't help but felt discouraged, and became even sadder inwardly. Sunlight shone through the cracks of the window, leaving behind an indistinct light and shadow in a soft big bed. Longlinger awoke from her sleep, and felt very unwell in her head. She creased her eyebrows, and used her jade hand to hold up, and felt as if something was wrong. She opened her autumn eyes, and awe-inspiringly saw a pairs of lustrous as if starry sky black pupils, precisely were watching her with a bit of teasing smile. At this moment, she discovered that the place where her palm had supported was unexpectedly this bastard's sturdy chest, and her was unruly put up at his thigh. Longlinger recoiled in fright, but to her surprise, behind her was empty, and she fell off the big bed. She felt as if burning pain on her little buttocks, and she couldn't help but cry aloud in pain. Then raising her head, she discovered that Long Yi was lecherously staring at her chest. She lowered her head, then screaming, her both hands hugged her bosom. Originally she was wearing only a piece of bathrobe without anything inside to take part in a fight, and this fall loosened the belt of this bathrobe, and slipped this bathrobe towards two side, revealing greater part of snow white mellow and full. Even two pink cherries also appeared indistinctly, swinging the will of people. Why hiding? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Long Yi said with a teasing smile, and the lower part of his body had already become a pillar supporting the sky. The early morning was the time for Yang Qi to flourish the most, moreover seeing such a marvelous spring scenery, how could a normal man not have any reaction? Having heard what was said, Long Linger suddenly gritted her teeth and stood up, then she let her jade hands which were hugging her bosom go, and moved her entire bathrobe to sideways. After that show white vigorous without any cover emerged before the eyes of Long Yi, and even more fatal was the lower part of her body was also completely bare. That thin pitch black fine hairs challenged the fragile nerve of Long Yi. His nose was already beginning to give out heat, and evil fire burned merrily in his danchan. Now he seems to hear the boiling sound of his blood. The hell, Long Yi inwardly complained of his bitter lot. Quickly he was unable to compose himself. A beauty had delivered herself to his doorsteps. This made him very hard to reject. Long Linger coldly looked at Long Yi, whose gaze was stuck on her body, then slowly lying on the bed, she slightly parted her two legs, and revealed a giving free rein to pluck appearance. Kudu, Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then looking towards her that already exposed tip of the iceberg private place of young girl, his big hand slowly extend forward, and passing through that as if velvet fine hairs, slowly move upwards. And just when his hand reached above those elastic pure, he suddenly withdrew his hands, and said in a hoarse voice, very alluring, but I am not very interested in wood. Long Linger, not saying anything further, dumbly put on her clothes. When Long Yi saw Long Linger's that matchlessly beautiful jade body was being covered with clothes, he regrettably sighed, Luzia is not here, now who should I look to vent this fire of lust? After finished putting on clothes, Long Linger indifferently looked at Long Yi and suddenly said, aren't you on the point of dying? T.L. Here the point of dying do not mean real dying, it means, he cannot get hard on, cough cough. Long Yi was startled. What did she say? She actually said that I'm on the point of dying? Only few men could stand woman's such words. Long Yi suddenly rose, then pushed Long Linger over on the bed, and pressed her down. After that he pressed his hard little brother's rigid head at the soft place between her legs. The whole body of Long Linger trembled, then pushing away Long Yi with great effort, she said in a trembling voice, I have to attend the class. After that she directly opened the window, then flew away. This woman, isn't she intentionally messing with me? Long Yi cursed, then went to the bathroom and took a cold shower. Holy Magic Academy was divided into Magic Academy and Gi Academy, and the most famous was naturally Magic Academy. The teaching scale of this Magic Academy was second to none in this entire Blue Waves continent. Long Linger slowly descended inside the academy perimeter. Honestly speaking, with her master magician realm strength, there was no need to study in academy. Generally speaking, the Magic Academy only had 3 departments: Beginner Magic Department, Intermediate Magic Department, and Advanced Magic Department. So if one could cast rank 7 advanced magic, then generally one could graduate. But she and Zemin had come here only to relax, and with a purpose of receiving the guidance from the Fire Master Archmage Puxi Usi. Long Linger returned to girls' dormitory, and to her surprise, she discovered Zemin also hadn't went to attend the class. Linger, are you alright? Seeing Long Linger returning back in a daze, Zemin hastily stood up and asked. Long Linger shook her head, then throwing herself into the bed, she covered her head with a quilt. She didn't know why she had fled, her purpose was about to be achieved, but she suddenly felt dread, because the matters had left her control from the very beginning. Linger, did he bully you? Zemin Wuan sat beside Longlinger and said. Longlinger bore out her head from inside the quilt, then she weakly said with tired looks, Wuan, don't ask, let me take a good rest for a bit. Zemin Wuan nodded her head, then she stood up and gently closed the door of the bedroom after leaving. Longlinger softly sighed, thinking of this so-called night. Her head started to ache dully. She urgently needs to settle on what she wanted to do. The original objective was simply to use her body as a price to make Zemin Yu fall madly in love with her, becoming completely infatuated with her, and at that time, she would ruthlessly trample him under the sole of her feet. Even with her life as a price, she wanted him to suffer all kinds of pain. But, Longlinger discovered that she was wrong. She overestimated her charm too much. She should have thought beforehand. Zemin Yu was no longer that Zemin Yu of before. Those black eyes which could make the people apprehensive, and those mysterious smiles seemingly had seen though her thoughts long ago. Noisy hall of Mi Principality's mercenary guild. Long Yi wearing magnificent clothing was therein, and he was particularly conspicuous. He recalled that after registering in mercenary guild a year ago, his mercenary medal was still the lowest grade F rank white medal, and at that time, he had only accepted the mission of Lost City in Huangming Plain, but he wasn't able to complete this mission, as he didn't know who had issued this mission. Moreover, his intuition was telling him that this was not simple. Just when Long Yi wanted to take a look at the mission posted on the mission board, he suddenly sensed the gaze of people around him becoming very odd. There were many people pointing towards him, and majority of them were harboring evil designs, and were looking at him as if they were looking at their prey. Long Yi was unable to make head or tail out of this, and he couldn't help but get somewhat angry. He found it very annoying when other people looked at him with such gaze. Just then, more than 10 people dressed in light black-colored mercenary dress walked over to Long Yi. All of them were warriors. Ought to be a small-sized mercenary group. The leader was a burly middle-aged man. He took out a paper from his bosom and looked for a while, then turning his head, he asked his teammates, "Brothers, look, isn't his that boy?" "Yes, that's him." The people behind him affirmatively answered one after another. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and coldly looking at Long Yi, he turned around that paper towards Long Yi. Long Yi unexpectedly discovered that that was his portrait. Long Yi frowned and asked, "May I ask what is this?" Someone issued a B-rank mission, said to beat the person of this portrait until even his mother doesn't recognize him. Hey, beating the people. We guard dog mercenary group is most adept at this kind of matter. Fortunately you delivered yourself to our doorsteps, else we have to search you everywhere. That middle-aged man said with a sinister smile. Chapter 125, Scheme. Long Yi clapped his hands and left, leaving behind rolling on the ground and groaning in pain 10 or so mercenaries of guard dog mercenary group. Ideal and reality always had a difference. They wanted to beat Long Yi until even his mother wouldn't recognize him, but the result was they instead were beaten to pighead. Long Yi didn't ask who issued this mission to mess with him, as he could roughly guess who in his heart, other than Lin Na whom he had conflict with last night, who else it could be. This girl was truly rich. 1,000 amethyst coin reward just to beat him up. Moreover, she also set it up as B-rank mission. You should know that the mission of Huangming Plains Lost City was a rank mission. Long Yi knew that this guard dog mercenary group of just now was merely a small fry. Afterwards, even those large mercenary groups might come over to provoke him. This was merely a mission that would be fulfilled as long as a single person was beaten, which when compared to many missions where they had to risk their life and limb to complete was much easier. Long Yi was never afraid to clash with those cheap mercenary groups, and he was also very willing to let them know that it was not that easy to earn that 1,000 amethyst coin. Merely he however didn't want to play like this with people for no reason. It seems that little girl still hadn't got enough lesson. Long Yi thought inwardly while walking straight towards Holy Magic Academy. As Lin Na was famous beauty, many people naturally paid close attention to her whereabouts, slightly inquiring. Long Yi conveniently learned that that little girl was giving a lesson in beginner magic department at this very moment. This was rather out of expectation of Long Yi, As he had never thought that she assume a position of teacher, Long Yi went to the classroom. Then he immediately saw Lin Na with fiery red long hair standing on the platform and seriously taking class. The seats of her classroom was completely full, even to the extent that there were many people standing at the back to attend the class. Among them, there was no lack of advanced magic department students. Naturally, they were not here to listen the basic theoretical knowledge, rather had come purely for a beauty. Just then, Lin Na happens to talk about the incantation and principle of fireball magic. She said, "Students, fireball magic is a most basic fire element magic, although destructive power is limited, but the practicality is very strong. At first you all can mostly cast only finger-sized flame, but after your spirit power and magical power increase, you all will be capable just like teacher. Teacher Lin Na, can you cast one for us to see?" One of the students asked. "No problem." Lin Na agreed. "O great god of fire, please grant strength to your loyal believer." Fireball magic. Lin Na chanted the incantation, then she snapped her long and slender finger. Afterwards only a wisp of flame came out from her finger, and it instantly died out. Lin Na lagged, and became embarrassed, but in the blink of an eye, she recovered, then said, "Just now teacher was just showing you all the example of the circumstance of the vast majority students when they cast fireball magic for the first time. Now teacher will cast the real fireball magic. O great god of fire, please grant strength to your loyal believer." Fireball magic. Lin Na extended her palm, and the result, as before, a wisp of a flame came out and died out immediately afterwards. Instantly, the classroom became absolute silence. Now Lin Na was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to burrow into it. "What's going on? I as a magician about to reach mage realm unexpectedly couldn't cast rank 1 fireball magic. Someone is definitely playing tricks here." Lin Na looked all round, suddenly saw Long Yi, who was looking at her with teasing gaze, standing right outside the classroom. Just now it was indeed Long Yi's doing, because the might of fireball magic was truly too small. Using spirit power, he extinguished it. Merely when casting magic there would also be spirit fluctuation, so she was unable to detect Long Yi's move, and she mistakenly believed that she herself had a problem. Before the numerous students, Lin Na rushed out, and in the state of anger, she stood in front of Long Yi. And at that time, seeing his shifty eyes were looking towards her breast, she instantly recalled that shameless matter he had done yesterday, so she subconsciously fell back 2 steps. "Come with me," Long Yi indifferently said with commanding tone. "Why do I need to go with you? Who do you think you are, damned sex fiend?" Lin Na raised her head, and looking at Long Yi with disdain, she said. She believed that Long Yi wouldn't dare to raise his hand within Holy Magic Academy. "Not coming? Could it be that you want me to take out your beauty workshop's underwear from your body in front of your students? I think they definitely also want to know what kind of underwear teacher Lin Na wears." Long Yi mischievously narrowed his eyes, threatening her. "You dare?" Lin Na said while showing strength while weak inside. "Is there anything I don't dare to do in this world? Whether you believe or not, I will immediately make my move." Long Yi raised his eyebrows. Lin Na hatefully glared Long Yi. She didn't dare to gamble, as she believed that this bastard would definitely do what he said. If he really took out her underwear which she wore next to skin in front of her student, then she would be so ashamed that she would not be able to stay in Holy Magic Academy anymore. So, Lin Na returned back to classroom and said something, then followed behind Long Yi, greatly surprising many students. When explosive Chili obediently followed behind a man, instantly various kind of rumors spread widely throughout the Holy Magic Academy. "What do you want to do?" En route, Lin Na alertly asked. "Aren't you very clear about what I want to do? Perhaps you should go to Mercenary Guild with me to confirm." Long Yi indifferently said. Lin Na's complexion changed, and with evasive eyes, she said, I don't know what you are talking about. My grandfather is looking for me. I'll go back first." Long Yi's big hand as fast as lightning grabbed Lin Na's pure white as if jade wrist, and said with a smile, "Do you really don't know what I am saying? That mission to beat me to Pighead, Didn't you issue it? No. Lin Na instantly answered. Really not? Long Yi asked with a smile. I said not then not, quickly let me go, damned sex fiend, otherwise I will cry out for help, furthermore my grandfather is in academy. Lin Na tried hard to struggle free. Puxi Usi, oh, I'm very afraid, I will immediately let you go. Long Yi mischievously laughed and let go of Lin Na's hand, but when she was still in daze, he slapped her perk buttocks. You! Lin Na was flustered and exasperated and she wanted to berate, but suddenly thinking of something, she ran away just like rabbit. Long Yi looked at the disappearing back view of Lin Na, and he habitually stroked his chin. He turned over and over in his mind, although the grandfather of Lin Na was the dean of Holy Magic Academy, but the fund of Academy was taken care of by the Ministry of Finance of Mi Principality, so he didn't believe that Lin Na could casually take out 1,000 amethyst coins to beat a person. Perhaps Puxia she could take out, but Lin Na herself absolutely couldn't take out such amount. Long Yi sinisterly smiled. He suddenly thought of a perfect method to ensure that Lin Na and her grandfather would eat a grievance that they had to keep to themselves. Long Yi went out of Holy Light Academy, and discovered that people were following him, presumably some mercenary group keeping tabs on him. He secretly laughed. This mercenary group had come at just the right time, really understanding his intention.